XXX Tentacion Noah.
Yeah.
Noah Samsen is a YouTuber. For those of you who don't know, he's done wonderful work. He's done wonderful work on his YouTube channel. He's also fundraised quite a bit for Palestine, for Palestinian charities. You might know him. Is this your first time like here?
I've never been here. Yeah, this is my first time.
Have we met before in person?
We met on.
We have, right?
At a Halloween party in October of 2023.
True.
You were wearing a Barbie kind of jumpsuit, and I was wearing a maid outfit, and we talked about Palestine on the balcony.
Oh yeah,
something like that. Really weird situation, but
I remember. I think that was like, damn, that's crazy. That was a long ass time ago.
Yeah, it was like right after October 7th. Just crazy timing.
Yeah. Noah is my favorite of the PBS universe, Piker Broadcasting Service universe.
Oh, nice. I heard, you got a contract with PBS now.
Yeah,
huh?
I paid him 20 grand. I pay my PR team 20 grand so that they can
I met them on the way in, all 20 of them.
Yeah,
working around the clock.
They're just working so hard. They're working tirelessly.
Trying to scrub your old tweets and stuff. It's
they're also getting me great placements in the media, famously. Yeah, I got 20 PR guys working tirelessly around the clock. But yeah, you just joined when we were, no, it used to be Noel Miller's editor. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
Dude, like the first time you watched a video of mine on stream, what happened was my friend in the chat tagged you and said, because that's how they can make it red, right? They tag you.
Yeah.
You read all of it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. He tagged you and was like, Noel Miller's editor just made a video and referenced you. And then you pulled it up because you're like, oh, I know Noel. And then you watched it. And then that's how that like was my first big video, actually.
Yeah, that blew up?
Yeah, it was the one about like BreadTube.
But I don't understand. I thought doing reacts and stuff was like really bad for channels.
Yeah. You did make like your clips channels probably made collectively like 500 grand off me, but I'm just happy to be here and contribute, and bring some positivity.
Yeah,
and do a little bit of glazing.
Yeah, that's well, that doesn't go back to my pockets. You're just funding people's college education at that point.
Yeah.
Is a forcible.
I mean, I heard it. It doesn't matter, but yeah, no. The point is, a lot of people. Yeah, that was a random thing. But yeah, Noel, I edited for him for like 3 years, actually. And I was an editor for a while. And that's kind of how I got started in YouTube, just YouTube editing.
Oh, yeah. All right. Also get closer to the...
Oh, can they not hear me? What do you got? What do you got filters-wise on this thing?
Yeah, I got some...
So I'm like, you want me right here?
Yeah.
You have water?
Surely. Yeah, it's right underneath your legs.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Parker, you accidentally paid $200K instead of $20K on our last hit piece on you at the New York Times. If that's okay, we would like to take this as a continued measure of your confidence in us to spin your propaganda. Please enjoy your next PR piece on the house. Thank you. That would mean 9 other PR pieces that I'm expecting from the New York Times now.
I forgot they got, the New York war crimes. You're getting features with them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Big time.
I've talked about this a lot, but it's just like, I have a lot of friends that are fantastic reporters. There are a lot of them in this community as well that tune in. And I think from all of my conversations with people that work at like Washington Post, even New York Times and all these other places, like it's more so a challenge to overcome editorial control. And it's like impossible. The way that these...
like the journalists say that about the editors.
Yeah, the way to get like real reporting on a thing that is actually happening that is against the interests of the American State Department has become basically impossible, especially on the issue of Israel. Like this is one of the most like glaringly obvious instances where there is a filter that stops directly journalists that see what's going on and want to report on it that simply are unable to do so.
Every newsroom has come out with exposés from like a bunch of journalists being like, hey, they're making us not say genocide and not even say occupation, and like they're making us just do a little bit of Israel glazing. And it's not crazy, but it's the most overt and the most public people have been about it, like in terms of dissenting,
Yeah. I would say that like it goes beyond on the issue of Israel. It certainly does go beyond like this instance, this iteration of Israel's genocide. it has gone above and beyond what is normally considered like the regular filters, the self-censorship that careerist journalists have in order to like elevate themselves. Because it's not like someone being like, you can't say that. Under normal circumstances, people understand what is expected of them, right? People understand what is expected of them from higher ups that basically choose to cover certain stories, choose to omit certain information, right? Knowing full well, like when it comes to healthcare, for example, like they know that the editorial control there is, or if you want to be elevated in your journalism career, like you're gonna have to silence your actual opinions on certain issues and omit key details, right?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. The Andrew Marr Noam Chomsky bit comes to mind. That's exactly what I was thinking of. It's like the idea. I mean, here we can just like play that video as a matter of fact. But
first react.
Basically, it's like you. Noam Chomsky says to Andrew Marr, like, you're interviewing me right now because of your opinions. Like, you're in this position in the media because of your opinions. You got to this point because of your worldview and how close it is to the interests of capital owners in general. You didn't actively suppress your opinions. You just, this is who you are. And that's why you were elevated. But with Israel, I think like it has gone beyond that for sure, because it's such a glaringly obvious instance of harm, and it is diametrically opposite to the interests of America's State Department goals in the region, and therefore there is direct hands-on editorial control in a way that we haven't seen prior.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's part of like what has been unearthed is like you're trying to contain this project like of settler colonialism, of genocide, and when it becomes this overt, it's like you can only contain it so long. The lies, repeatedly seeing them over again, and now being, I think, more cognizant of the way more subtle things about like language, omission, like you were saying, things they choose to cover. Like I don't think the New York Times covered the Hannibal Directive at all, and I don't think the New York Times covered. There's another really significant one. Like they've barely
didn't
reported
cover
on
anything.
Journalists being killed in Gaza, and it's like it's all been galvanized by this whole process. And as horrific as everything going on is, obviously, it's like public perception has changed so much in the last 2 years. It's kind of stunning.
Oh, the
to
rape
see.
protest, the pro-rape riots.
Oh, they didn't cover that. The right to rape. Oh my God.
Yeah, the right to rape rally.
Jesus. Yeah.
And when they do, they will bury the lead. They'll add this additional information, like they'll hide it in the bottom of the article.
Dude,
The headline, the most important part of the article is obviously always like passive voice that
kids
makes
are starving in Gaza. They're hungry. We don't know why. Just something's happening, and that's the result. There was a article they did on the Al Baqa cafe bombing 2 days ago, and it's crazy because this is the piece that's supposed to be covering Israel in a somewhat critical manner. It's like an indefensible war crime that happens.
Yeah.
But you'll see in the first paragraph when they talk about casualties in Gaza, they make sure to stipulate that the Gaza Health Ministry does not distinguish between civilians and combatants.
This is it, right? A seaside refuge in Gaza torn apart by an Israeli strike. The Israeli military said it killed at least 3 Hamas operatives at Al Baqa Cafe. It also killed a journalist, an artist, and 2 best friends reconciling after a fight.
Starting with Hamas operatives, they said that they got him with no evidence, and I think one of the ties was that it was like the nephew of a Hamas commando who was just in the army there, but you're allowed to kill him while he's drinking coffee.
Yeah.
It was just a few paragraphs down where they're saying like,
if the New York Times' metric, or because the New York Times' metric for like enemy combatant is whatever Israel says is an enemy combatant, if Israel's rules for declaring someone an enemy combatant was appropriate and was adjusted for the Palestinian side, you could nuke Tel Aviv and it would be considered a legal thing to do. And the reason, and I don't think that that's appropriate,
one,
obviously.
but that's true.
But anyone that is even remotely associated with the Israeli occupying force in any capacity or is a part of any of the Israeli governing parties, part of the war coalition parties, or any party with the exception of any person that has ever served in the IDF would be a enemy combatant at all points. Doesn't matter if they're 50, doesn't matter if they're 70, doesn't matter if they're like literally the
janitor at the Mossad, I don't know, satellite campus or whatever.
Yeah, or even like a 75-year-old retired IDF operative that has spent his life being an anti-Zionist after that. That would still be like a valid military target by Israel's designation, because they just say it doesn't matter. This person was connected to a Hamas militant, and now they don't even have to be a militant who is actively in combat. They can just be a Hamas official from the Politburo that is tasked with civil governance, like the trash collector. You know what I mean? The head
journalists,
of
that's the big thing with journalists. They just
the head of Hamas
fabricate
sanitation, civil servants.
Yeah.
Or journalists, exactly.
Make kill lists because of any. I mean, I don't know, like the example of the UNRWA defunding, where it was like out of the 13,000 employees in UNRWA, it was that 13 employees were allegedly, by the Israeli military's allegations, associated with Hamas or associated with October 7th. They had no evidence for that. But even if that were true, all that means is that members of the militant group have day jobs with UNRWA. That's all that means. But of course, you can, lay the groundwork to starve children, as we're seeing right now, from 2 years of stripping funding from like the biggest organization operating in Gaza. Crazy.
Yeah. Are medical workers included? Everyone is included.
Everybody.
Everyone. Because Hamas both has the Al-Aqsa Brigades, which is the militant wing, and it has the Civil Governance Political Bureau. Okay? The civil governance is like tasked with the education ministry, healthcare, things of that nature, trash collection, right? Infrastructure. And that's also still Hamas. That is the only governing party in Gaza. Okay? And therefore, didn't I say Al-Qassam Brigades? What did I? Oh, did I say Al-Aqsa? Sorry, Al-Qassam Brigades is the militant wing. Al-Aqsa Flood is the October 7th operation that was named the Al-Aqsa Flood. And apologies. Yeah, they have the Israeli government has basically openly targeted, the agriculture minister or the head of police. It's completely unacceptable. It is a direct war crime.
It's the power of like the terrorism designation, right?
Yeah, but
that's
also
the bad guy. And I mean Hamas, being
exactly. No, that's why
terror.
that's precisely why that vague definition exists to begin with.
Yeah.
And they're using and abusing that. They're spamming that as aggressively as they possibly can. And it's clearly not working as well as it used to. But it doesn't really matter because for the media, it's enough. And there's still plenty of people who, when they hear "but Hamas," there's plenty of people who just agree with it.
That's why they put it right in this subheading there, right? They're like, I mean, dude, I don't know, 32 people were killed by Israel. They completely destroyed this cafe. I did a video on this. Like, oh my God, Channel 4 covered it. The British outlet Channel 4 covered it pretty well because they were like, dude, these two young women were reconciling a fight that they had, and they were texting their family about it, and they just blew the whole thing up. And all of what happened there, the mass slaughter, is just summarized here. They're like, okay, it blew up, and then probably there was a Hamas guy there. So the average American reader that has been, propagandized to believe that that's evil, there was an evil, barbaric, rapist, evil, like Hitler in there means, okay, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, and that is, again, totally inappropriate. That is completely ridiculous. It is illegal, okay? There are rules of warfare. There's rules of combat. There are rules for combat for a good reason. and people have tried to abide by said rules. They've obviously expanded on them aggressively over the course of many years, but you can't just shoot and kill someone, even if they are literally a militant otherwise, okay? They're not actively in combat. You just can't go up and like kill a veteran, you know what I mean? Or you can't go up and kill someone who is in the military, but they're off duty.
No, that you understand, like if they're getting treated in a hospital, the hospital's a valid military target now.
Yeah,
that's how it is.
like, that's insane to me that like
already
Israel
wounded from being attacked, laying in a hospital bed, drinking coffee at a cafe.
Like you
blow
can't
up
even do that.
everything.
And we don't even have evidence that these guys were that person to begin with. So yeah, that's another thing that we're going to talk about. Don't worry. Saw an Atlantic article with the headline "Hamas wants Gaza to starve."
Oh, that one.
We can start
bastard.
off. We can start off with that. So you've tackled a bunch of like the Sloptubers and the ways in which they have defended Israel's genocide, but they haven't like. There's varying degrees of Hasbara, defense of Israel out there, right? And I think what a lot of the Sloptubers have decided to do is instead of like tackling the issue head on and really talking about the politics of it or the policies or the ideology behind Israel's actions or Zionism or any number of different things that they could cover, they've decided to cover this from the aspect of drama by basically positioning themselves against people like myself, yourself, and many other content creators who were unafraid to openly state their opinion about Israel. Even immediately after October 7, they basically rode the wave of enmity for as long as they could.
What does enmity mean? Sorry.
Resentment, hatred.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Having said that, however, they've been noticeably absent from the conversation. If you notice, like in the past couple of months, I would say,
as the tide is turning on public opinion, yeah.
And the tide shift has already taken place, and now I think for even their fan bases, like they realize this is even for their fan bases, this is like a non-starter, right? So they have been forced to change tactics, I guess, and like hyper focus on drama on other things.
Yeah, it's like the whatever framework of content that's been used to see like, okay, this guy online said something that's like kind of left politics. I'm right wing, so I'm going to clip that thing out of context, make a whole video about it, make a bunch of money off of it. The videos do well. Everybody makes the same video, so that way it boosts it in the algorithm. They're all friends. They low-key collaborate or they low-key watch each other's videos, and it's the same video where they say, oh, that guy's doing terrorism. That's the framework of how the content ecosystem works, and then a genocide starts happening, or a genocide escalates to the point of a very visible and obvious and well-documented genocide. My goat. And then now, I mean, this is a totally unprecedented thing, but what happens is they apply that same framework to an actual genocide, and all of your criticism of the genocide is towards the people that are opposing it and fighting against it. And at that point, you're helping the genocide. Like, you're backing it. That was the big thing they got mad at me and tried to sue me for, is like, you can either fight against a genocide or back a genocide. There's no middle ground here. And if the only time you spend talking about it is attacking the people that criticize it and attacking the people that have, been vocal anti-Zionists, or attacking the groups in the world that are resisting militarily as terrorists or whatever, then you're helping. You're just backing. It's one or the other, right? And they chose that one because they don't like a YouTuber, right? That's the whole thing.
Look at the comments. They lost the narrative. Oh, yeah, the Atlantic posted, Hamas wants Gaza to starve. This is by Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. You might be familiar with who this person is, maybe because you saw me cover him before. He's attacked me as well. He is the only supposedly pro-Palestinian voice who is Palestinian himself, even though he calls himself Gazan, okay, not Palestinian. Never met a Palestinian who says, I'm Gazan, instead of saying that they're Palestinian first, except for Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib. Ethan Klein had him on his broadcast. They literally fundraised for the Atlantic Council, which Ahmed Fouad Al-Khatib is a part of. Atlantic Council is a pro-NATO right-wing think tank.
Funded by the U.S. Defense Department, primarily?
Yes. And Ahmed, we're going to do a deeper dive into this, because now that the toothpaste is out of the tube, cat's out of the bag, people are recognizing that Israel is deliberately starving the Palestinian population, and it's one of those it's one of those things that's like an undeniable war crime of epic proportions, and it's brought out harrowing images that even mainstream media has had to cover. more and more people are recognizing this devastating reality. So, of course, as time goes on, those who are tasked with defending Israel in its weakest moments for PR are getting more ridiculous.
Yeah, they have quite the heavy burden to refute 1,000 pages of reports from humanitarian organizations accusing Israel of genocide. You're going to write an op-ed like Bret Stephens that's 3 pages trying to refute 1,000 pages of evidence. You can't do that. You can't do that, and the comments will immediately reflect that. Like, the shift is crazy to see. I mean, it's not crazy. It was inevitable, but seeing it happen and how fast it's happening now, as it's like the liberal establishment is kind of like, if you have Obama calling for aid to Gaza, that means something. That has to be a big deal in terms of like public perception. But like, yeah, it's fucking crazy.
I didn't say he's pro-Palestine. I said he's pro-Palestine in air quotes.
You talking about that guy?
Yeah.
Ahmed Fuad Al-Khatib.
This is the
collaborator guy.
He is different than the average Israeli ultranationalist, right? He's not. He is Palestinian. He has family in Gaza. Many of his family members have been slaughtered by the Israeli state. He is a collaborator. Okay, he's a collaborator with the Israeli state that works with an American think tank that is, of course, understandably pro-Israel. America is pro-Israel. It is an American State Department cutout, right? And as time goes on, these guys are going to become increasingly belligerent and look dumber and dumber. But of course, The Atlantic wrote this piece. Hamas wants Gaza to starve. This is the only Palestinian voice Ethan Klein had it on his Hasbara podcast, wrote an article defending Israel after the world finally woke up to the famine it created. For a guy who loves to call all anti-Zionist Jews tokens, he sure loves using Israel's Arab/Palestinian collaborators.
This guy was a nobody before October 7th.
Greg J. Stoker, yeah.
Oh, no, I mean,
Ahmed
Fuad Al-Khatib.
I thought you were talking about Greg J. Stoker.
Oh, no, yeah. No, that's the
he's cool.
Military analysis type of guy.
Yeah. He works
cool
for Mint Press. Mint Press is great.
Yeah. But the guy who wrote this article, at this point, to make this claim and to frame it this way, you kind of have to be like a moron or paid by the Atlantic Council, because that makes perfect sense. And with people like this, based on what they write and say about it, it's sometimes one or the other. Like there's more obvious upfront propagandists like that. The Mossad guy, what's his name, that just got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. What's his name?
Mint Press is a literal fascist organization. What?
Is it?
No.
Did you just do a fascism?
No, it's not. What the?
I love that you talk to your chat.
Yeah,
what is it called? Getting not, one guide? Is that a thing? I learned about that the other day.
I do get one guide quite a bit.
That was just one message.
Says, sorry, I'm just bored.
We're making history right now, and you're gonna interrupt because you're bored.
Yeah, no, that's normal. Okay,
but that's part of the history is getting interrupted.
The Palestinian who wrote this travesty has a master's in intelligence studies from American University and has written pieces for the Washington Institute of Near East Policy, a think tank founded by AIPAC in 1985. He now runs the Realign for Palestine program at the Atlantic Council, another think tank and CIA cutout. On Twitter, he openly reposts virulent Israeli Hasbaras and wages war against liberatory language. Okay? Ram and every other hostage should be set free immediately, and food should flow freely to starving Palestinians. There's too much suffering. It will only. I mean, I don't think this is a good example of mentioning.
Oh, the suffering, won't end when this theoretical thing happens that you want.
No, I'm saying this is not the best example of his retweet of someone who is like a virulent Hasbarist.
Oh,
yeah. But he does do that. I'm not saying Chef Jose Andres is a virulent Hasbarist, but.
Yeah.
But he does certainly highlight a lot of virulent Hasbarists in general. But he always tries to angle it from the perspective of I'm a Palestinian, my family has been killed by Israel, and I think the real enemy here is not Israel, but it's actually Hamas. Okay,
that one was crazy. What was the headline? Israel killed, or I don't even think he said it that way. It's 37 members of my family were killed by Israel, but
college protesters that love Hamas are the problem.
Right. Yeah.
Something
exactly,
like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's when you usually know. Like when someone is hyper focusing on like things that only matter in Western discourse, then you know they are being deliberate about like what kind of propaganda they're doing. And they tried to roll this out. They tried to roll this out with like a bunch of different people, like John Aziz is another one, the peace poet or whatever.
Are we gonna watch the Bad Empanada video on the collaborators?
Yeah, we'll do that later.
Because he covers it pretty well, I think.
But his role in the imperial system is to muddy the waters surrounding the framework of the two-state solution by weaponizing its Palestinian identity, thereby complicating the situation. This is for material gain and political access. My latest for The Atlantic, Hamas actually wants a famine. Hamas actually wants a famine in Gaza. Producing mass death from hunger is the group's final play. Its last hope for ending the war in a way that advances its goals. The deception of fake anti-Hamas peaceniks, Khalil Jerry's, has thoroughly shown himself to be nothing more than a typical fraudulent peace activist who pretends da-da-da-da-da. His entire Realign for Palestine program is literally just one big psyop to confuse the framework in service of intelligence interests. Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib is a classic example of how colonialism cannot survive without native collaboration. Okay? Realign from radical extremism to radical pragmatism.
Radical pragmatism.
Yeah,
That's
calls for more violence must be rejected. Violence only fosters fear, resentment, and retribution. So, like, a lot of the language that he's using is specifically tailored towards like liberal interests,
100%,
and liberal needs. So that he's basically like the kind of guy that if you criticize, people are going to go, "What the do you mean? This is a Palestinian
and he loves
over
Palestinian voices." Yeah. That combination of the rhetoric plus the identity. That's, I think, something I want to talk to you about is like the galvanization that has happened of the concept of like liberal identity politics when it comes to weaponizing being a Palestinian or a Palestinian identity, or weaponizing Judaism the way that Israel does it, because it's like that shit doesn't fly anymore because you see it over and over again and what it's being used to justify. And it's like, okay, you can only tell someone that, you know, they're being anti-Semitic for for wanting a genocide to stop for so long before you say, okay, that you're just lying, like you're just completely bullshitting about.
What?
The intention
Gaza
of the
are full of people that are Persians. The Bible said Gaza will fall. Non-believers, Persians are easily tricked. Like 300 and read the Bible. No, read the Bible. Look at history. People, this is just his views. Doesn't mean Hassan is right.
Surprised that person was able to plug in their keyboard. It's incredible.
That person is experiencing, I think, a schizophrenic episode right now. So I'm just gonna let him keep posting into the void. But yeah, it's time to reject maximalist language and balanced perspectives to be heard. So like these guys will very rarely ever apply this metric to the actual party that is doing maximalist violence, that is using maximalist language, right? Israel is the responsible colonial entity for all of the violence that has unfolded in the region, even violence that Israel itself has experienced, like October 7, because they set the standard for violence. They set the standard for violence, and then the inevitable reaction to the practices of apartheid that are inherently violent will, of course, invoke a violent response. This is how it works. Okay?
When people talk about, you know, cycles of violence, there is truth to the idea of a cycle of violence, but the disproportionate power, and then specifically like the inception point of that violence. The violence started somewhere, and it was the foundation of Israel, or I guess, you know, Zionism as an ideology. It starts there. Everything that happens after that unfolds under the same logic, affirming the same ideology, and, you know, reactive violence is treated by people like this as the new, they're weighed in the same way, just like, you know, the New York Times will weigh them in the same way as they said this, the other guy said that. It's like there is no comparison here, and there's no way to adequately, in a single article, even like contextualize the discrepancy in the systematic nature of the violence. The repeated over and like, you know, the aid massacres, right? They're happening every day. It's like 50 people are getting gunned down while they're running into these, you know, cages that Israel has set up for them while starving. You see the bodies that are going into the hospitals. They have bullets in them, and you can see their hip bones. And it's like, this is happening every day. But people want to talk about, you know, things like this. They want to highlight, you know, rhetoric. They want to talk about, you know,
people's
terroristic
feelings,
rhetoric.
People's feelings.
It's about feelings and ideas and like
feelings of people in the West who like Like people who live in the comfortable bosom of the West, and how this hurts their feelings. It's like I don't care. I don't care about people's feelings at this point. Like I usually don't when there's like a tremendous imbalance of power and asymmetry to the way that Israel has been able to slaughter so many Palestinians. It's completely ridiculous. To hyper focus on the feelings of people in the West is so insane to me.
And even when it comes to like genuine anti-Semites like Myron Gaines or something, or a Sneeko, where they do not like Jewish people and they're using pro-Palestine, rhetoric to facilitate that anti-Semitism. Even when it comes to that, people that focus in the entirety of their time, and it's fine to want to criticize the anti-Semitism there, but if all you're doing is looking at these examples of rhetorical anti-Semitism, these things these people are saying, which are anti-Semitic, but you're talking about tweets, you're talking about words versus systematic mass murder and genocide that is actually happening right now on the ground with real people. And at the same time, also the government is doing the same rhetoric, or worse, the people in power, not random podcasters, then you're helping that second group.
I tried to describe this to the Nelk boys after they interviewed Benjamin Netanyahu in my conversation, where I was like, I wouldn't talk to Nick Fuentes. I wouldn't have Nick Fuentes on the podcast because Nick Fuentes is a neo-Nazi, right? He is an overt anti-Semite. He has tremendous hatred for all different kinds of marginalized groups. But even Nick Fuentes is still a neo-Nazi in America as like a podcaster. He's like a media personality. Benjamin Netanyahu is an actual war criminal that is responsible for this genocide, right? And he's not the only party that's responsible, but he's perhaps the most responsible. He's like spearheading this. And there's even legal repercussions that are unprecedented from the likes of the ICC to try to get him arrested for these war crimes. Like this is like he is probably one of the worst people on the planet at this moment, right? And therefore, he's even worse than Nick Fuentes to talk to. And I don't think Nick Fuentes is a person that I wouldn't give a platform to Nick Fuentes for his opinions to begin with. But he has the opinions, and he's also implementing the action beyond it, right?
So you said you wouldn't have Netanyahu on.
I mean,
they wouldn't offer, of course, but
that would never happen regardless. But obviously, it would be very different. A conversation between me and Netanyahu would take place in a very different setting than a conversation between
you wouldn't ask him about Burger King. No,
it wouldn't be like my conversation with Rashid Al Haddad, who is a now 20-year-old Yemeni TikTok influencer. That's not what it would be.
You see that
like.
photo he posted the other day in front of the Galaxy leader with our photos printed out?
Oh, I didn't see that.
It's crazy.
But
yes, like power imbalance, a random kid subject to a genocide.
Yeah.
Since he was like 10 years old, probably.
Yeah.
Growing up in a genocide, that makes you a danger to the world, and you should be banned from Twitch, and you should be deplatformed.
Even if he was and I try to explain this to people, even if he was literally the leader of Ansar Allah, okay? Even if he was like a member of the Houthi family, a leader in the Ansar Allah movement, like that is still nowhere near at the same level of like doing unimaginable war crimes as Benjamin Netanyahu. And yet one figure is seen as like just a responsible, state leader. What do you mean? That's just a foreign leader versus the leader of a foreign nation that is conducting a military campaign to stop the genocide. Okay. In any case, I wanted to briefly get into this, but I guess Bad Empanada also has a take on the pro-Israel grifters and the Sloptubers.
Ooh, this is the second channel?
I don't know, but Bad Empanada Live.
Oh.
So the reason why we're covering this for a lot of people who say like, oh, dude, like this is just drama. I totally understand why you think it is, but there is at this point like millions and millions of views that have come from these Sloptube content creators in defense of Israel's genocide. Even if they don't directly say that they're pro-Israel, even if they sometimes say they're anti-Israel, okay? Or even if they say what Israel's doing a genocide, if they spend we all have a finite amount of time on this planet, and certainly as content creators, we all have a limited amount of time to make an impact. If you're using all of that time to attack the pro-Palestinian side as aggressively as possible and never reserve even a fraction of that animosity towards the actual responsible party here, Israel, then you're not pro-Palestine. You're just not. You are a coward who is pro-Israel, but too ashamed to openly say you're pro-Israel. Sure hoping your time here is finite, law. I mean, we're all going to die, chatter.
Wait,
myself included.
It was your birthday a few days ago, right?
Yeah, I'm 34
birthday.
now. I'm
Yeah, so, keep doing what you're doing.
Seen a bunch of drama YouTubers defend Israel just because they don't like one guy has made me lose a lot of faith in humanity. I think it's not necessarily just that a bunch of drama YouTubers defended Israel because they wanted to attack one guy and thought this was a great way to farm clicks and do drama. It's the fact that there are plenty of people in those audiences that didn't go, this seems weird. This feels like you're just attacking this guy because you hate this guy. You're using this genocide as like a point of drama.
The part of it is they don't have a lot of them, and I would
it's the audiences that
they don't have the
exist that
context.
make me sad.
They don't have the context when you say a clip of, it doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th, that doesn't change the dynamic that Palestinians shouldn't be subject to genocide. When they take the first part and then they make a whole 20-minute video about how you love rape, even though all you were saying was Palestine should be free and not genocided, then of course people are gonna, come to a less informed conclusion, especially when they are Sloptuber audiences where they don't have the context. And I think like that's why a lot of times taking the opportunity to provide more context is the most helpful thing to do with those people. But at the end of the day, I think drama as like a category, it doesn't really adequately cover what we're talking about here, because we're talking about creators talking about other creators, but there's a lot of undergirding political issues that drama doesn't suffice if you're just, because it gives a sort of a tone that you're just talking about another creator for the sake of talking about them.
Yeah.
When they are doing drama content in the sort of format that they've always used, but they're also defending a genocide with it by only attacking anti-genocide advocates. So yeah, it's
I hope that their audiences at the very least, like as the attitude around this shifts, as more and more people come to that recognition, I hope that people in their audiences at the very least, like even if they still hate me or hate you or whoever the right, they still at least like arrive at the correct position inevitably. That's why I'm more open-minded about people who are like, oh, now it clicked for me, right? Like the average person online that has only now come to this conclusion. I have a lot less smoke for them than I do for politicians, for example. And my only expectation from those people that come to the conclusion, the correct interpretation of events, that Israel is doing a genocide, and it is perfectly valid, both legally and morally, to resist against the genocide of people, that they don't do this wishy-washy, but, I only came to this conclusion late because the left was too aggressive, or because I don't like Hassan, or because I don't like Noah. I don't like Bad Empanada and the way he was speaking about it. Like, don't try to come in after the fact and then still try to like attack people who have been on the right side on this issue from the start. I know people don't remember what you said. They remember how you made them feel. And maybe I made you feel really bad. I'm welcoming at this point, as long as you don't consistently keep trying to cope and act as though you would have been right all along if it wasn't for these like leftists who were being annoying to you or something.
Yeah, if all the people that have been like propagating this these attacks against creators that are pro-Palestine or anti-genocide, if all of them decided right now or realize, okay, I was wrong about this. They don't need to address that they were wrong through like I don't even care if they address that they were wrong, and that they don't need to tell us that we were right, because none of that really matters. What matters is that the genocide is happening and they have a platform to say something and shape public perception, and they need to start using it. And
Yes.
like I think even on the left, a lot of people get caught up with this idea that like the history books will reflect poorly upon these people, which is absolutely true, but it gets to a point where people are more focused on the fact that people are wrong and kind of bad people, which is true, for supporting a genocide rather than, I guess, wanting it to end and wanting to do whatever we can to do that.
Like, I'll give you an example, okay? Mudahar. If Mudahar came out 10 toes down tomorrow and was like, Israel, free Palestine, you know, he doesn't even need to say he was wrong in the past. Like, it would be nice if he did. It would be nice if he apologized to all the people that he smeared just so he could farm content off of it. I would literally be like, all right, good. You know, great. None of this like wishy-washy, it's a genocide, but all the people resisting against the genocide are also bad and scary because they're Muslim.
Dude,
like,
Ethan Klein, if you're clip this. Ethan Klein, if you're watching, spend one day on your Instagram stories, just one day, or like through every other Instagram story about Hassan. Post a photo of a starving kid in Gaza. Post a video from Bisan, or post a video from a bombing that just happened, and show us what this state of Israel that you claim to think is a free and open place, what Israel is doing. You don't show that. On your stories, you don't show that. You just attack people because you have your own gripes. Whatever, you can do that. But at least one story, 2 stories a day, not pro-Israel propaganda. I saw Hila like a post from a pro-Israel propagandist. That's pretty crazy.
Hen Mazik?
Yeah, Hen Mazik about starvation denial.
That's their favorite.
Yeah.
That's their favorite content creator.
Post every day. Post a few of them, right? And see what happens from there. Like just do that.
Start peppering in some
I'm not even saying
anti-Israel
this-
sentiment, please.
I'm not even saying this vindictively or for any reason other than you have a huge platform of people that could see this, and that I think it's framed a lot of times by that crowd as like gore porn, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah.
They're just like, oh,
Yeah,
I don't want to see that.
said too.
Yeah, they said like a thumbnail of mine.
Someone said he reposted Hen Mazik like 20 minutes ago.
Oh,
Shut the f- up.
Yeah, so at a certain point,
So he's doing the opposite.
at a certain point, with some people, you have to say, appealing to humanity isn't going to work. It's not going to work, and
Let's see.
we don't need to spend any time.
This is my first time looking at his stories.
Oh, wow, is this a
Holy
live
shit,
react?
that's so many stories, bro.
Oh yeah,
That's so many
20 hours.
stories. What is this? Does this recognize this individual? I don't know what's going on here.
I think what
Does
was
anyone recognize this individual from Montreal?
The
My Jewish
burgers.
friend.
the burger guy that was a fighter, Harley Morrison? He went to a concert and people said some anti-Semitic stuff to him, or they called him a something. And then
I
this
don't know who
guy's-
these fucking
It's like a
people
random
are.
guy that's like an anti-Semite or something, or like some kind of.
Oh,
bigot.
this is like a random. Oh yeah, he. What is the difference between a fat kid and a Jew? They both had time. What? What is
See,
it?
like that's an anti-Semite.
I dedicate this.
Doing-
Wait, what? I'm mentioned here. I dedicate this convo to Hassan Piker, iDubbbz, and Anissa, who insist that I'm hallucinating anti-Semitism. This is a very persistent hallucination.
No, that's an anti-Semitic post. Ethan, you know how that's an anti-Semitic post. What's that got to do with him? What does that got to do with him? When people say you're hallucinating anti-Semitism, it's
this
when you
guy probably
call.
doesn't like me either, dumbass.
Oh no. One thing I was looking at is like if you go back through your videos, the only person that's like criticizing Fuentes consistently for the last 6 years is you, and other
Yeah.
streamers in this zone are like hanging out with him and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like this anti-Semitism accusation is not borne out by the facts, other than the facts you spin off of a out of context clips.
Hamas
But-
on behalf of their international.
Oh, it's Hamas. He's
just-
doing the thing.
Hamas on behalf of international spokespersons like Hassan Piker, they sure aren't doing it for the people of Gaza who will only suffer worse from further provocation. Has Hassan ever suggested that Hamas surrender?
Yeah. So this guy's a okay. Yeah.
He reposted Hen Mazik.
Just surrender, bro. Israel will.
Dude, this guy literally
leave.
thinks
They won't
I'm
annex
Hamas.
Gaza.
Like, I think he
Yeah.
genuinely thinks that, like, I have control over this situation. This is insane to, like, take a ongoing genocide and actively turn it back to, like, your own personal distaste for your former podcast co-host because he made you feel bad when he was gently trying to explain to you that you can't call like Jewish Voice for Peace capos. Like, if he had listened to me if he had listened to me in October 2023, okay, and respected me and wasn't so deeply Islamophobic and a massive piece of shit, he wouldn't be in this situation right now. He wouldn't be looking like a 40-year-old man who just cannot comprehend that this is beyond him and myself. Okay? It is crazy. But it's also insane because there's so many people that literally think that this person is actually still invested in like the emancipatory needs of Palestinians. This is just not the case. Like, this is an incredibly selfish, incredibly self-centered person.
I mean, it's just insane to say you're
like he just keeps saying Hassan Piker
and only use talking points that propagate the genocide. Whatever he said about Hamas owning the hostages is the line from Israel, the official line. It's the official state-sanctioned, U.S. weapons shipment sanctioned line to justify a genocide. Just return the hostages and we'll stop. No, you won't. Of course you won't. That's not true. That's never been true. And they don't want the hostages.
Hamas has literally set conditions of surrender 1,000,000 times. The last round of ceasefire negotiations, this is just like objectively untrue.
It's just misinformation. Like,
okay?
Literally.
You are spreading misinformation at the behest of Israel while simultaneously claiming that you're an ally of Palestinians. Okay? I don't understand what this man disagrees with Benjamin Netanyahu or with Israel in general. If he's saying that, like, Hamas is doing Israel's propaganda for them since we're trying everything to stop the killing and we suggest that Hamas surrender. Are you stupid? That's literally the number one thing that Israel defenders have been saying since October 9. Yes, Hamas has openly stated that they want to, on October 10th, 2023, they said they would release all hostages if Israel doesn't invade the Gaza Strip. Since then, they have put forth more than 40 different proposals where they've talked about a hostage swap for both the prisoners of war that Hamas has currently, which are the remaining hostages, or prisoners of war, they're Israeli military, they're IDF people that they have in captivity still, in exchange for in exchange for Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 10,000 plus Palestinians that are in administrative detention, 2,000 more of them that Israel has actually kidnapped since October 7th, specifically so they can use them as a bargaining chip. And Hamas has said 1,000,000 times over that they would disband, that they would allow the Gaza Strip to be controlled by a technocratic committee. Over and over and over again, Benjamin Netanyahu and his team have said no to this proposal because they do not want what is this? Hold on. One second. No, someone's just trying to sell shit.
You don't want to qualify at home.
Okay. It was just, you
sure?
Yeah, all right.
$1 in $10 million home loan, please. Just kidding.
In any case, people like Hassan Piker want the people of Gaza to pay with their own blood so we can continue profiteer off the tragedy is so stupid. Okay.
I came in with the intention today to try and avoid talking about people like this. But when we got on
I thought we were doing Sloptubers.
Oh yeah. I mean, specifically, I guess he's one of the Sloptubers, and we can. I don't know. It's just like, I think before talking about it, just establishing the fact that like, there's a focus, a hyperfixation from that community, but also from people that are pro-Palestine on what these people are saying and doing, and what they're not saying and doing. And when they spread propaganda, that should be focused on, but it needs to be placed in the bigger context of what's happening rather than just this guy is a Zionist freak that's supporting a genocide. It's like he is, but so is the U.S. government, and so is like a lot of the public, and that's the problem. He is not the problem. He's the his actions are the result of this broader system. But when he says shit, like when he's doing propaganda, like obviously we should talk about it.
But when someone says like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians,
that's the big thing, right? Saying you're an ally.
That makes me so mad because it's like I'm a stalwart ally of Palestinians. I spend every waking moment attacking other pro-Palestine content creators, demanding that they get deplatformed, sue them for ridiculous shit, try to silence them over and over again, spend every waking moment having my sizable audience attack them, no matter where they are, literally spam like media hits that they do, and try to get them to be deplatformed or at least like have be blackballed. Basically, it's not even working, but it doesn't fucking matter. And then on top of that, I just say the exact same shit that Benjamin Netanyahu is saying when it comes to, it's actually Hamas. It's actually Hamas that's responsible for the starvation of Palestinians. Okay, well then what's the difference between you and Benjamin Netanyahu in this regard? You are saying the exact same shit that he's saying.
And it's not like the Hitler drank water argument, right? Where it's like these things you're doing are unrelated and the comparison isn't unrelated. The talking point and the propaganda you are saying is the exact same propaganda that's being used to justify the genocide. They're not unrelated. And when the propaganda you're using is used in service to attack pro-Palestine advocates, then you're doing exactly what the state of Israel is doing in committing a genocide. You're running cover for it. You're propagandizing for it. You're normalizing it for millions of people on the internet. And that's why we say you backed it, is because there's only two options really. Right?
Yeah. Anyway, let's see. Maybe this is a change of attitude from the Sloptubers.
Friend of the show, John Aziz. So John Aziz is this British guy who happened to have a Palestinian dad, though he has no Palestinian culture or vestiges, doesn't speak.
Oh, yeah. The other thing I was going to say about Ethan was like he kept promoting the Gaza Holocaust Front, the GHF, over and over again. Yep. Again, also invoking my name for some weird goddamn reason. And then as recently as like last week, when everyone was talking about Israel's starvation, he was like, well, what about Sudan? Why is nobody talking about Sudan? He's literally doing Hasbara while simultaneously saying he thinks Israel's committing a genocide sometimes. He says that sometimes.
These guys are so stupid, actually. That's just a very very dumb guy perspective to say not talking about something means that you don't care about the thing that you're talking about. Yeah. That's not a real thing. But I mean, again, it's two audiences.
It's incredibly stupid.
I hate to be dismissive of the propaganda because it is, but it's like, okay,
it's incredibly stupid propaganda, but unfortunately it does work for some people, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah.
It's so goddamn frustrating because people, I think, just want to feel that their favorite content creator is not like a bad person. And there is nothing more bad person coded than to defend Israel's ongoing genocide. Okay?
I got to get my maid outfit. We're redoing the podcast we did.
Arabic, he barely knew his dad at all. And he uses like this Palestinian ancestry to grift as like a pro-Israel Palestinian. Post October 7th, he like monetized his Twitter account and started like grifting as like, I'm a Palestinian, but I'm pro-Israel. And like, this got him opportunities that he otherwise never would have gotten, like writing op-eds and stuff in the Atlantic and stuff like that. The generic like capo sort of grift, the collaborator grift, where someone weaponizes trace amounts of ancestry. It's like if there was a conflict between Turkey and Greece, and I started saying like, I have Greek ancestry. Here's why Turkey should genocide all the Greeks. It's kind of like that. So if you want like more context on this guy that I'm not going to be able to give you here, because it's just a short clip covering something that happened with him recently, I have a debate with him on my main channel where I totally exposed him as being just a pro-Israel shill. And then I also cover him in this video, the token Palestinian industry, about 11 to 12 minutes so check those out. So John Aziz has recently been noticing that the tide is now turning against like Zionism and pro-Israel shills like himself. And I think he's realizing that he's not going to be able to keep up like this grift forever, right? You can't like trade off you being the token Palestinian for an Israeli genocide. At this point, like this is the offloading point where a lot of these grifters are going to like realize that this is not a sustainable long-term career path, and they're going to have to transition into like broader things or try to make themselves like viable in a broader sense. And one of the ways that they
for them it's for the Yemeni guy, that's another guy who like hates me. Because all of these guys, like, they're so clearly invested in like preaching to a Western audience that Luai Ahmed, that they like focus their energy on someone like myself. Why would they do that? If you are a guy who is of you know, Yemeni background or of Palestinian background, and Israel is like slaughtering your family members, like, you should never even for a moment think about like pro-Palestinian college campus activists or pro-Palestinian content creators, right? The only reason why you would care about that is if your role here is a unique one where you are supposed to talk specifically, like directly to white liberals and white conservatives in America that care about that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like see, this guy from Yemen loves Israel, so
yeah,
that you just got owned.
So
like, that's crazy.
So what I saw with like that Luai Ahmed guy, basically, because like they are they're now that this situation is undeniable by even more people. They're moving into like the right wing content grift, and I think that's probably what these guys are going to do. He said, "Bad and Panache trying to message you." He said this: Turkish fiend. Watch my actual token Palestinian industry video, as a not the second channel slop.
Yeah, it does give good. It's a long video. It gives better context to like, because he's saying John Aziz is like
yeah, I mean, I know them and I have talked about them before as well. Cool. But I think it's good to do a refresher on those guys for sure. But we'll get into it after we watch this.
We'll be trying to do that is by disowning what they have previously said about the Gaza genocide and being like, oh, I didn't see this coming. What's happening here? What? It's a genocide? They're starving them? Oh, damn, I was fooled. Crap. And now they might try to like rebrand as like enlightened centrist grifters, or like even maybe pro-Palestinian grifters in the future, because they want to keep the money flowing in from their Twitter monetization. They want to keep getting like op-ed opportunities in major media outlets and stuff like that. One thing I want to talk about is
like, it's one thing for someone to realize they were wrong and then actively work towards helping alleviate the problem, which is a genocide. It's another thing entirely to use this as a way to boost a media career. And I think with a lot of these people that are going to change their mind and try to reposition, we got to remember, we got to keep a very close record of what they said while it was happening and not let them do that. They'll try, but there should be a continuous effort to say, no. On October 10th, you started justifying what Israel is doing. You started weaponizing your identity to run cover for Israel and blame everything Israel's doing on Hamas, which is exactly what Israel's doing.
Or college protesters.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's what you were focused on during this. Yeah. So you can try to move on. And you know, it's good if you want to make videos about how it's a genocide and you want to make like contributions to this, to like, you know, the knowledge of the space. That's a good thing that should happen. But we have to keep in mind that the reason they're doing it is a grift. They're trying to make money.
I think the only way that these grifters can ever do something that is redeemable is if they detail and identify exactly how they were paid.
Yes.
And basically out this entire pervasive influence network and work as a whistleblower.
Yeah.
Like that is the maximum impact that you could have. If you are one of these people and you've gotten your bread buttered all along, the only way that you can change the tide, the only way that you can salvage what remains of your morality, okay, is to basically snitch on all of the people that have been like, hey, this is a good article to write. Okay, here's some money for you.
It's like breaking the silence, right? It's like
the
only, like, we talk a lot about people. I mean, to a certain extent, you know, the world is like scattered with these IDF war criminals now that should all be tried and given the punishments that are legally enshrined. But with someone like Hila Klein, she served in the IDF. She could be talking about what happened, talking about the raid she went on in specific detail where they kidnapped a Palestinian man from his home in the occupied West Bank. She could talk about that and talk about how it's wrong. That's what she would do if she hasn't even said this, but if Ethan and her were actually pro-Palestine, they would try to use that position. But until that point, oh, you're just a terrorist. You're an actual terrorist. Like by her husband's own logic, she's a terrorist that has never repented and done anything, not even in a vindictive way, but in a like, you have sway over people's opinions, and if you come out and say this is what happened, this is how it's happening still to this day, and this is how it relates to the Gaza genocide, that would be a good thing. But that's the only way. Yeah,
the thing is, like, people will be like, oh, well, you know, you knew Ethan had lived in Israel. Like, that's what people say to me sometimes, right? Like,
Yeah.
or even Ethan himself has actually, I think, brought this up to be like, oh, Son knew I lived in Israel, or, you know, knew that he served in the IDF or whatever. Yeah, I never have this automatic assumption that someone that's like now living in America is going to is going to be like super pro Israel. That's not my assumption at all. I meet plenty of people like, sorry, I'm not the anti-Semite that you want me to be.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not.
He should have judged me for being from Israel and being
Yeah.
Jewish. He should have been anti-Semitic. Like, that's crazy.
It's so strange, especially because like I always thought that he was like right at the edge of liberal Zionism and could have been someone who could be convinced.
Yeah.
Because of like his past statements about like what Israel was doing and stuff like that.
There was that moment, like in the podcast, like right after October 7th, where he was like crying about seeing a footage of a dad holding his daughter that had been killed by Israel, and that didn't stick, obviously. But
No.
there were signs that showed that potentially someone could be like rehabilitated or whatever.
Yeah,
Right.
I thought that he like recognized the humanity of Palestinians in that moment. And maybe he did genuinely recognize the humanity of the Palestinians in that moment and just forgot about it. I don't know. But once again, people going, he had a whole N-word compilation. Come on now. Guys, this is not about like being
that's
right all along.
Slop brain. That's
Okay,
internet
you're
brain.
doing that
internet
thing.
brain.
We're not talking about that. I know. I knew that he had said horrible shit in the past. I thought that because I have this idea that like people have the capacity to change and people can genuinely
It's like how
become
you
like
talk to the Nelk boys, right?
become better versions
Like,
of themselves.
You are willing to have a conversation with
Yes.
someone. And I know that like platforming and like changing minds thing gets like abused a lot. But when you talk to the Nelk boys about their interview with Netanyahu, that was a genuinely very good thing. And you could tell that they were receptive, at least to some extent, of what you were saying about how they platformed a war criminal and let him do propaganda. That's
I do think that like aggressive negative backlash also helps though, because I think that was
True.
probably more helpful.
Oh, yeah. Certainly.
in getting the Nelk boys to like change trajectory.
Absolutely.
And have like the Boss and Music podcast on.
Yeah.
So
With Ethan, it's different in some ways.
yeah,
But
yeah.
just your approach generally,
dude,
I think is...
I think prior to the Benjamin Netanyahu interview, the Nelk boys have done less pro-Israel propaganda than Ethan, with the exception of like literally going to Israel and doing pro-Israel propaganda like before October 7th.
100%.
Like that's the difference. Like this man has spent every waking moment shitting on pro-Palestinian voices and constantly repackaging like the same kind of propaganda that Benjamin Netanyahu ironically deployed on the Nelk Boys podcast. So that's the difference here. It's the same principle behind like Bernie Sanders. It's disappointing, and it definitely caused me to see him in a different light. That he like still holds on to this liberal Zionist position this far in, when as and this is a conversation I had with Noah Cullowen before on the broadcast, where he is like an incredibly prominent, the most beloved Jewish political figure in America, and who has never shied away from demonstrating radical politics, right? And saying the truth. For him to, at this stage, still consistently, not Chuck Schumer, I said beloved chatter. What are you talking about? I'm saying like a popular politician who has run for the presidency and has openly said, has openly floated the idea of like denying weapons transfers to Israel in 2016. That was a radical proposition in 2016 for many Americans. And the fact that a Jewish man was saying that was huge for many Americans, okay? And in this time and place, like Bernie should not be still promoting liberal Zionism and liberal Zionist talking points, saying
Not
Israel
calling
has a
it a
right,
genocide.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Hamas started this on October 7th. These are ahistorical and also just incorrect interpretations of this conflict. And
He is unfortunately doing this like weird form of genocide denial, where he says it doesn't matter what we call it, it's bad. It's like, well, if it's genocide, you should call it that. But anyways,
but the point I was trying to make with Bernie is that like Bernie doesn't get in the way of other people who are past him on this issue. Okay, he doesn't shy away from endorsing candidates and politicians like Zohran or even Abdul al-Sayed in Michigan who are anti-Zionist, right? He does not shy away from that at all. Whereas someone like Ethan Klein straight up will, similar to Brad Lander, exactly. Brad Lander is another good example of this as well. Brad Lander has done even more than that, right? But having said that, there are other people out there who are doing propaganda for Israel and have not shied away from consistently doing propaganda for Israel, even if it's at great harm to their social standing, which is something that they care about, right? And that's what's crazy to me. That is what's actually insane in this situation, is like, you are so ride or die that you're still willing to do this thing that even your own fan base at this point is going to recognize is ridiculous.
Yeah, all out of spite, all out of a personal vendetta. And obviously, you know, Zionist propagandizing from living there and being married to an IDF terrorist. It's like all of these things coalesce into this thing where you're causing harm, but enough people are aware of what's happening that it's a losing fight. And that's why I'm curious to see what'll happen, because it's like, this guy, this is one of the most egotistical people that I've ever seen, like as a public figure on the internet or whatever. So being able to admit that you were wrong about a genocide and admit that you were propagandizing for it, it's not going to happen. It's just not. And that's, I mean, to a certain extent, like you're saying, someone like Bernie, you know, you're not going to stand in his way. Just like you'll criticize him when it's necessary, but you're not going to stand in his way. Just like he has, because he hasn't stood in the way of a lot of like activists and what's happening in the same way that a lot of Democratic politicians are. But at a certain point with someone like Ethan, you just cut your losses and say, okay, we'll just like kind of farm this guy to raise awareness for the genocide and educate people for the genocide. And that's like, I really appreciate that about like Bad Empanada, Overzealots, Chris Kunzler, and all these people that are doing this like really good work to just use this person that clearly doesn't, like, if it happens, great, but it's probably not going to happen. And you have to identify which people, I guess, you can facilitate change through. Because at the end of the day, it's not about us. It's not about me and you. It's not about content creators. It's not about anything that we feel about anyone or anything a politician feels about what's happening. It's about the material action and what's happening right now and what we can do to stop it. And, you know, there's that quote from this poet, I forget her name, but it's like, whatever you can do, throw sand in the gears of genocide. Like however much sand you can throw, even if it's just a little bit in your nail, like whatever you can do means for you personally something different for everybody. But you know, I think my favorite form of it and the most effective, at least for like my channel and stuff, is just farming people like that don't want to change. And if they don't, then you identify that and you move on and you use that to try and do something. And I don't know. Yeah, it's like,
I mean, it's like, at this point, if you're still watching H3 and he spends an insane amount of time just like shitting on pro-Palestinian content creators and like regularly doing pro-Israel propaganda, you're not just like watching a regular, goofs and gaffs show.
it's crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're consuming
probably
Palestine, pro-Palestinian people propaganda. That's what you're doing. You are also, without recognizing it, slowly but surely, most likely changing your own political perspective, because he's drip feeding right-wing sentiment and pro-genocide positions, beaming it directly into your mind.
Dude, he's radicalizing them. That's the big thing that they get you for, is saying that you radicalize people into like crazy left tanky stuff that's not the good kind of leftism, which is liberalism, which is fascism when it comes to Israel. And that's what, dude, posting like 50 Instagram stories a day, that's like already laying the groundwork for some crazy shit to happen. 50 concerted Instagram stories about specific people and, you know, characterize pro-Palestine activists as terrorists, but then combining that with like a 4-hour show where, dude, I was going to say that if you watch it, I've watched a little bit of it recently. No, I know you haven't. That's good. But the way the vibes of that show are, it's just a guy like kind of sitting there being like all worked up and angry about everyone and bringing up names of people to call them terrorists and like having to have his wife get him to stop calling people bitch because he's just calling the women he's suing bitch, and like all this stuff where it's like an angry guy surrounded by a bunch of yes men. And I don't know, like if you're still into that because they do goofs and gaffs in between, which they barely do, that's just like, oh yeah, you're at some point you're in it for the Zionism, or you're in it for the, I don't know, you're in it for the content, and you're in it for the Hassan battle or whatever.
But like but the content that you're getting out of that is just like slowly,
apologia.
It's going to your real world relationships as well.
It is.
Because like I sometimes like I'll see this on Twitter or on Reddit where someone will be like, I don't really understand. Are these people like Hassan snarkers? And they're like, they'll literally be talking about like a person who doesn't know who the I am, who just has the same position that I have, because many more people are finally coming to this conclusion. I didn't like break their brains into believing that Israel was committing a genocide. Israel made people recognize that it is absolutely invested in committing a genocide by killing children every day. Okay? So if you think you're like pro-Palestine because your favorite content creator says he is, and then you just like repeat the shit that he's saying, most people in the real world are going to look at you and be like, what? I think you're pro-Israel. That's going to start ruining your real world relationships, your real life relationships.
Like my wife keeps calling me a snarker, and I don't get why she doesn't know, like shit like that, where it's like, what, you're using a term that basically just means, it functionally means the same thing as terrorist, which means bad guy. And everyone that doesn't like me or criticizes me and my favorite content creator is a snarker or a terrorist or a bad guy. And everyone that likes him is like, I like
get
them.
out of the get
but
out
it's like
of
my
this
wife
space.
left me because I like H3 and I watch it all the time, and I like, every time I see Hassan's face, I start foaming at the mouth and my like legs break from rage or whatever. It's like this seems wild. I don't know. This seems like an unhealthy exchange.
That's not good, man. I don't know how else to describe it. That's just not good for you. That's not good for your mentality.
No.
Okay.
But then combine that with the fact that your brain is now full of pro-Israel talking points, and you come out of your little like echo chamber to talk to someone, like the thing comes up, and then you're doing propaganda, and they're like, we all know it's a genocide. You're just in this little space that calls it a genocide, but doesn't actually act in a manner that would show that they believe that, or acts in a manner that actively, disputes that claim or denies it. You're an insane person, and they should be shunned. They should not be allowed to be the local dog catcher, as you said, because that's insane. But one day, once they're out of it, it's kind of like having a relative that's an addict or whatever. You're like, yeah, this shit's not going good for you, and it's kind of, you're hurting everyone in your life, and it's really unfortunate. But I'd like
glad you're getting better.
Yeah. We should open a rehab center, Ethan Klein Zionism Rehab Center, something like that.
And how can they do that except by rebranding? Because, the tide is turning, the genocide is only getting more and more obvious and undeniable with time. So if they want to keep the cash flowing in, they want to keep their totally unmeritorious op-ed writing career going, they're going to have to find some other way to keep up with it. So John Aziz has recently been posting totally uncharacteristic things like, enough is enough. This is a government minister. It's not some random crazy person. Stop this right now. There is still a chance to make peace, after an Israeli government minister said that Israel is racing ahead to wipe out Gaza and make it Jewish. Now, this is something that these people have been saying and doing as well this whole time. It's nothing new. But John Aziz has been defending it for the last 2 years. But now that he sees that, maybe I can't sell this anymore, maybe reasonably I should try to be jumping ship if I want to have any sort of future career as a grifter. Maybe this is my off-ramping phase. So now he's transitioning from, there's no genocide, they're doing nothing wrong. Actually, what they're doing is good, to what? Bad things are happening. This is the government's fault. And a couple of years down the line, when he gets called out for this, he's gonna point to these posts and say, hey, I was announcing this when it happened, and ignoring his previous 2 years of justifying it. And he's like, man, I've been bamboozled. I didn't know about this. I saw some individuals saying stuff like this, and I dismissed it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. The truth is that I should have taken a much harsher line against this poison all along. It's coming from literal government. It has been the whole time. It's coming from Israeli society as a whole as well. They all want this. any poll shows it. Like, let's look at like recent polls showing that more than 80% of Israeli Jews want all Palestinians
Wait, where's the
expelled from
camera? My
Gaza.
fault, my fault.
Recent survey conducted by Pennsylvania State University by an Israeli professor at Pennsylvania State University, published in Haaretz on the 28th of May. 82% of Jewish Israelis back expelling Gazans. And this goes like, I saw some individuals, just some individuals, like literally 4 in 5 of them, more than 4 in 5, in fact, saying stuff like this. And I dismiss it as crazy outliers while also condemning it. They've all been saying this the whole time openly. It was the plan from the very beginning. They leaked plans, like the Israeli government leaked plans outlining their expulsion plan, literally immediately after they started invading Gaza. Paper drafted in October 2023, which proposed expelling all of Gaza's residents to Egypt. 82% of Jewish Israelis support this. And this guy who has been insisting there's no genocide, they're not going to expel anyone, it's just to destroy Hamas and get the hostages back. Now he's like, what? It's actually to expel and kill everyone?
That's the face.
And take over Gaza for Israel?
Oh my God, no way.
What?
Crazy.
I had no idea.
2 years of genocide.
It's coming from the government? What? No way. There's going to be a lot of other people having this about face. Like Lonabox has been doing this recently as well. Though he is worse than John Aziz still, make no mistake. Loner's prediction for Israel's aid plan came true immediately. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Look at that.
It's funny because he's like crafted because he's crafted such a Zionist audience, those videos don't do well, I suspect, as opposed to like,
I bet the comments are a mess.
yeah, they're like, what are you saying? Israel's not number one? What are you saying? Israel number one. You hate Israel? Do you not love Israel?
I wish I could do an accent, but I would just come off very badly.
Yeah, I mean, I come off really badly too, but it doesn't matter.
That's pretty good. I thought it was pretty good Israeli accent. Yeah, the replies to all these
I live
guys.
two doors down from this anti-Semite on his screen. Bad chinchilla. He wears Teddy Fresh tracksuits on the weekends.
Exposed.
He was mad at his own chat calling him anti-Semitic. I wonder why you have cultivated such a community that would consider any criticism towards Israel to be anti-Semitic. I wonder how that happened.
Dude,
oh,
that
no.
guy- this guy said, what did he call it? He called a one-state solution anti-Semitic?
Yeah.
Right?
He also, he had some
saw that clip.
choice words. I heard, he said something along the lines of like, if all Jews are pro-Israel,
Right.
then you're, and they're all, no. If all Jews are pro-genocide of Palestinians, you're anti-Semitic for being against the genocide of Palestinians. And I was like, yeah, okay. Who cares? What do you mean? Like, that's such a stupid argument. What do you think? Like,
If that's anti-Semitism, the word doesn't mean anything
yeah,
anymore. then being Jewish is being pro-genocide. That's what
Yeah.
that means. And
Which
it's
is
like, that's anti-Semitic.
which is incredibly anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
It is such a stupid argument that you could only put together if you just think like Jews are magical, mythical people or something. Like, what the do you
But
mean?
they're allowed to do that. Right?
Like, that's so
They
insane.
get an excuse. I mean, that's the logic of Israel, though. Right? It's like this happened to us, so so anything we do is justified because anything we do is in defense of allowing it to happen again, just weaponizing it, right?
Contemplative thumbnail. Unacceptable. Oh my God, Israeli policy didn't work at giving aid to Palestinians in Gaza? No one could have ever seen that coming. It's almost like it's not intended to help them, but it's like, oh man, Israel really effed up. They took a big L here with this bad policy. They were genuinely trying to, like in good faith, trying to implement a policy to help people in Gaza, right? That's the sort of thing that he's going for. And he's like, oh man, this policy, I'm just critiquing them. This is the sort
Everyone has something to say about ContraPoints.
of guy who would like critique
Oh, yeah.
the amount of rations in the death camps rather than just denounce the Nazis for having death camps. That's who he is. These people are going to be trying to dial back and whitewash what they have been saying this entire time. Think about it.
Loner Box is my favorite Marxist. You should listen to him sometimes, brother.
That's awesome.
I bought my wife a Teddy Fresh hoodie yesterday. Long story short, we're getting a divorce, and I'm ashamed to say I was married to an anti-Semite for 10 years.
True, it's anti-Semitic
Remember
to
it.
not.
Don't let them
to
off the
think
hook.
Teddy Fresh
As
looks
they
like
realize
shit.
that what they're doing doesn't sell
He
anymore.
did say that. He did that with Vanilla Mace. And this is before I even met Vanilla Mace. Vanilla Mace literally was like, Teddy Fresh tried to send me like a PR pull, and and she was like, yeah, that's gross. I don't want that. And he literally, you straight up was like, she's an anti-Semite.
She doesn't want to support Israel Zionist-owned businesses.
If you don't wear my adult baby clothes, you are a anti-Semite, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
He straight up said being anti-Teddy Fresh was akin to the Holocaust. No, stop.
Y'all tripping. If he did say that, I need a link to the clip.
That's
Maybe he did.
great. Yeah, Vanilla Hamas. Vanilla Hamas.
Oh shit. You got a funny chat, man. Sometimes when they're not yelling at you or trolling you.
Yeah, she didn't even. Yeah, she wasn't even talking about like Zionism. By the way, she just said the clothes are ugly. That's it.
That's anti-Semitic, man.
Which is, of course, incredibly anti-Semitic. I can't believe you
being
said
Jewish is liking shitty, weird clothes. That's
Yeah.
what being Jewish is.
He's
which
gonna
is
clip
not
you.
anti-Semitic.
He's
by the
gonna
way.
clip you. He's gonna clip you and be like, "Oh, that's see, we
Teddy
got him.
Fresh,
He's being
shitty,
anti-Semitic.
weird
We got him."
Yes, yes. Brother, I
Please.
was quoting you. You made the sandwich.
Anyway,
They will try to distance themselves from it. Oh, he released another one too. Whistleblower testimony on Gaza aid plan reveals shocking details. This isn't shocking for anyone but you, Loner Bucks. You're not even shocked by this anyway. You know that you're trying to defend a genocide. You're consciously doing so. You know what's happening. You're just trying to defend it. Whoa, shocking details. Everyone knew this was happening from the very beginning. Everyone knows what they're doing in Gaza and why they're doing it. You're just trying to pretend otherwise because you're an idiot. Well, yeah, you are an idiot. You're stupid, but you're not defending genocide because you're an idiot. You're defending genocide incompetently because you're a shit, terrible person paid by Israel to do so. These little rats are going to be scurrying out.
I think the saddest part for many of these people is I don't know about Loner Box, but like a lot of them are not even paid by Israel to do this.
Yeah.
They're literally doing this because
the love of the game.
they just backed the wrong horse. Some of this does go back to Destiny because these guys are like his dick riders, right? His orbiters. They called themselves that. And basically after October 7, this moron who is a horrible deadbeat dad and a sex pest decided, oh, Hassan is pro-Palestine. I'm pro-genocide. And he just came out of the gate swinging with that statement and then had to basically engage in the worst ad hoc rationalizations I have ever fucking seen. And he had the audacity to do this in real time, okay? Basically documenting every step he took and all of his dumbass orbiters that aren't even getting paid by the state of Israel.
That guy, Destiny, that guy's girlfriend, I think. Something like that.
I don't know.
There's some weird lore with them.
I don't know. I don't know like the deep details of the lore and their background. I don't care. I don't care to know. It's just like,
but it's just like they're doing it for free because they are part of the orbit.
Yeah,
like
but it's
and then they
crazy.
join in on
like,
the propaganda.
It's crazy. At least like you could have gotten some benefits out of this, man. You just are doing this for free.
I think they might have got a free trip, but like
free trip to Israel.
yeah. Thank you. Super good. Super
Great.
awesome. They got to hang out with Elon Levy. That's yeah.
I got
the best thing ever.
I got a free trip to Israel, and what is it? Here's a link to the vanilla thing. Oh,
You know who hit me up today on Instagram? Teddy Fresh. They said, hey, we'd love to send you some stuff. How about?
This is incredibly anti-Semitic. Please don't watch this.
How about that?
Yeah, they're going. No, her chat's going. No way. Oh hell no.
Sorry, I don't know. Do I need like media training now that I'm like have more people in here? How about?
That's funny.
How about? Oh, brother, this guy stinks. The fuck? Are you out of your freaking mind?
Do they design the merch themselves?
Bro, it's so over. 1.5 million likes on this, dude.
Really? Yeah, it's over.
H3 fans
I've never
gonna
seen
come
that many
after
likes
you.
on TikTok, I don't think.
Fuck the millennials who wear only pastel. the millennial who only wear color block
Wait, pull
pastel
up
are gonna
Teddy
come for
Fresh.
me?
Let's look at some of it.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Because it literally is
God
that.
damn it! Please, even
yeah,
if
that's
Ethan
the-
wasn't a raging frigging lunatic, I still would never wear Teddy Fresh.
A certain
So butt ass ugly. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway.
Here's another dipshit I need to deal with. Why can't y'all take a day off? So brave to dogpile a Jewish creator who was at the CPS's skull sent to his house in retaliation.
Snarker, stop it. Dude, he said I was trying to kill him the other day. He's awesome, man. He's so awesome. Stop.
Oh, you're dogpiling on me. So brave.
So anti-Semitically.
Oh yeah, you sent the skulls. You are Hamas.
She totally sent the skulls.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like he did so much content around like skulls being sent to his house and like CPS being called to his house or something. And I think it's like ridiculous, obviously, to do those things. It's up, right? And I said that from the start. But he tried to literally bring that to every conversation where it was like, oh, you don't like Teddy Fresh? You sent skulls to my house. How dare you say you don't like my wife's adult baby clothes at a time in this troublesome time?
That's murder, bro.
In this troublesome time where I've had, as a Jewish man, skulls sent to my house.
It's not even
and
that he has it. It's
CPS.
like she helped because she said this thing. She's a part of the snark, the giant scary thing that's all around me that did skull stuff and did CPS. It's like, I don't know. It's like a guy that's backed into a corner, alone in a room. Crazy.
Oh man. Hold on, I'm texting my manager. Bye, Teddy Flopper. You're a Hamas.
Holy.
Never didn't say anything about those.
Oh man, it
Yeah,
was just
TikTok hates that guy.
yeah. It's not. Twitter obviously is already a shitty ass space to try to figure out whether someone is good or not. But he's got the only place he can hide in is his Instagram stories at this point because no one can like respond to it.
Yeah, and he's like said that publicly, right? Like, I like posting these because no one can say anything.
no
back.
one can just like quote retweet him. So he just like can say from his hug box whatever the he wants. His own chat, which is like heavily moderated to eradicate all criticism, even from fans, and and then I guess like that's it. He just has his little community that's increasingly getting smaller and smaller, and the clothing business is falling apart.
This shit is,
Other producers in the space are leaving. No one wants to collaborate with him, and he just can't understand why. And he just keeps pushing over and over and over again.
when you get on NPR, it's because you paid. But he's not on NPR. He's paying like random Substack writers to write AI articles about how, it's anti-Semitic to not buy his clothes. What I was gonna say is this shit is like, this contributes to anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
A lot. 'Cause
anyway.
it's cheapening. It's saying, oh, anytime a Jewish person, something happens to them that they don't like, they just call it anti-Semitic. That doesn't mean anything now. So now I'm anti-Semitic. Like that process is, these types of things like facilitate that process, which doesn't absolve blame from people being anti-Semitic, but it's like, if you're weaponizing it every time something bad happens, then you're cheapening it. Like you're making it something that doesn't actually have real world effects.
Oh,
right?
isn't this is Dan Stalkman, the Diddy man himself, his
Diddy
company.
Dan, yeah.
Diddy Dan's company, Redact Dev. Oh God, that's another freak. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's a weird.
So anyway, you would
Annoying.
expect Hassan to make this Valiant.
Hassan's shocking and totally unexpected response to the Mikey clip.
He's Mikey.
It was Michael from Pennsylvania who's banned right now
Oh, yeah.
because he says some shit then and then immediately was like, oh, I meant Zionism, I didn't mean Judaism, but
Oh, he
it
said
doesn't
like Jewish Judaism is a constructed demonic identity, but then he said it was Zionism he meant to say, right?
yeah, and then they of course snipped the second part. I mean, you got God. That's you know,
You can't be saying that, white baby.
yeah, you got God, and it's so it's funny because like I didn't know what he had said at the time. Okay. I just literally said, I don't know what he said. I'm talking about children being starved right now. And this is what you want to bring up because you want to farm a clip. Okay. And I don't give a okay. I don't give a I ultimately don't care. I'm not Michael from Pennsylvania. Go take it up with him. Okay. That's what I said.
Yeah.
And I also said in the process, you're just looking to farm a clip
From you.
from me.
Yeah.
And they clipped it. And then
Oh,
he
yeah.
literally played that part on his stream. This is the video. I saw this.
Offering to his Jewish audience. And if there are any Jewish audience left in this crowd, which I'm sure there are maybe a few of the like the ones who are proud tokens to be spent
Wow.
by a person who wants you to die.
You hear that, chat? All Jewish folks in the chat. He wants you to die. And they're still here.
Yeah.
Are you guys? You need mental health. They're suicidal.
Hate
They're
yourselves.
suicidal. Please get some mental health.
And not in the regular depressed kind of way, but in a special, different kind of way. You hate yourself. You want, you're all tokens. Oh.
Not anti-Semitic, by the way. Him saying that. Yeah, not anti-Semitic. Crazy, bro.
And who's about to defend a Nazi. Let's hear what he has to say. But I hope that if there
Mike
are any
from
Jewish
BA?
people left in his audience,
Lolo to no.
right?
Okay.
But yeah, okay.
Dude, the-
I mean, like-
oh God, Dan. Oh, this is the saddest. This makes me more sad than Ethan's decline. Honestly, this man has a proud history of like being direct descendants of Bolsheviks. Okay, Bolsheviks. Like he is part of the reason why I did Leftovers. You know, and now he just is the most well-paid babysitter, I guess, and has slowly but surely, increasingly become a bigger and bigger dick rider. When initially his role was to just like keep Ethan in check, and now he's just Lolo, but no.
That one was clanking around
Thanks,
my
man.
brain as well.
Oh, well, you should have gotten.
Yeah, like
Seize the moment,
I don't know,
because
it was
that
like
was
2
more
episodes
about-
ago. Ethan made the claim that I said that I was trying to kill him. That I said that I said you should get a gun and go kill a propagandist. It was something to that effect. I'd have to get the timestamp. It was crazy, like crazy thing. And Dan immediately was like, he didn't say that. Nope, that's not what he said. And he was like, I'm pretty sure he did say it. He was like, nope, that's not what he said. We can pull it up. And then he's like, no, I'm pretty sure he did say that. And then we watched it. It was like, oh, he didn't say that at all. What are you saying? But then Ethan's like, well, it was pretty much the same thing. And Dan's like, yeah. And then they move on. And it's like, oh, he's willing to challenge him, but it doesn't, like, it's the king on the throne. Like, there's nothing you can do at that point.
No, he's not even like challenging him. He's just ass covering so he doesn't
it's
get
legal.
himself.
It's a legal threat. Like he
Yeah.
lost that lawsuit, right? Like he knows what defamation. I mean, he doesn't know what defamation is apparently, but because he's still doing it. But like he has people around him that are.
For him, it's literally he actively defames me and Sam Cedar with regular frequency in like horrible ways, right? But the reason why he does that is because he knows that if we sue him for defamation, that's a long and drawn out, convoluted legal process that he can make content off of. So because he's just so busted in the brain that even if he ends up losing that long and drawn out legal process, which he would, right? It's still, he's made this calculation, I think, in his mind that like, it doesn't matter, even if he loses hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process, it's still worth it because in that year-long period, he can constantly make content off of it. Just like with the what was his name? Brian Kavanaugh, the billionaire guy.
Ryan Kavanaugh, yeah, the guy who sued him for defamation.
Yeah, like successfully
And
won.
He had to apologize. It was so funny. He had to read an apology.
but
on
in the
stream.
process of like creating, like he always needs villains. He doesn't have any other content. He just like needs to have major villains that he's positioned against, that he like psychotically stalks. And for the most part, those villains have been like universally acknowledged bad people, whether it be like a billionaire guy or whether it be Keemstar, you know,
Myron
people like
Gaines
this, or
or
like
whatever.
Myron Gaines, like
Yeah.
so. It's never been like this before, where he can, where he has a hard time coming to terms with the reality that like all of these other liberal outlets are not like taking his propaganda seriously.
Right. No, it's like it's like debate lord stuff. Like when you foster a community of people that just are there to see you get mad at people and own people and have enemies and fight with people, your community is gonna be full of up weirdos that are gonna be down to just be like, yeah, I mean, I'll support a genocide as long as the guy who I don't like is the one we're attacking for it. And it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense why that happens.
Yeah.
I feel like your aversion to like debates and that sort of stuff, even if you do like the drama slop occasionally, probably makes your community a little less, you know,
Oh, for sure.
freakish like that.
And we also actively stamp it out. Like this is one of the few instances where I'm allowing it to. I'm letting it rip because you're here.
No.
But under normal circumstances, I don't like, especially because it's a Saturday. You're here. I would normally never entertain any of this because I'm covering the news. And most people in my community, other than the people that are in here currently, most people in my community have no clue what, I don't know, Ethan Klein is up to. They're not interested in it because they're.
Yeah, I thought it was done for a little bit, and I was glad. I was like, damn, this stuff. I hadn't heard about it for a while, and then
Yeah.
we came back in the news cycle when he said I was going to kill him or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Fair enough.
Should we watch the content?
So go
nuke
ahead,
again?
Hassan. Teach us how it's done. Paragon of anti-racism.
Let's go.
I don't know what the Mike from PA said. I don't give a shit, okay? And I don't care about what your concern is. Let's be real. You are not concerned. You are just trying to simply farm a clip.
Oh my god. Oh my
Which
god.
they did. They literally did do that.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
Like they were successful.
Yeah, and Dan is like, they were successful. They farmed the clip off you.
Oh, they're gonna farm this clip. No, and then it just cuts right to him fucking
gotcha.
ending the clip.
He's so pathetic.
But also he saw
That
the
sounded more like he doesn't give a shit about Mike
Yeah,
from
I've
PA,
already
if I'm being
been
honest.
antisocial behavior,
Which
you
is
know?
in line with what we have previously kind of asserted, that he's sort of not really in the inner circle despite wanting to be.
I don't think
he's-
This
that's-
is a straight up bar for bar. Shame on you, Dan. You know that you are repeating something that the sex pestiny community has cultivated. You are literally saying that bar for bar, that, oh, like Mike from PA wants to be in Hassan's inner circle and he's not a part of it. It's like Mike from PA is his own man,
That guy
okay?
makes like 20 grand a month on shows.
Yeah,
man.
he's an adult. He has his own successful, content creation. He has his own views. It's just so sad to just constantly be like, no, Mike wants to be Hassan's friend and Hassan doesn't give a shit about him. It's like, it's parasocial. It's silly. Just stick to the issues. If you have an issue with what he said, then, talk about that. But you can't do that. It has to be, everything has to be considered from the framework of drama.
Got invited to the
Because like what
That's not
as
happening
it was
here.
clipped,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's happening.
That's
I will
not
say,
what's
though,
happening.
I
Mike
think what you're
said
saying
was anti-Semitic. The way it was clipped, talking about Judaism as a demonic ethnicity. Of course, that's obviously anti-Semitic, but it was clipped out of context. Apparently, you can't.
But if it
defend
doesn't
what you
matter,
said.
there's no
Doesn't
defense
matter.
of it.
There's no defense of what you
it.
should say, and
It's
it's,
like- it's like
anti-Semitic
when
to say
someone-
that. But being mad at that, not for what he said, but because you didn't respond to it immediately, and it's not like. Your response was adequate, even if you didn't watch it, is like, oh, you're content brain. Like, that's not actually about anti-Semitism at that point.
Like you said, you have a childish brain and you do childish things.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. Mike from PA is way more radical than you and pretty often disagrees with you on stream. Great. I have no issues with people who disagree with me who are on the left. I've said this over and over again. I don't have issues with people who disagree with me. I think that's healthy. That's a normal part of discourse. And that's also a normal part of coalition building. Okay? It's normal. There's a reason why you don't see me left bashing often, even if there are things that I disagree with. Like Bad Empanada is a great example. Like there's disagreements I have with his methods sometimes. Okay? That's how it should be. That's how my fans should be as well. You shouldn't be going to other content creators, okay, who are on the left, who are advocating for progress, advocating for the same things that you want, But because they have like any sort of disagreement with me or with whatever your worldview is, you shouldn't be like going into their chats and like constantly chirping at them. Okay? You shouldn't be doing that. That's up. Okay?
I mean, it's indicative that maybe your values aren't actually aligned with the left, right? Or aligned with pro-Palestine activism, if that's all you do.
Yeah. Do you have issues with people who criticize your drip, which is, to be honest, extremely warranted? No, my drip is excellent. Actually, that's the one thing that I do not allow.
Permaban.
What? By the way, you called this out ahead of time.
Didn't realize
While discussing the Netanyahu interview, Ethan Drine draws a line, an equivalence between the Prime Minister of Israel and a Yemeni teen TikTok influencer.
No way.
No, they think he's worse than Benjamin Netanyahu.
Totally.
That's the thing. Like they literally think it's
he
worse.
was even saying shit like, "Oh, your worst take is that he's Burger King."
The whole thing was Netanyahu saying we're so relatable. You know, we're just like Americans. And actually, it's not just about protecting Israel. It's about protecting you. It was insane.
It was let's humanize the killing of Palestinians. It was genuinely just like, what are we? I can't believe they had access to that, and I can't believe that it was carried out. I genuinely just like, it is so dangerous that such stupid people have access to such powerful, stupid people.
And to add on to what you said, Tom, like I think
believe it.
Hassan said, there's no circumstances in which I would interview Netanyahu, and I think Netanyahu's like the one
That's
exception.
not true. He
Like,
said he would interview Netanyahu.
I, from what I saw, he said no. Let's,
No, I said
you
I
say
wouldn't
about it?
interview. I said I wouldn't interview Nick Fuentes, and I wouldn't platform Nick Fuentes. Benjamin Netanyahu, I would interview. I would just be incredibly critical,
said a
obviously.
different
You
point,
platform
but
Netanyahu.
No, he
Yes,
said he
I
would.
Unbelievable.
Although I'm sure he said I'm equipped to interview Netanyahu. Meanwhile, again, he goes, I heard you guys have this video. He goes, you guys asked him about Burger King and McDonald's, like, which is crazy. And then you crash cut to Hassan being like, yo, there's KFC in Yemen, bro.
Dude.
This
Same thing.
This only works if you legitimately think that even a prominent figurehead within the Ansar Allah movement is equivalent to Benjamin Netanyahu. They are not, let alone a random Yemeni TikTok influencer. Okay? They're not. They're not equivalent. Yes, one is on the right side of this genocide, anti-genocide. The other one is the one responsible for doing the genocide. Okay? That's why you're mad. It's just insane.
Yeah, it's like
But this is the problem. Like, these that watch this shit and watch the Sloptubers without realizing are unironically they're unironically tapping into this distorted worldview. That's the problem. That's what's so frustrating about this issue, is that there are so many people who just like don't even exercise a little bit of critical thinking on this issue and go, yeah, no, actually, it's so much worse. It's so much worse that Hassan interviewed a Yemeni teenager or a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist. He interviewed a terrorist over and over and over again. And being like, why are they terrorists? Oh, that's right. Because they're implementing a naval blockade because
fighting the genocide.
Israel is doing a genocide. Okay? It's crazy.
Yeah, in
No
a just
way.
world, Rashid would be able to sue these people for everything
Yeah.
they have, because the evidence they had for him being a Houthi is crazy. But even if
Yeah.
he was, right?
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're so
against the
unbelievably
genocide. They're against the genocide.
They're so unbelievably committed to the delusion that this guy is a Houthi is what they keep repeating over and over
Yeah.
again. Even if he was, it doesn't matter. And I've said that from day one. Like I have told Ethan Klein 10 toes down within the framework of Israel doing a genocide and a regional actor trying to take action against Israel doing a genocide. The Houthis are right. They are correct. They're
They're
correct
the
to
only
do a
ones
naval
following-
blockade.
They're the only ones following international law. The obligations of states under the Genocide Convention to intervene against
Yeah.
genocide.
Norm
They're the only
Finkelstein.
ones.
Norm Finkelstein literally said the Houthis deserve a Nobel Peace Prize, that they're heroes of morality. Okay? Like, their domestic issues are utterly irrelevant in this conversation. Okay? We are talking about a genocide, and I've proven that this does not matter. This calculation does not matter to you either, because you don't make this calculation when you're talking about the Allied forces during World War II. You don't say, well, the Easy Company was comprised and defending America, which at the time was a segregationist, homophobic, anti-woman country, okay? And in many respects, maybe we haven't really evolved from those positions, but that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They were on the right side. They were fighting against the Nazi scourge, okay? You don't make that assessment when you're thinking about World War II, when you're thinking about the Holocaust. You don't go, I don't know, was the Easy Company, what was the Easy Company soldiers and their opinion on black people, their opinion on women, their opinion on gay people? It's ridiculous.
What a hack loser bitch that guy is.
Like they're talking about the
I love that they
interview.
invited Hassan Piker on to nestle in so comfortably with Myron, Nick Fuentes,
Wait, what?
and Sneeko. He's Myron
Wait.
with
Now he's saying I'm like nestling in with Myron, Sneeko, and Nick Fuentes, people who despise me, by the way, and I despise them.
And you've talked about that at length.
And I have talked about
For
them
like, what?
more than he has. That's the craziest part.
Exactly.
Because I do care about anti-Semitism. He doesn't. He just wants to weaponize it against not even like critics of Israel necessarily, but it usually is critics of Israel, obviously. But but it's more so just people who make him feel bad.
It's Jews in your chat. Like that's he said. Jews in your chat are
Yeah.
tokens. He called them tokens.
That's like,
So-
that's anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Myron, Nick Fuentes, and Sneeko. He has the same valuable opinion as all of them on the topic of Israel. He's a valuable voice in the panel of great anti-Semitic lunatics. So, by the way,
Is no one going to push back? Are there what happened? Did their mics get muted? Like, I know none of those in the room feel that way.
You saw how like even he on his own got to the point of talking about you, and that riled him up to the point where like he's yelling. And they didn't even say anything. So I'm assuming challenging him on that point on anything to do with you would result in I'm pretty sure it has. He kind of freaks out. So it's like
Yeah, he
that's
does.
the vibe of the show are so because it's like everyone's like I don't want to say anything about this because this guy's gonna freak out at me and it's gonna be uncomfortable for the next hour.
Who's this? Are you going to have Peyton on soon now that he's out of jail?
Peyton.
I don't know.
I think that the inability for people to distinguish between that group of people that are anti-Semites that have extensive evidence of being anti-Semitic versus you, who is pro-Palestine and has an extensive evidence of being against anti-Semitism, and then, framing you as just the same thing because, they don't, they're not willing to even look into it.
How is Goblin anti-Semitism? Ethan is a goblin because of his behavior, not his identity. Let's make it known. No, Ethan himself has like called himself goblin mode over and over again. But I think now that his community has changed so much in the last year or so that people are, people think that people are being anti-Semitic when they call Ethan being a goblin. Like that was his own personal, assessment that he would just be like, he calls it goblin mode when he behaves in these, I guess now it's all just, I guess it's all goblin mode now.
Yeah, it's like the whatever historical tropes are being invoked that have history to them are now just being used to defend Israel.
Like goblin is like
rats.
Like
and
J.K.
goblins
Rowling has
oh yeah.
Basically really pushed that trope. Okay,
Gringotts goblins are it's crazy.
Yeah, what do you mean money goblins? They control the money with the
Big
fucking
noses.
nuts.
That's so nuts.
Yeah. But no, I think like with Ethan, it's just like that's him calling himself goblin mode, which is usually an indication that like his former fans, when they call him a goblin, they're literally referencing that. And it's really interesting because like his new fans don't know that.
Right. And they're all Zionists, so they think it's anti-Semitic.
Yeah, exactly.
hey, I was invited to participate in that panel. You know what? I didn't want to have anything to do with it. How about that?
What? Okay. Anyway, all right, we're done with this shit.
Yeah.
This is
Jump scare.
Fleeing from responsibility for what they have done and said in the last 2 years to help enable this genocide. Do not let them do so. Remember who they are and do not give them a path to opening up a new grift.
True.
Hey, I don't know who the fellow on the left is, but has he condemned Hamas? I'm scared.
I condemn violations of international law.
Here's the defamation that no one's talking about. Okay, we're done with that. I'm curious to know what Adam Sandler's take in Gaza is. The only articles I can find is support in the end of 2023. I was watching Happy Gilmore 2 last night. Was thinking about it when watching it. I don't know what Adam Sandler's opinion is. I don't really care.
We need to figure that out right now.
Yeah,
before we can continue.
Yeah, watch the video on the token Palestinian industry from Bad Empanada. Wait, hold on.
Are you allowed to go to the bathroom during the stream? You do that, right?
Yes. Doors open. Yeah, bro, go ahead.
Just play the content nuke and we
rip a
leave
piss,
leave
dude.
the
Rip
chair.
a piss. First left. Here, open it by. This is how you open it. You just pull these two. All right. Did you watch the last Ben a Minute video? No, I haven't. Apparently, Bad Empanada is going to sue you for copyright. Yeah, I'll destroy him. Hassan Reaction is one of the best ones in the React channel.
Does today. I just haven't had the conversation with him about it, and I don't really feel like slinging that around when I just don't 100% know. I would rather.
What do you think about a guy who did all of that, talked about anti-Semitic humor with Nick Fuentes, a person who's a Holocaust denier and open, out and about, now leading the charge on Twitch's anti-Semitism problem? What do we think about that? Do we feel like he's being honest about Twitch's anti-Semitism problem? Or is he cynically trying to smear someone like myself who has never collaborated and despises and would never give them a platform, with the one exception where Trainwrecks literally swapped Nick Fuentes out like many years ago, which I've always recognized a massive mistake because it was supposed to be me and Destiny versus Blair White and I forget whoever the other person was. And then it was a last second swap out where Nick Fuentes was platformed by that debate, which I despised, okay? Hanging out with him in real life, giving his phone number to Adam22 so we can go on podcasts, openly recognizing that you propped him up, defending, not using the label against him, against their own community members who are like, come on, dog, he's a... Maybe you don't have to debate everything. That's my point. You can't be just like a psychopathic debate mercenary. Like you're literally just like making yourself, you're turning yourself into this person that has no ideology whatsoever. Okay? It's up. Sometimes you do not have to have a normal conversation, especially when someone's nascent dying career is pretty obvious. Here's another instance.
And when we talked a few times after that, he was saying, oh, I think you've changed. I think that you're like a Christian nationalist. I still think he has changed. That's why we had the whole argument over whether I call him I don't think they're as far right as they used to be. I've already said that. That doesn't mean that I don't think he has the same, you guys, you realize that you are just as Nick is, right? You guys are the same. Nick hears me push back against his and Nick is saying like, oh, you think I'm just as right as I was? No, I don't think that. You guys don't think I push back enough. And then you guys are like, oh, you think he's not as far right as you guys. How does everybody? I don't know if I have to communicate better or if there's just more layers of emotional that I have to chew through with you morons to try to make you understand what the thing. Clearly speaking, plain English is not enough. Clearly speaking, complicated English is not enough. I don't know what it is to punch through, you morons.
And most importantly, he successfully revived him entirely single-handedly. It worked exactly as Fuentes intended. Yeah, 100%. And then the only reason why they had a falling out is because obviously once his career was revitalized, came after Destiny and tried to deplatform him, which is ironic because Destiny is literally doing that to me right now, desperately trying to deplatform me with the express purpose of, and this part is really funny, trying to weirdly get himself unbanned from the platform.
Well, I said step one before anything happens to show there's two things that need to happen. One, Frogan needs to be banned. That's like just an immediate thing. Not that I even give a about Frogan, to say it again, but it's just so obviously apparent that if she doesn't get banned, that nobody gives a shit over there, right? Like that is the most obvious case in the entire world of someone breaking the terms of service. And
yeah, it's a clear hate speech violation
it's
of a protected class of citizens too, because she's going after veterans, I think. Yeah,
so
it's
multiple things.
I agree.
Right.
Yeah.
So if that doesn't happen, we know that there's no change at Twitch. So that's step one. Will that happen? Step two is they have to unban Steve. Like, because otherwise, I don't. If they're able to unban Fresh and Fit,
like they're talking about unbanning Destiny
and Sneeko, they can unban Steve. And then if they do those two things, then I'll talk to Dan Clancy, and I'd be happy to figure out a way forward for him to.
For those of you who don't know, these are some of Destiny's little orbiters. This man, we used to have conversations back in the day. Quite pleasant conversations, as a matter of fact. But his brain has just been so broken by being Destiny's orbiter and his co-host on his podcast that he has been spending an unimaginable amount of time on this like vengeful quest to, I guess, destroy Twitch for not unbanning Destiny and also not getting me banned. Okay. They called themselves the Daliban or the Duzbullah Brigades, community dedicated to documenting the anti-Semitism of Turkish colonizer Hassan Piker and the Sultan of Twitch Empire, Dan Clancy, as well as others. Okay. They have made websites from like day one, from, I think it was like October 19th or something, was when the Hamasabi website was launched. Like that was what their immediate goals were, where they were like, we're going to use this Israel we're going to use what is happening in Gaza to, try to activate as many people as possible to get this guy deplatformed. And they've gotten increasingly more insane over the year as it has not succeeded. Yeah, these are the people concerned about
change
hate speech,
the way that trust and
concerned
safety
about
is
hate
done,
speech,
so that is no longer the stereotypical purple-haired whatever that it currently is. It's too skewed right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, 1,200 Jewish people died on October 7. Since then, hundreds of thousands, millions of people displaced in Gaza, thousands dead in Lebanon, 50,000 is the most conservative estimate with direct gunfire and direct bombing in Gaza. The obvious death toll is going to be significantly larger than that. And these guys are predisposed with, let's use this as an opportunity to get someone we don't like, someone we don't agree with, deplatformed. Okay? It is so insane. It is so unimaginable. Why do they assume there won't be retaliatory ops? I don't know. But yeah. And also, that guy whose account that I'm showing you right now, okay, the Daliban, part of the Daliban, this is one of my biggest stalkers, okay? This is like a known stalker in this community with like thousands of alt accounts that we've banned, who like is the most schizo person you've ever seen. That schizo person is now followed by Richie Torres. American Congressperson Richie Torres follows him. He's following my schizophrenic stalkers, dog. Like, these are all members of Destiny's wonderful little community, which he has carefully cultivated over the course of the past couple of years, filled to the brim with former, Kiwi Farms and 4chan poll losers, like all these Gamergate dumbasses that never grew out of that phase, that just love doing like troll ops, okay? But now they're doing it while simultaneously claiming that they're liberal. They're liberal, but Destiny has advocated to kill Black Lives Matter protesters. He has said openly that white supremacist militias can mow down Black Lives Matter protesters because he was upset that the BLM protesters were actually hurting Joe Biden's re-election chances. Okay? a person that has debated the ethics of ethical CP, a person that on a whim, because he was mad at my friend, an activist and content creator from Atlanta, FD Signifier, wanted to troll him. And in order to troll him, he gave $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department. That's the type of person that we're talking about. Real liberal guy. Okay? Real liberal guy. That's where a lot of this resentment and a lot of this no motion ass is coming from. Okay? It's crazy. I feel like I'm living in bizarro world. FD just posted, he figured out to use another orbiter to set up the donation from the start. Hey, look at what I found with a little video essayist researcher muscle. Tree of Logic, one of Destiny's weird black orbiters, admitting on stream that Destiny never planned to actually debate and always acted the plan in bad faith.
Organization. He had no intentions on doing that. He always. Okay. All right. So that's what happened. This was all his idea from the start. He had no intentions on donating $10,000 to Fat Dude Signifier organization. He had no intentions on doing that. He always had the intentions on donating to a pro-police or nonprofit organization. And he asked me, because, I'm very close to these organizations in Georgia, and he asked me to give him two, and I gave him two, but I gave him the most important one first. And I'm kind of glad he ignored.
Sorry for the delay of these signifiers. Some of us working have busy lives, though. Can't believe you couldn't wait 4 days for your $10,000 anti-police fund donation. So I went ahead and just donated $10,000 to the Atlanta Police Department. Yeah. Destiny ran from an agreed upon debate with me. He and his fan base like to retcon it into some other story, but the facts don't back that up. Destiny agreed to debate me and donate $10K to a charity I choose. Contrary to his fan base lies, it's not my charity, nor do I work for them. His fans just made that up to justify their narrative. He told me to unblock him so he could confirm the payment. I did for several days, and I reblocked when it started to seem fishy. When I tweeted at him asking what the holdup was, he responded with a confirmation to his donation to the Atlanta Police Department. Clearly, at time and opportunity, he just knew that it would be a mistake, so he chickened out and created a spectacle as a distraction. His hardcore fans, of course, are not smart enough to notice, but make no mistake, this was something he did out of fear and spite. Anyone telling you otherwise is lying to themselves. It's just like, it is the most rabid cyber harassment cult I have ever seen. Okay? All of his orbiters like to masquerade as liberals. All of his orbiters and himself like to act like they're liberals, but plenty of their perspectives are completely antithetical to
the rioting
any kind of progressive values. I mean, this itself is what got him banned originally. I'm not going to play it because, even though it is contextually appropriate, I don't want to personally risk it. That got him departnered originally. Like, they are liberals in the sense that they are pro-Democratic Party. That much is certain. But ultimately, they have no real ideological rudder. They have no real interest in maintaining a position beyond whatever Destiny is saying. They are debate mercenaries. They will debate both sides of an issue with the same level of passion. Okay? Did you see the Dems pushing D into becoming the fabled Joe Rogan of the left that liberals are yapping about? No Democrats are doing that, okay? You're insane if you think that the Democratic Party is that crazy that they would be like, yeah, the guy that we can get instead of like a million different Pod Johns or Harry Sisson or any number of different like people that they could potentially activate as like their liberal podcast version is going to be the guy who has all of this like insanity. And it's not necessarily like clipped out of context either, which is ironic because he always is that, because the context always makes it look even worse than it actually is. Whereas they project and do that specifically to me where they're like, look at this 15-second clip, 16-second clip, 13-second clip where Hassan is arguing for something, and then you watch the larger clip and you're like, oh, he was arguing exactly the opposite of the thing that you were saying he was doing. But ultimately, it does not matter because Joe Rogan organically broke his own brain and became a right-winger. Joe Rogan was profoundly popular before he decided to be a right winger. Joe Rogan endorsed Bernie Sanders in 2020. Okay. The Democratic Party had their own Joe Rogan. His name was Joe Rogan. Do you understand? So these issues will not change until the Democratic Party changes its top line communications, its policy prescriptions, and its attitudes towards the working class. Okay? You cannot podcast your way out of this problem. You can't flood the market with like liberal podcasts and podcasters in an effort to win back young men who have been disenfranchised. Okay? He was watching your clip yesterday, but turned it off once you mentioned he uplifted Nicolas Fuentes. Yeah, he hates that clip, by the way. I'm sure he hates that clip. He absolutely despises that clip because it so directly contradicts any kind of liberal image that he tries to cast himself as. Okay? And it's not just that clip. There are a million others. Okay? Here is Destiny
like what, at the end of the day,
hanging out with
how many
Nicolas
times you're gonna
Fuentes at his own home as his former wife that divorced him brings Nicolas Fuentes a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. This is a part of the revitalization of his career. And in this process, he is also talking specifically about revitalizing another white supremacist, Lauren Southern's YouTube channel.
Give them a side before they finally come down, before the United States changes its foreign policy stance on Israel and Palestine. Or how many times are we going to complain about like the media and the government and everything? And I've talked to conservative creators who will say things and they get into this self-defeating progressive mindset. You ever heard a black person say like, oh, I'm not going to do anything, the system's rigged against me, it's right? Like I've argued with Lauren about her videos where she's like, oh, all of my stuff is deprioritized, I don't think I'm getting views. Like, no, it's not. You just don't upload enough. Make more videos. And she did make a couple, and some of them actually popped off on the algorithm. She did one responding to Matt Walsh's shit. Got like 500,000 views. And it's like,
she's literally talking about Lauren Southern here and how they have conversed over how to pop Lauren Southern's channel off. Lauren Southern is an out and about white supremacist, okay? A white nationalist through and through. Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 100 community gift to subs, allowing 100 people to be to have access to the now subscriber-only VODs. Yes. He's talking about the Lauren Southern who personally went to Italy to work alongside Identity Europa, okay, to try to intercept migrant boats by filming herself on these boats to try and actively intercept these migrant dinghies that were trying to make it to Italy. If politicians don't stop the boats, we'll stop the boats, Southern declared. Okay? They didn't stop the boat for long. In short order, they were taken into custody by Italian Coast Guard officers, and the Doctors Without Borders was on its way. Later that night, Southern appeared in a second Periscope live stream with Martin Sellner, the 28-year-old leader of Generation Identity's Austrian branch. Sellner hinted in the live stream that Generation Identity's short-lived blockade of the NGO ship was just the beginning of a new mission to track down and stop the dirty work of these human trafficking ships. Southern has defended the American Richard B. Spencer, who has advocated for violence against non-whites on multiple occasions. Southern has said, Richard Spencer is not a white supremacist, he's a white nationalist. He believes in a white ethno-state. He doesn't believe in whites being superior. Spencer has praised Southern's videos. That is the person that Destiny is talking about here, that he has direct access to, that he has also helped revitalize the career of. How many does Destiny have to align with and revitalize the careers of for people to go, maybe he's not being genuine in his defense of the Democratic Party and it's just another thing that helps him debate better. He's talking to one who is a prominent now, thankfully, because of Destiny's, hard work, platforming him, giving his phone number to Adam 22, okay? While simultaneously, he's bragging about coaching another white nationalist and how he helped revitalize her career as well. Okay? Can you run us through how you make all these fanfic spinoffs of reality? You're such a creative. I get inspired when I watch you. You think this right here what he just said right here is fictitious? Am I wrong? Like, what? Do you think he was just joking here? He didn't mean it. He's admitting to it. You want me to play the clip again of him saying,
it's like, why do you think that the algorithm's not yourself? Because that type of like self-defeating, self-deprecating, like self-fulfilling prophecy of like the system's against me, I can't do anything. So it gives you the perfect excuse to work on nothing because you're completely, and then it gives you like the perfect enemy to blame for all of your problems. And it's like, well, what does that accomplish at the end of the day? What's up? Wait.
I want to be a good wife. So I got peanut butter sandwiches.
Whoa! Is it for him?
For both.
Let's go. Thanks,
Isn't that what a wife
Mom.
is for?
What?
Isn't that what a wife is for?
That is absolutely. See, you got it made, bro.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
Good job.
Let's go. You got
Mel,
it made. Hell.
Hold on.
Throw
So
that
much.
bag.
Wow.
Good job.
Let's go. You got
Mel,
it made. Hell.
Hold on.
What's that? Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Yeah. Look at me showing you a alternative view of reality. Fan fiction. Yeah, this is literally on his own channel. He's blue pilling Nick in an IRL debate. He's blue pilling him. You don't understand. You don't understand. He's debating him in the marketplace of ideas. He's actually blue pilled now. He's no longer he's actually pro Democratic Party. Did he also blue pill Richard Spencer? Is that why Richard Spencer came out and was like, I'm in the tank for Mamala? Yeah, it's not the first time they hung out together.
Yeah, you think?
Nick Fuentes and Destiny hang out
Every day
IRL.
It dawned on me when you said that. Yeah, because
Me?
before, no, not you. You're already shacked up, lady. What's going on with that? What's the story? How about just one man, one?
My point is this. Last night, I saw this all over the timeline, just going absolutely crazy over how excited he was. How excited he was that he gets to control women's bodies now. Like just pure resentment towards the existence of women. Something beyond like wanting a trad wife. I didn't even know that level of misogyny was even possible, right? Like that level of being an incel was even something that real human beings experienced. And then I was reminded of the desperate attempts of Destiny revitalizing this career, so much so that he basically got access to Milo Yiannopoulos and Kanye West and went and had dinner with Donald Trump. Okay? What is this? He's saying he was a connection to certain spheres, not that he was his only career path. Wait, yeah, he didn't have America First at all, where he was connected to actual politicians. Yeah, he was. He gave him an additional platform. Okay? He gave him a platform and normalized his perspective. This is the clip.
The feel when we control your bodies. Hey, we control your bodies. Guess what? Guys win again, okay? Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. Hi, I'm your Republican congressman. It's your body, my choice. And men, women again. Men win again. There will never, ever be a female president. Never. There will never be a female president, ever. It's over. Glass ceiling. Dude, it's a ceiling made of bricks. You will never break it. Your stupid face keeps hitting the brick ceiling. We will keep you down forever. You will never control.
Look at how disgusting of a monstrous piece of this man is, okay? Disgusting. Remember that.
Your own bodies. You will never be the president of the global empire. Never gonna happen, sweetie.
Yeah, he's blue-pilled. That's why he's wearing a blue hat. Destiny successfully debated him in the marketplace of ideas. He blue-pilled him. Meanwhile, over the past year, because of the insanity of his own community, I remember throughout the past year, his community has consistently said, while he was normalizing Nick Fuentes, that I was a far greater threat to the United States of America than Nicholas Fuentes. Okay? His community, unironically, because of his like mania, because of what he has primed him into thinking, like such virile hatred that I am a larger threat in their eyes than Nicholas Fuentes. Now, their attitude might have shifted now, okay?
And and Fuentes' treatment of me is so bad. I don't understand. That's something he'll have to learn and grow. Not to sound like not to be too self-aggrandizing, but like Fuentes should be worshiping me.
You know he called against voting for Trump before the win. Why do you take him seriously? He's not even a real. This is the problem. This is directly because of Destiny, okay? People going, he's not even a real. I don't understand. Like, dude, this guy is a Holocaust denier. What are you talking about? What the are you talking about? This is why I try to explain to people, if you hyper focus on this, okay? If you find yourself in the throes of an echo chamber like the one Destiny has created, okay? You are going to find yourself believing really weird that is insanely inconsistent with reality, okay? Like, you should be ashamed of saying things like this. You should be ashamed of being like, oh, Nicholas Fuentes is not a real dude. Come on, calm down.
Because I am literally I was the only lifeline that he had to like being able to breach like mainstream political conversations. Like I represented a huge potential opportunity to him, and he just was so bad faith in the way that he treats me. It's unbelievable. I don't know why the he would do that. Like he should have been so conciliatory towards me. And I'm not looking for that. I'm not asking him to be my bitch or anything. But for him to be like relentlessly bad faith against me all the time, I'm like, bro, who the fuck are you? Like I can put you on a stream in front of 14,000 people. Like I'm giving you your phone number to like Adam 22 so you can go to a show. Why the fuck would you like burn my so hard? Like
yeah, why would you burn my so hard? I'm propping you up. Okay? I'm propping you up. That chatter basically proved your point. He said Nick said not to support Trump, so he's not a Nick doesn't support Trump because he doesn't think Trump is not racist enough. Lamau. Exactly. So when you find yourself in that circumstance, when you find yourself literally going, oh, well, you know, Nick said don't support Trump because he's not enough, but he's not even a real. Who the fuck's a real then, dumbass? Who the yeah. Trump dinner guest says perfidious Jews should be executed. America First hate leader Nick Fuentes called for those suppressing Christianity to be absolutely annihilated in a recent live stream. And it's not just Nick Fuentes. Destiny did this with Sam Hyde as well. Sam Hyde is also and Destiny propped him up too. He brought him forward. And I remember because not only did this get propped up by Destiny, Destiny platformed him and actually talked back and forth with him about how he was fantasizing about killing me. And you want to know why I even saw this? Because in this now deleted post on LSF, it was prominently featured on LSF. His community brigaded it and literally put it at the top. It almost went to r/all. Okay? This has been happening. This has been happening for years and years and years. Okay? Tell new chatters how Sam Hyde called to murder you on live TV. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really fucking matter. It's like, it's whatever. His fans are losers. But like the fact that he was calling for that with his psychopathic fan base is insane. It's additionally insane that this guy gets to present himself as a liberal. Okay? That is simply a defense mechanism. Okay? That's it. It's simply just a way to be like, wait, what do you mean? I'm just a liberal. I love doing debates. I love doing debates against conservatives. And he does. He owns conservatives in the marketplace of ideas for sure. Not Ben Shapiro, which he agreed with so much that even Lex Friedman was like, wow, you guys agree with a lot more than you disagree on. Okay? Every step of the way for the past 4 or 5 years, these rabid weirdos, these rabid monstrous pieces of shit with no real interest whatsoever on any like real political ideologies that they defend, no empathy whatsoever, have been just masquerading as liberals. And the other part of this that I wanted to show you is this video that I saw. Okay? A video where Destiny is talking to one of his orbiters for 7 minutes about saying the N-word.
Load up that.
Damn, dude, I've been pulling the
write that one
N-word
down.
ripcord a lot lately. It needs time to recharge.
I know. I'm sorry. You've been watching the stream. You watched me do it for so long. It's just, unironically, and you just try to push back against this. I think that a word that's that popular in culture, like in North American culture, I think it's actually becoming weird to gatekeep it based on race. The soft A.
Yeah, it feels weird and shitty and white and privileged to say it, but I feel like I'm over it. I think most people are over it. I think even most black people are over it. I think it's just kind of like cringe at this point. Like, who the fuck cares?
Like, there will
White people saying the N-word. Who the fuck
be
cares?
a couple years of it being weird, but I feel like we probably are on the precipice of it just being like, whatever. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. And like, I think logically, like if you're trying to defend it logically, like gatekeeping it by race, it cuts against a whole bunch of other principles we have, right?
Yeah. And it just,
they are seriously debating how virtuous it is for white people to say the N-word.
yeah, it doesn't start to make sense. And like, if you test any of those things, it immediately falls apart. Like the easiest cut against that word is that like, if you use it and you normalize it and some people are blah, 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 any argument that has anything to do with going down that road should mean that black people should never say it in rap music. Like, because that does more to normalize it than literally any white gamer guy on the internet saying ever. But
they're not debating, they're agreeing. Sorry, you're right.
like, obviously nobody's going to concede to that. And then like any argument defending that is like, well, that's their word to use for their people. It's like, bro, go to a Kanye concert, okay? 95% of these people are teenage girls. Like, come on, what the fuck are you talking about? This is not.
Just a reminder that this community came after me pretty hard and brigaded the LSF subreddit way back when it was actually popping, to get me banned off Twitch for saying, okay? And they successfully did that, for the record. There's an entire Lex Friedman clip on Destiny using the N-word. Yeah.
It's not music for black people, okay? Shut the fuck up. It's music for everybody. Like, yeah, but.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just like, and getting into the whole like intent thing, like the intent of the speaker thing. Like, it's just a fun word to say. And I've never once like used it to, like, the worst you can do is you could say something like bum ass nigga, or like something along these lines, where it's like you're using it as guy or dude, right? But it's like,
yeah, I never, most people see it, so it's like it doesn't even like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, well, I've never once like tried to load negative like stereotypes or racial like animus into it. It's just that's not what the word's for. So I feel like when I use it, I have no intent there, as opposed to like I honor
any racist person ever like soft aid a black guy as an insult. Like, maybe it just doesn't work. Yeah.
It basically doesn't get. The only example we could come up with was in a video game where the hard R is explicitly filtered. You might have people who use the soft A to like attack somebody, right?
Oh, maybe, sure.
In like text. But that's like, that's such an outlandish example to come up with. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. I guarantee a white person made the soft A rule. What's the soft A rule?
Well, the reality
soft A
is
doesn't mean dude?
There's probably not.
Sorry, there's probably not.
If I had to guess, I wonder where the hard R and the soft A came from, because I'm willing to bet that in the beginning there was only the soft A, because like the soft A and the hard R are just
like, imagine being so unimaginably echo chambered, so incredibly disconnected from the real world that you're just having what you're having this conversation. What is this, bro? Dave Weigel. Guys, you are still trying to replace Rogan. I told you we can't do it, and we can't do it. Now what we might be able to do is recreate him in the aggregate. I can't tell if he's memeing or not. What the it has to be, right? He has Nico Cata avocado on.
Just a result of like it's just like how people in the South would speak, right? So black people would use the A because like people in the South speak that way, right? Like if you say something like, oh, like you're fixing to get a beaten or whatever, right? Like fixing or whatever. That,
sure.
Like in like these words, this is not like a black person. This is like a Southern person thing. But like obviously blacks were slaves in the South, so like they picked up a lot of their speakings. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know when that differentiation.
Well, I think the R was there before because it's like it's like from Latin, right? It's just black.
Well, yeah, but I mean, think of who's calling people the N-word. It's not students of
Sorry,
Latin,
I'm just saying that like the R was there. It was like what they're trying to say. And then, yeah.
No, like I'm sure it was spelled, but I'm just saying in terms of pronunciation, like I'm sure like everybody in the South probably just kind of said it that way, right?
Yeah. I mean, based on the documentary Django Unchained, I can't Can't dispute anything you're saying.
Yeah, I guess I didn't actually hear people back then talk.
Yeah. No, I mean, I believe you. Like, that does make
Well, you
sense.
should- I mean, I'm just that would be my guess, but yeah. I don't know.
No. People in my chat are saying that that's how it is too. Research stream, soft day research stream. This will be our Israel Palestine guys.
Bro.
El Destiny was probably Europeans calling them the N-word before Southerners. I think like I know that. I think he knows
Really?
that.
I thought the N-word came from America. They always say it's our word. Is it not?
Oh, it's definitely not. That's why I'm telling you it came from like Latin. Like definitely the people who were like capturing these people and bringing them over. That would have been.
Wait, I thought
transported over.
This is insane. Any person that's not terminally online will find this absolutely disgusting and unacceptable weirdo behavior. I think people who are even terminally online would find this unacceptable, disgusting, weirdo behavior. The difference is like, it depends on like what community you're a part of. Yeah, if you're someone who frequents all of these different like subreddits, 4chan poll, all this like for you, it washes past you. You're like at most not really all that interested in what this is. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of communities with active large followings that would consider this to be hilarious. I wonder if Richie Torres knows about this. Did you guys know he was fired from 2 separate pro gaming teams for screaming the G slur, the real one against Asians during matches? Yeah, not Gusano, which they tried to turn into like a racialized term or some
shot.
That was another one of those moments too.
Where that's got to be American. Like we must have started. I'm gonna Google. Who first person call people? Like I bet it was like a formal word that appeared in like early Bonga English, but like I feel like it got popular in the United States.
It comes from the word black in Spanish, the original chattel slavery being conducted by Spanish merchants. Isn't that the case? Like I have not I did not dive deeply into the etymology, but I believe it was either I think it was Spanish or the Portuguese, but I think it's Spanish. It's just they're coming in here now. What are they saying? Formerly. You are the biggest echo chamber guy I know. It's perfectly normal. It's a conversation. Oh, dude, please. Like, the reason why I'm showing this to a broader audience is to help people that are trapped in this echo chamber to understand that, like, no, this is not like a normal conversation, creating a permission structure for saying the N-word as a white guy, okay? Like, it's not like a normal discussion, brother. That's a very weird discussion. And then this discussion causes you to think it's normal when it's not. And I'm trying to explain this to you, that like, this is not only pathetic, but it is the reason why you probably get more and more alienated from like normal people around you, is weirdo behavior, okay? This guy hates white people. Me? Yeah, I know. Everyone always says that. Yeah, I'm white, but I guess I also hate white people simultaneously. I have internalized anti-white hatred.
Stays.
Well, it's not the country. It's like literally. I think so. I think the South, like the uneducated part of the South, yeah, Gunsmoke, it does. Please explain how the soft A means dude. I just mean like I use it in the same places I would use like guy or whatever. Like that's how I use it usually.
I just don't use it. Are you a regular N-word wielder?
Soft A? I'll say the soft A.
He's lying when he says doesn't use it. He tweets it all the time. He has tweeted it as a flex multiple times after, I think it was like around the time where he got me banned for saying, where he was like tweeting the N-word openly on Twitter.
When the opportunity arises. Probably enough that it's like getting concerning for my real life.
Like, this is the part I wanted to show you. One of Destiny's orbiters is like, after being a part of his community, being an orbiter of him, has gotten so comfortable using the N-word that it's like actually hurting him in the real world, okay? This part is the most significant part about this. I need you to understand, okay? I need you to understand that, like, in a lot of these instances, okay, you find yourself in this weird, like, hug box online, and it feels comforting. And you feel like you have found a community of like-minded people. You feel like you have found, what? 7K hate watchers, lol? I don't know what you mean by that. But you find yourself in a community of like-minded people. I get it, okay? You feel alienated. And now you feel like there's a sense of comfort in this community that you have found yourself online, okay? it starts warping what you even personally think is permissible, what you personally think is appropriate. And ultimately, okay, it ends up pushing you further and further and further away. In the real world, people look at you like you're a weirdo, okay? Yeah. Here it is. Here he is at Willie Mac Show. If you're coming in Hassan, you got to bring the heat at this N-word too. These are my biggest, most rabid haters, by the way. These are my biggest, most rabid stalkers. And they've been doing this for years and years and years, nonstop. And they're their own personal lives by thinking that this is how, this is normal.
I just don't use. Are you a regular N-word wielder?
Soft A, I'll say the soft A when the opportunity arises. Probably enough that it's like getting concerning for my real life. I had this happen to me in college, actually, where like I played video games a lot, and I would
N-word.
use the soft A then. And then it happened when I was like in a computer lab one night doing homework at like 3 a.m. I was talking to my buddy. I said something with a soft A, and he was not expecting it. Okay, his eyes perked right up. He was like falling asleep, and he was like, "Holy!" But you just basically pulled a turkey Tom. I did. I was a bit of a bridge enjoyer back then. You say it weirdly? I don't say it weirdly, Sognick. And you're an admin for Darius. You're a mod for Darius. Don't come in my chat and tell me I say it weirdly. Go talk to your boy.
Yeah.
All right. Are we finished up with our... We're not quite. Let's finish.
We're all trying to figure out why these people are permabanned from Twitch. Yeah. I wonder how that happened. I wonder why. I wonder how this happened. How could this have happened? How could these guys who are so unimaginably toxic and constantly aligning with white supremacists, white nationalists of every variety, regularly going after content creators on every platform, going after journalists, anyone that is in my orbit at all that I have collaborated with, they will actively target and legitimately try to discredit, stalk over and over and over again. Like, yeah, sure, he debates red pill guys and makes a mockery of them. Those guys are idiots, and that's great. But if he just like stuck to that, and if he had like real firm commitments to being an empathetic person, real firm commitments to being a progressive person, and wasn't just like a rabid internet troll who doesn't give a about anything and only cares about his own narcissistic, clout-obsessed, personal motivations. Like his community calls me a clout-driven person. Yeah, there's a reason why I do these collaborations, not because I'm friends with a lot of these people and I genuinely like them, but also because, yeah, I have a perspective, I have a position, and I want that position to be seen in the most charitable way possible, okay, by as many people as possible, okay? That's it. So just wanted to do a brief little blast on the past. And this is just not even scratching the surface, barely scratching the surface, okay? It's so pathetic and so incredibly personal. Like it has nothing to do with politics. Like in a normal circumstance, like if he wasn't such a weird loser with like trying to always present himself as the edgiest person possible, him and I most likely would not even have that many disagreements. Like David Pacman is a perfect example. I disagree with a bunch of David Pacman's opinions, but he has always shown me tremendous respect, and vice versa. I can say that I have disagreements with David Pacman, okay? And that's fine because that's normal. As long as you're like a cordial person. I don't think David Pacman would ever in a million years argue for a white person's right to be able to say the N-word. Okay? Like there are certain lines that most people will not cross. Okay? And I say this as someone who understands that like David Pacman and Destiny are friends. Okay? Like I know that. He's on the cost of your merch, by the way. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Anyway. So yeah, as this kind of like rabid sociopathic right-wing sentiment is going to noticeably increase more so than it has, okay, as Trump is coming back onto the main stage. Remember where a lot of these people's opinions come from when you think about them as allies. And I say this as someone who is incredibly understanding and as someone who believes that everyone can rehabilitate themselves, okay? Straight up, every single person. It is ironically why I thought originally that Destiny was a former libertarian who had said a bunch of racist shit that now was no longer a firm and committed believer in those racist things. I was wrong, okay? And his community has never let me forget that and has spent the last 5 years actively coming after me, even though I never spoke about him for 5 years, until he also came out as a firm, committed supporter of Israel and his. Anyway. Wow, this guy's really smart. Maybe Jon Stewart should have him on the show and interview him. And then they can have a Jon Stewart versus Jon Stewart moment. Jon Stewart in a t-shirt on a podcast versus Jon Stewart on The Daily Show.
I think they're putting the likelihood of a surviving Jewish state much more at risk with this type of action.
That's the other thing, which is like, once again, it's really interesting because I've heard, this is why I said Jon Stewart has a very different approach on his show versus on his podcast. I've heard him, in his own words, be like, why should there be a Jewish state? That's why I'm saying it's like weird. It's like weird how he portrays himself on his show versus what his actual opinions are. His actual opinion is, why should there be a Jewish state? What are we talking about? It makes no sense. But when he's on television, when he's on a show, he's like, oh, well, this is actually hurting the likelihood of a Jewish state continuing. This is an extraordinarily dehumanizing rhetoric for everyone involved. It posits that American Jewish people are such selfish that they can only oppose a genocide if they're also personally obliquely at risk of losing their favorite colonial project. Every time any of these people have space to actually talk about Palestinians or Gaza, all they talk about is how difficult it is for them to talk about it. It's such a colossal waste of time. Selfishness disguised as selflessness. I think this is going beyond playing it safe. Straight up. I think Jon Stewart should be more honest about his position. I've heard him say it. I've heard him say it on podcasts, on his own podcast. I've heard him say it talking to what's his face, Trevor Noah. He shouldn't do this like fake liberal Zionist squishy posture. Here, yeah, versus what Jon Stewart has said on podcasts. Let's take a look. This is exactly the video I was thinking of. Here.
By the way, we'll get into that later. The Jewish diaspora thing. I've been really considering this in my head. It's something we can talk about later.
Oh, we should definitely talk about it.
All right. You want to talk about it now?
We'll talk about it right now.
All right, let's talk about it right now. So I've been thinking about this. This is
something that I've been really annoyed by as well, and I constantly repeat it, where it's like Jewish diaspora, diaspora Jews. They're not diaspora Jews. They're American Jews, okay? They're not like somehow rudderless and away from Israel, and the only Jews that are not in diaspora are the Jews in Israel. That's bullshit, okay? Israel is more diaspora of a nation state than an American Jew is. An American Jew that has generationally lived in Brooklyn for much longer than the goddamn Israeli state has existed is not a diaspora Jew. You're the diaspora Jew living in Israel. What are you talking about? That shit's so goddamn annoying. This Hassan guy is a Nazi. Ironically enough, Nazis are the ones who consider Jews to be rootless cosmopolitans. I'm not saying that at all. It's the exact opposite of the Nazi argument. Anyway, here is Jon Stewart's position.
Larger context of good Jew, bad Jew, right? So I'm clearly not religious. Okay.
I'm not sure you fully understand this. The idea of the Jewish diaspora goes way back before Zionism even existed. It's just about how often Jews have been persecuted in different countries. I know that. I understand that. Israel is using it literally to its advantage. Israel has taken over the anti-Semitic trope of Jews being rootless cosmopolitans that are simply outsiders destroying countries from within, and turned it into an argument in defense of Israel, saying, no, you're right. All Jews living all around the world are, as a matter of fact, rootless cosmopolitans that only can exist in Israel. That's the argument. That's what's so frustrating about it.
I sometimes admire people of faith, but I can't get there. Like, I know it's sort of like faking orgasms for me. Like there's a certain and I'll do the people will say like, oh, bow your head in prayer, and I'll be like, and then we'll do a moment of silence, but in the silence I'm really like, I wonder, is anybody? Oh, look at that dude over there. I'm not really silent, so I don't get it, but
The concept of Jewish diaspora in the contemporary context is directly linked to nationalism and the nation state, not that persecution. Exactly. But it ties back to the historical persecution because every aspect of the national mythos of Israel as a nation state revolves around real persecution being directly tied back to why Jews have to love Israel and defend Israel unconditionally.
I am Jewish. Like, it just is. It is what it is. And it's born of that. That's my family. They were Jewish. Their parents were Jewish. Whatever it was. But this idea somehow, and it ties...
This is the first time my opinion on Israel is diverged from yours. I think people use a similar logic to argue against the right of return for Palestinians. I'd rather have a one state, have a special obligation to both Jewish and Palestinian diasporas than neither. I don't care that there are Jews living in what is now known as Israel. I don't have an issue with this. What I have an issue with is how that existence has come about and how there is continued bloodshed. Okay? That continued bloodshed can only exist if there is a obvious reason that the Israeli government openly states they have, which is to design an ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish supremacist ethno-state. And the only way that you can create a Jewish supremacist ethno-state is by carefully and deliberately ethnically cleansing everyone who is not Jewish from said Jewish ethno-state. That is how this reality has unfolded. That's what you've seen in the past 22 months. Like, I doubt a Moroccan Jew who lived there for, 800 years consider themselves in diaspora. Lamau, they're just Moroccan at that point. Exactly. It's like Iranian Jews. There are Jews in Iran. Are they diaspora Jews? American Jews. Are they diaspora Jews? They're not. They're American Jews. They're not living in diaspora. They're living in their country that they've lived in for generations.
Into Israel. That whatever you were born as, you won't be safe unless you are somehow ensconced in some version of an ancestral home, I think is a really dangerous precedent. I think the idea that we must go home, like, this is where I pointed, that's where I'm from. That's my home.
Right.
Like, I can triangulate where I'm at. This is where I feel most comfortable. This is where I'll always gravitationally come back to. I don't live in a diaspora. I've been to Israel. I was like, wow, that's impressive. I could see why they wrote the Bible here. It looks that's a lot of mountain. That's a lot of desert. Like, but I reject the idea somehow that communities of people aren't whole unless they are able to repopulate some ancient version of where they believe is their source. Does that make sense?
It does make sense.
And I don't know if that's applicable to the African diaspora, but for me, I think it's a dangerous precedent to tell people that they will never be safe.
Wow, this guy's really smart. Maybe Jon Stewart should have him on the show and interview him. Maybe one day he can just like sit there and wear his like Daily Show garb and then also record himself saying things like this on the other side. And then they can have a Jon Stewart versus Jon Stewart moment, you know? Jon Stewart in a t-shirt on a podcast versus Jon Stewart on the Daily Show. Because it seems like there is a limitation to what Jon Stewart on the Daily Show is saying and doing versus Jon Stewart in his more private moments, I guess, or in his most honest moments.
Unless they are somewhere else. I always feel like, well, then the job is to make us all safe here because this is my home.
Yeah.
If that's what I've been.
Chappelle said something to that effect, which I really appreciated. He said, "We have to do a better job of making and I paraphrase him, our Jewish brothers and sisters feel so safe that they do not need to defend Israel regardless of what it does, because they feel like that's the only place where they will be safe.
That's right.
You know, which I think was
because
really
it
poignant.
does. It puts you in a moment where you say to yourself, I have to because they're fighting for me.
Right.
But that can't be, because then they have to be forced to dehumanize someone else.
It's just so ridiculous, so cynical, so self-serving. And I think, like, especially anti-Zionist Jews in this chat probably feel a type of way about this kind of argument, because it's like, what do you mean? If we don't feel scared, if we feel scared, then it justifies somehow supporting like a apartheid state. Like, what does that mean? Like, how is this a part of how is this an inseparable part of like the Jewish identity? You know what I mean? What I think is so frustrating, at least for me as a Palestinian, is prioritizing the feelings of people that exist in the Western world by choice compared to those who have been killed and kept in exile, prevented from returning home, like my entire family and millions of other Palestinian refugees who have maintained refugee status for 76 years. Exactly. The idea of diaspora in the modern interpretation came about in a time of competing Jewish ideology called Doikite. Look up Doikite. It's a great counter to diasporism. This kind of take is built for the white libs who feel obligated to support this imagined Jewish perspective. Yeah, I've always been pretty firm on this statement. Like, I think anti-Semitism is a bigotry that is unacceptable, and I will always obviously combat it. Okay, on its own grounds, it is completely unacceptable. It's just hatred. It has historically led to a lot of violence. It's usually at the heart of a lot of fascist movements, the canary in the coal mine, all this stuff, right? Having said that, however, there's never been a moment where I was like, well, Jewish feelings actually matter more than the impact on the ground. That's not a thing for me. That's why whenever people go, oh, what if every Jew believes that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish ethno-state? Then I guess if you're against it, you're anti-Semitic. I'm like, I don't care. And the reality of the matter is the American government doesn't care either, one way or another. If every single Jew tomorrow decided that they were all anti-Zionist, the American government wouldn't move an inch from its unconditional support and loyalty to the state of Israel. Loyalty to the state of Israel does not come from Jews or defending Judaism or defending Jews. It comes from defending America's national interests, its foreign policy interests, okay? Its national security interests. Like, yeah, someone in the chat also made this point exactly. It's like saying, what if Muslims supported ISIS? Yeah, ISIS would still be bad, okay? The only reason why this kind of conversation could be productive is because there's still like hanger-ons. There's still people who need to hear this. There's still people who need to hear older white American Jews saying like, oh, well, what Israel's doing is wrong and bad, But ultimately, it's just, I think someone like Peter should be taking a more aggressive stance at this point. Someone like Jon Stewart should be taking a more aggressive stance at this point. Someone like Bernie Sanders should be taking an incredibly, much more aggressive stance at this point from their position of prominence as American Jews, Especially because, like, this is not their entire perspective. Dog, you're an adult. You have your own opinions. Why are you letting another man decide what you should think about a content creator instead of making up your own mind about this person? I saw a TikTok yesterday, and that's part of the reason why I'm talking about it right now. Because I saw a TikTok yesterday from someone who literally was like, we need more Zohran Mamdanis, which is something that I obviously agree with. And in that same TikTok, he was like, and unfortunately, Nicolas Fuentes is gaining a lot of ground in the youth. He's doing collaborations, and he's actually, building a platform that is fairly prominent. And it's really because you see comments that are going, I'm a liberal, but I kind of agree with Nick Fuentes. What is going on? This person in that same clip turned around and was like, we need more Zohran Mamdanis because he's killing it. And then said, unfortunately, the only left representatives are Destiny and Hassan. And they both suck. They're uncharismatic and they suck. They're horrible. They're horrible representatives of the left. And it's so funny because, like, dog, you said we want more Zohran Mamdanis, and then you said I suck. What do you mean? That's my guy. Like, how do you arrive at that? How do you arrive at the position that like Zohran Mamdani is great, but also I'm bad? That is what I don't understand. It's your personality, I think. I mean, I'm sure that's a part of it. I'm sure that plays a role in this, but I also think that the all the snarking and all of the negative associations and all of the drama that follows everywhere I go, that is completely outside of my power, because I've just tried to actively not cover it over and over again, has obviously taken root. Is because you call your fans and people who pay your bills it's quite a lot, to be fair. I mean, yeah, but people shouldn't be then, you know what I mean? Do you blame yourself for that taking root? There is, I don't know what to say about this, because like, of course, I think one of the biggest problems is like how you manage that discourse early on, but there's not really anything you can do in that situation, because like, I don't cover it and it doesn't go away. You know what I mean? It's just like there is an entire industry designed around it, and we saw it. And you just said cracks are happening without you covering it. They will crack on their own. Yeah. Your snark subreddits are legit the last strongholds for Israel left on Reddit. They're running cover for GHF and the genocide under the guise of shitting on you. It's a much bigger phenomenon than it seems. Yeah, that's what I wanted to get to, basically, which is that there is a nefarious purpose, okay? There is a nefarious purpose associated with this. And the reason why, the broader reason why I wanted to talk about this is because it's something that I've noticed as well. It's something that I've actually tweeted about last night, which is that this is the last stronghold for a lot of these people. I said, in late 2023, the serious thinkers on this website and in the media at large called you a QAnon-level conspiracy theorist, radical, if you suggested that Israel intentionally bombed a hospital. This poster is talking about the Al-Ahli strike that took place. I was one of those people as well that understandably pointed the blame at Israel, considering that Israel had already previously, 2 days prior to the Al-Ahli courtyard explosion, had actually shelled the Al-Ahli hospital, okay? And that was early. That was early on, right? And that was like the first moment. And then after that moment, the way that the Biden administration handled it, it created the new counter narrative, Hamas-run health ministry. Basically, what I said is there's an entire commentary sphere on YouTube that is poisoning the brains of America's young men under the guise of apolitical commentary, whose only involvement with Israel commentary has been to try and smear the few content creators who have actively spoken out against Israel. There is that secondary nefarious purpose here that a lot of people, I think, don't fully contend with, like they don't fully understand. Okay, like those people, I thought you didn't have Twitter on your phone. No, this is a desktop post late at night. There are a lot of people that have quieted down, I think. There are a lot of people that have quieted down at this point, with the exception of those who are just like overtly pro-Israel still at this point. And it's interesting because those commentary Sloptubers, like they are quietly trying to shift the attention away to like other forms of drama to never have to reckon with how much they defended Israel, how aggressively they defended Israel, and how they kind of still continue to defend Israel instead of, but doing it in this nefarious way, instead of like directly defending Israel and saying, oh, Israel is actually in the right for doing this. They basically will just say, oh, these content creators that are criticizing Israel, they're bad and they're wrong. I also think Israel is wrong, but all of the other people that are saying Israel is wrong are actually terrorists, or it's because of Hamas. It's because of Hamas that Israel has to do this, which loops back around to, which basically loops back around to like exactly what Benjamin Netanyahu was saying. There's not a lot of difference between someone who says Israel is bad and wrong, but Hamas, and what Benjamin Netanyahu is saying, which is Israel is good because of Hamas. Israel has to do these things because of Hamas. You see what I mean? The problem with those commentary slop peddlers are that people who watch them are children. It sucks even to have to mention them, but they kind of have to be called out and dissected by someone. Yeah, and I don't think they've ever had a fraction of the microscope that I've existed under for my entire career, of course. So when there's any sort of daylight to their behavior, obviously people immediately find them to be repulsive. Kyle Click
One of the things
talking
that makes
about
me
you
really
yesterday.
happy is that I felt very lonely for a long time when I started to like relentlessly go after the MAGA comedian podcast bros. You know, your Joe Rogans, of course, and your Andrew Schultz and your Tim Dillons, like all these guys, everybody in that Rogan sphere who sort of hopped on the Trump bandwagon and tried to ride the vibes. I've been going after them hard for a long time, and it was lonely, bro. Because this was at a time they were peaking, their numbers were as high as they ever were. They seemed untouchable. They seemed like the cool kids, and everybody was, you know, on board with their bullshit. But now it's been a while since their peak, and a lot of them.
Kyle used to love Joe Rogan, yeah, which is why his comments against Joe Rogan hold more weight. Because Kyle used to be friendly with Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan would have Kyle Kalinske on his show. Okay? So if he was simply invested in clout and didn't have a genuine, firmly held worldview, a commitment to the truth, then he wouldn't shit on Joe Rogan. He would just be quiet about Joe Rogan. Okay? You used to enjoy Joe Rogan. I still enjoy Joe Rogan, but obviously I don't agree with him at all. And it's been years and years since I've called myself a Joe Rogan fan sincerely, right?
Have started to fall off a little bit, and you get the sense that there's genuinely a lot of criticism of these people now, right? Like, so shout out to these channels. There's a bunch of these channels like Comedy Enforcement and others that do what that channel does, and they're just like, they almost like exclusively cover the Rogan sphere and make fun of them. They make fun of the Tom Seguras and the Bert Kreischers and the Andrew Schultz and the Joe Rogans. And so like, so that's cool. We like that. But now even others are getting in on it. So there's this channel here. Shout out to this guy, Kamal, Kahmal. Stumbled across this guy's channel recently. Now, look, him and I don't have perfect agreement on everything. I mean, this guy, he strikes me as like a sort of a center-left kind of guy. You know, he's not a fan of Hassan Piker, which is a shame because I feel like there's a lot of Hassan derangement syndrome out there. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of like hating him, and then when you try to dig into why he's hated, it's like your reason is not that good to hate him.
Yeah, if you're Malcolm X posting and you hate me, then you literally do not understand my worldview. Like if you are Malcolm X posting as a positive, and then you also have enmity in your heart to my worldview, then you have completely misunderstood my worldview. Like 100%. That makes zero sense. That makes no sense whatsoever. Someone has duped you into believing that I have a firm commitment to a worldview I do not have. And it's kind of funny. I'm glad that people are speaking out on this. Like Kyle is speaking out on this. I'm glad that even Bad Empanada spoke out on this as well, like the Hassan derangement syndrome stuff. Because like there is no the people that are creating these like fake positions, the people that are creating these like negative positions around me do not agree with you if you are also a Malcolm X poster, if that makes sense.
Like, why
but
you hating?
again, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't know what his worldview is at all.
On him. But anyway, that aside, this guy did a great video here titled "Comedians Sold Us Out," where he's going to get into the Rogan sphere comedy podcast bros and basically explain how they all suck ass and how they ended up basically duping their entire audiences. And
it's not even politics. They just don't like you. No, it is the starting point for that enmity comes from politics, though. That's usually where it comes from. It's like one issue that they just truly disagree with, right? Like sex work could be one. Pro-trans commentary could be another one. It could be anti-imperialism is a major one, right? And a lot of these content creators themselves that gear up their audiences into feeling this way don't really have like a firmly established worldview regardless, and they're just usually going along with the wave.
Fools of themselves and supporting Trump. So let's watch.
These leaders that they call leaders, this included comedians, comics. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we said you're a great father up top. First thing you say is, I've got great kids. You didn't take credit.
Lots don't like you because of woke purity test. Ironically enough, I don't do that. I understand that people's starting position is like, oh, the Kamal guy likes Willie Slop show. Yeah. They don't believe you. These guys think you're a hypocrite. Yeah, but again, that's because of a failure to comprehend what my worldview is, or a false understanding due to Red Scare propaganda of what socialism is supposed to be anyway. Do you understand? That's what it is. That's like literally, oh, he's rich. He's socialist but rich. This guy. That's it. That's where a lot of this resentment breeds from. That's where it comes from. There is no reason someone dislikes us on Red Scare. I mean, I think that's part of it for sure. I'm sure there's plenty of great reasons as well, guys. People probably don't like my vibes. Okay, that's fine. They're like, sure, great. But I think for a lot of people, like the starting point, the starting point can be a number of different things. I talk about every single hot button issue on the planet. Okay, there are always going to be people who hold on to those issues and keep them close to their chest. There are people who think I'm anti-trans, okay? There are pro-trans people who think I'm not pro-trans enough, for example. I think it's honestly a vast majority of his jealousy of you being successful, also being a moral human being. You are a testament to their failure on both or the first. Yeah, I mean, for content creators themselves, like that is definitely a part of it. That's why that's why so many apolitical content creators who wear vice signaling on their sleeve, like being a piece of like a virtue almost to them, will often literally admit, they're like, Hassan is faking it. He must be faking it because he always finds himself on the right side of issues. I'm like, dude, what? So you're admitting that you're on the wrong side of this issue? Like, this doesn't make any sense. I've talked about this before. There is this idea that like being a piece online is the best way to show authenticity to a lot of people. Okay, being a piece online for a lot of people, especially people that spend most of their social interaction online or more, some of their formative years only creating a sense of community online, have completely lost touch with like how normal people operate in the real world. What is this? You create way too much content that feeds white reactionaries, like you have other white leftists saying slurs and spewing anti-Semitic rhetoric and racism. I love your content, but you make South Asian racist jokes. Malcolm X posters are not going to like you when you end up covering Biden's prostate on his 100th birthday. What? I'm confused about what you're saying. This guy literally is a friend of Willie Slop Show. Do you think he cares about, like, I don't even know what you mean by making South Asian racist jokes. Do you think Malcolm X would be a Biden supporter? Is that what you're trying to say? I'm confused. I've also actively talked about South Asian hatred online with regular frequency, unless you mean like swagapinos. Anyway, I should probably stop responding to every single person that has like a personal vendetta that is born out of like a misunderstanding.
And then your entire answer, I thought this was really cool. Your entire answer is about how great your kids are. That was a very cool thing.
Thank you. That's very nice. I think I like this interview. I think
If you are just waking up right now, NBC News now officially projecting that Donald Trump has won the presidency.
This group influenced the presidential election of 2020.
Yo, listen. Don't even say influence. We decided.
We were the turning point.
Just know he was not up until this pod.
It's true.
After the pod, he surges, what, 3 or 4%?
Yeah, it was a rap, dude.
Never went back down after that.
Images of MAGA supporters literally burning their red MAGA hats are going viral online. And all of this comes a day after Trump berated Republicans as, quote, stupid and foolish for wanting more information about the disgraced financier who died by suicide while in federal custody.
You know what I'm getting a lot of? You talked to him, you platformed him as if he was at 0%. And then we talked to him and then he won the election. As if he had no shot of winning. Hold on. People were like, this guy's a monster, he's not a human being. Then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Since all this drama. This is the thing, right? Like, they're refusing to take accountability for what their position actually was and what they believed and what they did. Like, bro, you guys were meat riding a geriatric, bloated, corrupt war criminal freak. Own that. If these guys just came out and were like, hey, dog, my bad, I fucked up. I fell for the scam. Fell for it again award. Turns out Kamala would have been better. Trump sucked. Sorry. Like, that's all you got to do, bro. That's it. And then everybody be like, okay. Right? But they can't. It's like they're trying to weasel out of accountability and responsibility for their own actions and pretend like they weren't actually meat riding Trump. And even now, like you'll see it later on in this video, Schultz still doesn't feel bad about his softball interview with Trump. All right, let's get it. By the way, shout out again. phenomenal editing in this piece. So shout out to Kamal. He's about to come on screen now.
Not a human being, then we humanize him. That's what he keeps saying.
Since all this drama with the Epstein files, I've noticed that a few of these podcaster comedians have been speaking out against their little buddy Donald Trump, and no one's played the situation worse than this guy.
Like, there'll be people that they'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy's doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. He's doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for.
Yeah.
I want him to stop the wars. He's funding them. I want him to shrink spending, reduce the budget. He's increasing it. It's like everything that he said he's going to do, except sending immigrants back.
And as soon as little Andy posted this genius revelation, to his surprise, his audience wasn't immediately kissing his ass, but instead was calling him out for taking 8 months to figure out the most obvious shit of all time, saying things like,
not being able to see through Trump's blatant bullshit for 10 years is honestly baffling at this point.
You endorsed him proudly. You wore the red hat, posted the memes, excused the cruelty, justified the lies. You stood by when others were silenced, targeted, dehumanized.
Shout out to his audience, man. God damn. They saw right through the right? They're like, nah. You're not going to play this game, bro. You're not going to play this game. Because they didn't, guys, it was all about vibes. They all liked the Trump vibes. They all liked that Trump was popular online. They wanted to ride the wave of Trumpism online.
Have we gotten sidetracked or have we moved on to podcasters now? I mean, this is the reason why we started off this was because Kyle was talking about Hassan derangement syndrome, and apparently this guy who made this like good video about pro-Trump comedians who are now anti-Trump, Kyle is reacting to them, and he brought up the fact that this guy who should be aligned with my worldview is like a massive hater or something. And I was trying to identify why. Disappointing, this guy's in a slop drama. I watched his last night. I think I've seen his content before as well. I think this is it for the HDS thing, by the way. I think the last aspect of it is just about Schultz. Yeah, I think, I told you guys this already. Eventually, people are going to move on from these positions. I told you, just like I told you that, like, young right-wingers that originally were pro-Trump are very quickly waking up to the reality that Trump is not actually actively solving their issues at all. And we're there already. This is something that I saw. This is something that I saw in the first Trump administration, and I talked about it actively in the first Trump administration. And this is why I made this prediction in the second Trump administration that it was inevitably going to happen. And we're there already. We are there already. We have officially arrived at that point, and it's not even a year in. People are realizing that, like, all of this, anti-trans stuff that they pushed in the beginning was just simply red meat for the base. Are you really surprised when you hear that a belief-aligned people don't like you? Yes. Especially if you're like a content creator. Not gonna lie, I made this video when I was way more politically ignorant, is what he commented on the video he made about you. What's the guy's name? What is his name? Comedian sold us out, man who ruined comedy, how Johnny Somali became the most hated. FD Signifier confronted me on stream. The worst political streamer 1 year ago, you're being radicalized. Is that what it is? Is this the one? Because, this video got 400,000 views a year ago. Intro, hypocrite, radical, being fair, realization. I do like that this is becoming common knowledge. It's scary how brainwashed his fans are. Imagine believing this guy bought a Porsche for your entertainment. I don't even know what this is. Imagine owning a $4 million house while streaming on the flag of the background. He's got like 3 or 4 videos about you. Yeah, I assume that like a lot of this came at the heat of the Israel-Palestine stuff. Criticizing public figures is fair, but coming at Hassan, this is from 3 hours ago, over Palestine is wild, especially now given everything we know. I get the criticism about his takes on class and race, like saying poor white people are still winning, but to me, poor is poor. Struggle doesn't care about skin color. That's not even my position. Hassan's not perfect, but he's trying to get people to think beyond what we've been told. Rich people have manipulated the narrative for years. He earned his money streaming nonstop. Nothing wrong with that. I'll keep watching. I came from Kyle's video. You should revisit his channel. He got worse now and even whitewashed the genocide in China. Bro, are you pro-capitalist? Hassan earned his money from his labor, not from capital exploitation. Was with you until the Rittenhouse stuff. Good to know that there are people who caught your lies. Makes my comment from earlier a bit superfluous. I'm not sure about this one. I've only watched Hassan clips for the last 6 months on and off, but I rarely disagree with his perspective and would consider myself pretty far left politically. Of course, he's not the perfect example of the cause he fights for, but he's a messenger, and I feel like he's pointing people in the right direction. Read his reply, where, edit, wow, after the Israel takes, this video did not age well. Unsub, best of luck, brother. Not gonna lie, I made this video when I was way more politically ignorant. A lot of these content creators, I think, like, make their first foray into politics by just basically getting involved in drama. Politically ignorant, commenting on a political commentator. Brother, there are a million of these guys, okay? Most of these guys most of the guys that do this are like this. At least this guy admits that he was wrong, I guess. I'd rather have all of these Sloptubers, even if they never admit that they were wrong, even if they never admit that they were wrong about me, but they just like move in my direction, worldview wise, and then stop doing all of these like style content. Are you trying to say Willie Mac Show isn't well read? I mean, yes, of course. He only reads Reddit comments and makes videos copying and pasting whatever the being said in the Destiny subreddit. Yes, these guys do not have any sort of real political education, and they just run along with existing narratives. That's why there's so much of this kind of content out there. So I'm happy when people at least recognize that they're, you know, in the wrong and move on quietly. Okay, that's it. Yeah, this is it. I'm sure many people in the chat know people in the wild who are put off by you even if they're aligned, risk or reverse to even the slight chance you say something bad. That's what I mean. I've seen them literally make up you being some kind of rad lib and canceling people. They're clueless. Was that your Met Gala fit? I never went to the Met Gala. This is from like 2014, okay? This is me wearing a Friends merch that people love posting and pointing to. You should do what you said you can to the mold man D&E and just let your mainstream journalist friends know how YouTube is openly against terms and harassing other contenters to destroy them. It's not going to work. That doesn't matter. Yeah, of course it's photoshopped. I wasn't at the Met Gala, chatters. What are you, crazy? I know people IRL here in MS that think Hassan is a part of the Diddy circle. That's nuts. You have a whole industry actively working 24/7 to clip chimp and smear you. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Okay. There is not really much you can do, but if you encounter someone like this in the wild, you can just like point them in the direction of my actual opinions. You can point them in the direction of the stream to be like, dude, listen, the quickest solution to this concerted effort of smear campaigns is to basically show them the truth. And you can do that with one of two different ways. Either you can do that by being like, that's not true, just watch a stream. But if that's too much for a lot of people, and I understand that because there is like definitely some people just don't want to watch Twitch, and I totally understand that, okay? Then what you can do is just point them to a video of mine from my channel. I have everything that I talk about is repackaged in a much more consumable format on my YouTube page. So if there's someone out there that is like confused about a perspective that I have, you can point them in the direction of the channel. And the quickest solution to stop people from behaving this way is to say, dog, you're an adult. You have your own opinions. Why are you letting another man decide what you should think about a content creator instead of making up your own mind about this person? Okay, a little shady, but I tell people stop watching clipping and go hate watch the stream. You can talk to him, and it genuinely got two people I personally know that changed their opinions. Yeah, I believe that the way I see the world, and I think you believe this as well, right? We are in this community. We all believe that the way we see the world is popular. You just have to convince people to change the way that they filtered everything that they're experiencing. Right-wingers do a really good job with this, okay? Right-wingers do a really good job with this. They filter everything from the lens of hatred. They filter everything from the lens of hatred, and they constantly redirect people's enmity towards vulnerable populations, and they convince people that actually their enemies are their neighbors. They convince people that their enemies are people that just like look a little different than they do or speak a different language than they do. Okay? You can do the same. That's what I do. I try to redirect people's animosity to those in positions of power who have actually designed society in a way that actually hurts them. Okay, rather than focus people's attentions and priorities on some of the most powerless people in this country, undocumented migrants or trans people or whatever, I try to get them to redirect their attention and their animosity towards those in positions of power. ML's like, you were always hated in America, but now it's materially is imposing itself. The economy sucks. Everything sucks. It's like a very long-term hate getting finally vindicated, and you're great to educate us on it. Yeah. The best solution to slander is just the truth. You can get people to arrive at the truth about my commentary, for example, by simply focusing people's attentions, simply making people focus their attention on the stream itself that is unfiltered by negative framing from haters. It's that simple. All right. What is this? You are cooked?
Hi, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the
Oh my God. Dude, mRNA research is at the cutting edge of like, am I crazy? Isn't mRNA research like literally working to cure cancer? He's just like, we're just letting it go. We're just it. Like, this is not even just about COVID. We're talking about like cures to incurable disease. Cures to incurable disease like cancer, like HIV. This is I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and I've joined the war on cancer on the side of cancer. That's right. Dude, that's crazy. That's a wild move. I mean, respect. I guess these guys are just straight up invested in destroying the planet, like destroying America's hegemonic status for sure. This is shocking. Yeah, RFK is molesting another Jeffrey Epstein affiliate, a Jeffrey Epstein associate, is molesting the field of medicine.
The pandemic showed us mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine. Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA...
Top scientists at the NIH were like, hey, this new field of medicine that we've been dumping all of our resources into is actually fake and gay and wrong. That's what they said. Cutting edge medical science, it's bad. Woke, gay. President Trump once boasted mRNA-based coronavirus vaccines were a modern-day miracle, and that was appointees like RFK Jr. are throwing doubt on the technology with largely unfounded claims. That's when they were lying to him too. Many fell for their lies. Largely unfounded means questions remain, and questioning science is how you do science. Unlike Trump, Kennedy is not falling for their bullshit. I think this is one of those things where there's not really much you can do about it. We're just forever going to be tainted with medicine skeptics. And I don't mean just like vaccine skeptics. I mean like just straight up anti-medicine. I think America's so cooked on that front. I really, a big part of this skepticism does stem from profit being playing a formative role in the field of medicine. Like it should not exist. Profit should not exist in the field of medicine at all. But because it does, I think in countries where it's especially a major issue, it's virtually impossible to go. It's virtually impossible to fight against this kind of like skepticism. So we're just cooked. We're slapping a 50% tariff on coffee producer that supplies 1/3 of America's coffee consumption. We produce maybe 0.3% of our yearly coffee consumption domestically. Now, these beans Trump is pricing Americans out of being able to afford or going to China. China welcomes 183 Brazil coffee sellers in the wake of U.S. tariffs. Can somebody explain the logic here in terms of market protectionism and spurring manufacturing to slap blanket 50% tariffs on Brazil, including on a crop we don't and likely can't harvest at scale here? Yeah, as I've said before, coffee is pretty much region locked. So there's not really anything you can do about it unless you would just like wait for climate change to do its thing. I don't know. It's a very strange thing to do. I'm giving up coffee until Brazil is a desert. I know people who spend years growing a coffee plant under hydroponics and they get enough coffee. They get enough for one pot of coffee, maybe. Yeah, I mean, look, this is probably the worst thing he's done to me directly. As you guys know, I guzzled that shit. But I guess like Donald Trump wants every American to just only drink energy drinks or something, you know? Maybe that's the goal here. I don't know. But this hurts me. Next, Zin, watch out, bud. No, RFK is a Zinner. He's the Zin Fidel. Luckily, Zin's not going away anytime soon.
A technology poses more risk than benefits for these respiratory viruses. That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these.
Also, this kind of wide-sweeping blanket tariff on coffee beans is unironically going to hurt small local roasters way harder than Starbucks. Like, Starbucks is cooked too, make no mistake. But if Starbucks is cooked, then local roasters are cooked tenfold.
22 contracts totaling just under $500 million. To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies, like whole virus vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate. Let me be absolutely clear. HHS supports safe, effective vaccines for every American who wants them. That's why we're moving beyond the limitations of mRNA for respiratory viruses and investing in better solutions. Thank you.
Oh, great. What are the better solutions? Colloidal silver. Oh, also this happened, which was really funny, but not great. White House orders NASA to destroy satellite used for monitoring climate change, according to NPR. The censorship campaign goes to space. I guess if you can't see the climate change, then it isn't changing. The stupidity is exquisite. And like the operation for these satellites is not even that expensive in the grand scheme of things. This is important, not just for measuring climate change. We have to know these things. It's important for farmers, for example. It's so, like, did someone not inform Donald Trump about the negative consequences of this? Yeah, these are satellites that are used for agriculture. It's already up there. And I think like the yearly cost is like 17 mil or something, which is nothing for the government. Do you understand? It is kind of cool. Someone said like Mao with the sparrows. I was going to say, it is kind of cool to see in 2025, like shit that you would hear happening in like socialist developing states, you know, people making like ginormous mistakes, like gigantic mistakes at a time when they were like desperate and they wanted to solve the issue of famine, but then they ended up just like f***ing up agricultural production for decades, you know. It's cool to see that in 2025 in the United States of America when we've moved beyond it. And those socialist states or former socialist states have actually moved beyond the issue of famine. Like they fixed it, they solved it. But Donald Trump is just doing it for the fun, for absolutely no discernible reason. Very cool. This is cool. This is history unfolding, I guess. American Lysenkoism 2025. No, it's great. It does truly feel like he's just trying to destroy America. I'm not kidding. Because some of this stuff doesn't make any sense. Like you love the fossil fuel industry and you want to say climate change is fake. You're worried that like China is now officially the domineering force in renewable energy, right? You can't move in that direction. You don't want to waste any fucking time, resources on R&D for renewables, even though it's literally the future. But even then, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make sense at all. This is such a weird development. Meanwhile, in Asia, Pakistani and Chinese researchers say they've developed a new hybrid rice seed aimed at increasing yields and climate change resistance. Woke, gay, going to turn your children autistic. Yeah, meanwhile, the leader of the free world is on CNBC being like, I don't know how many tariffs I put on China. They're weak. They're weak. They love me. He claimed yesterday that you crashed out and you needed intervention and that you live a sadly lonely life just streaming. Yeah. If I'm crashing out because I fucking responded to one goddamn tweet, if I tweeted twice, okay, because I saw something that I consider to be a bridge too far, which is obviously this tweet. If this tweet is crashing out, what the fuck is doing Instagram posts every single day and 8 or 10 videos virtually covering me every single fucking podcast? What the fuck is that? We need a new term for that. If one tweet after months and months of endless fucking chirping is a crash out, what the fuck is this? Yeah, look at this crash out where I said, no way, the guy who ended his podcast over disagreements on Israel's genocide, who spent the last year trying to get every pro-Palestinian voice banned, is visiting Israel like Michael fucking Rappaport. He's going to show us all that there's no apartheid. He even mentions me in this. He can't seem to get my name out of his goddamn mouth.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist.
Yeah, dude, it's so crazy that these mega lefties like Hassan are calling Israel an apartheid state. I wonder what other mega leftists have called Israel an apartheid state. Oh, that's right. Nelson fucking Mandela, dude. I don't know. I feel like he knows a thing or two about apartheid, don't you think? I don't care about all the petty shit, okay? I don't care about all the petty shit. I do, however, care about, especially when we have a fucking fascist administration with numerous motherfuckers tossing Sig Heils left and right as the administrative state is being blown to bits by billionaire parasites. I do care about one of the last remaining progressive communities turning into a reactionary shithole because they're following the whims of a narcissistic madman who can't fucking let go of his love and loyalty to this apartheid state, this settler colonial apartheid state currently conducting a fucking genocide. That is a bridge too far. The city in the West Bank occupied Palestinian land, the same city that Ethan and Gila called a terrorist city, the city of Ramallah, okay? There is a Nelson Mandela statue. Yeah. Meanwhile, the leftover episodes are still up on their channel while trying to get you banned from Twitch. I know. Dangerous, scary, radical terrorism that he put up on his channel and still maintains on his channel while actively trying to fucking get me banned, claiming that the platform he's on is, of course, not anti-Semitic, or the people that he hangs out with who literally voted for Donald Trump, they are all perfect little angels. But you know who's actually at fault? A person that I'm falsely claiming told his audience not to vote for Kamala Harris. Okay? Oh, I can't find any clips of Hassan saying don't vote for Kamala Harris. Well, I'll just lie about it anyway because my fucking audience will eat it up. Because if they did, they would recognize that a lot of the stuff that he is pointing to in his content nuke, which I like to call content puke, were addressed already. Did Ethan not know that they were addressed already? Did he do any research on the matter? Does he care about the truth? Does he care about my actual perspective? Let's get to the YouTubers who backed the genocide by Noah Samsen, who made a wonderful video. There's a bunch of TOS in it. I am going to hold on. Let me see. What else? Does anyone have all the TOS notes from the video. Let's get started.
And want to help me make more of them and faster, consider joining my Patreon. Thanks. About a month ago, the 6 million subscriber YouTube channel H3H3 Productions released a video called Content Nuke Hassan Piker. In this video, the host, YouTuber Ethan Klein, alleges that the political streamer Hassan Piker is an extremist that supports terrorism and terrorist groups.
And over time, I started to learn that my co-host, he really likes terrorists.
Promotes anti-Semitism and is radicalizing his viewers to do the same. He accuses Hassan of being a denialist and goes on to accuse him of prolonging what he calls the Israel-Palestine conflict with his radical views.
This conflict will never end until people realize that Palestinian liberation and Israeli security are not mutually exclusive. You need both, and it can be done, but not while people like Hassan lie, propagandize, and incite hate. It's people like him, ironically, that prolong the conflict indefinitely.
In this video, Ethan also...
Yeah, no, it's people like me that prolong the conflict, for sure.
Criticizes Twitch, the platform that Hassan streams on, accusing the company of having a systemic problem of anti-Semitism. He cites the company's open support of Hassan, its sponsorship of a live event that Ethan claims was anti-Semitic.
I feel like this is indefensible, blatant, obvious anti-Semitism, and this was greenlit by Twitch to appear on their main stage.
And its alleged discrimination against Jews through a recent ban on new account signups from Israel. So I'm going to tip my hand a bit here and say at the outset that quite possibly the worst video I've ever seen. It's plagued with factual errors, misrepresentations, contradictions, and overt pro-Israel Bush-era U.S. State Department propaganda. For a more thorough breakdown of all of this video's problems, I'd recommend the YouTube channel Bad Empanada. He's gone point by point with these and debunked them, many of them months prior to the release of Ethan's video. Hassan himself has also responded to most of these claims also months ago. I will leave these videos linked below in a playlist. Given the existence of these...
Like, one should ask themselves, like, how I had the foresight to be able to debunk stuff that came out in a video months prior to the video coming out. How was I able to do that? Can I see the future? Is that what's going on here? That I'm capable of seeing the future? Like, I knew what the new contents were going to look like? This is a question that has been on my mind. Like, how do defenders of Ethan Klein at this stage not realize that? Did they watch the video addressing? Did they watch the video of mine addressing Ethan Klein's content nuke 3 months or 4 months before the content nuke ever came out? Because if they did, they would recognize that a lot of the stuff that he is pointing to in his content nuke, which I like to call content puke, were addressed already. Did Ethan not know that they were addressed already? Did he do any research on the matter? Does he care about the truth? Does he care about my actual perspective? Or was his goal to simply tar and feather and viciously smear a very vocal advocate for Palestinian emancipation?
These dozens of other responses. I'm not here to repeat their arguments. You can just go watch them. No, the real reason I'm talking about Ethan's video today is less about what he says in it and more about what he doesn't say, the things he chooses to leave out. Save for a passing mention of an outdated, vastly underestimated death toll of Palestinians in Gaza, Ethan omits the
I sent that video to my girlfriend's brother, and he said he didn't address most of the points and said you just spent most of the time saying you weren't anti-Semitic. Okay, well, that's insane.
Palestinian side of the story entirely. He doesn't talk about Gaza. He doesn't give any specifics about what Israel is doing there. And this is an issue for a few reasons, but mainly all of the points he raises are directly tied to the Gaza genocide. The main targets of this video are some of the only groups in the world that have violently resisted Israel's genocide, and the few figures in independent media that are willing to tell the Palestinian side of the story. By leaving out the broader context, Ethan is able to present a false perception to these millions of viewers about the motivations behind the people his video attacks. He's able to frame them as mindless, supporting, America-hating anti-Semites, and not what they really are, which is anti-genocide people that are against. Western media manufactures consent for large-scale terror operations across the globe in a number of ways. There are more overt forms, like atrocity propaganda. There are also more subtle ways, like deceptively framing information, using passive language, and creating false perceptions about conflicts through things like burying the lead and lies by omission. All of these tactics are present in Ethan's video and the wider online smear campaign that motivated it, but it's that last thing that I think does quite a bit of damage, lying by omission. revelation. The way Ethan's video is framed seems to imply that Israel's in Gaza is not actually, but he never explicitly uses the term himself, but it's presented as just another thing that's happening in the Middle East that's sad, but ultimately the product of a war. That there are deaths on both sides, and that all we need to have peace is rational dialogue between these two sides. This could not be further from the truth, and to better understand this, we need to talk about Gaza. Thus far, I've been using the term in reference to Israel's actions in Gaza, but it seems like a lot of the people using it on social media here have a general lack of understanding of the gravity of what that term actually means. It isn't just bad thing that's happening where people are dying. No, that's not what it is. It's a Holocaust. The U.S.-Israeli Holocaust. That's what it should be called. Israel is using everything in its power to eradicate Palestinians from the planet. The fact that Israel's actions in Gaza amounted isn't controversial, not among the experts at least. This is the near universal consensus among top human rights groups and humanitarian organizations operating on the ground in Gaza that Israel is committing countless crimes against humanity. There is the Amnesty International report, a 300-page report that accused Israel in Gaza. There was the Human Rights Watch report accusing Israel of crimes against humanity in Gaza, specifically through the intentional deprivation of access to clean drinking water. The United Nations, Euromed Monitor, Doctors Without Borders, the International Committee of the Red Cross, Israeli human rights groups like B'Tselem, various Holocaust scholars, they're all saying the same thing.
I get this sucks and he's unhinged, but I'm getting really tired of this constant talk. Like, we all get it. We understand your opinion on this. Why not just go back to ignoring his crazy ass like you've done for months? I want news, not Hassan enemies updates personally. If you think that this video is entirely about my enemies and an update for it, I think you're missing the major point here. Okay? Noah's video is not about drama. Noah's video is about an ongoing and how supposedly quote unquote independent media outlets, okay, supposedly independent content creators who sometimes masquerade as apolitical or centrist have actually carried water for the continuation of this and have actively diluted their audience by lying or by omitting key details, okay? The reason why I'm talking about this also is because this current administration is now moving to deport legal permanent residents and students on student visas by using the same exact smears that these supposedly apolitical, centrist, or even liberal pro-Palestinian content creators are using against people like myself. Okay? It's the exact same method that they're using. They're just saying every student that is against actually secretly a vicious anti-Semite and they must be deported from this country. It is directly related to issues that I'm talking about.
Last year, the International Court of Justice ruled that the case for Israel in Gaza is plausible. It was a preliminary hearing, and the final rulings on cases typically take multiple years, but the ICJ issued several provisional measures to prevent the possibility of it taking place, provisional measures which Israel has failed to follow completely. And then there was, of course, the International Criminal Court, who issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant, who are now wanted international war criminals. Towards the start of his video, Ethan mentions a death toll figure of 40,000 Palestinian people.
Of course, if you compare the raw numbers, Gazans have lost a lot more than Israelis. 40,000 people have died, and neighborhoods have...
40,000 people have been killed, okay? It's not just Israelis that get killed. Palestinians also get killed. Palestinians have not simply died, okay? They get murdered. And the number is not 40,000. It's much higher than that.
Have been complete.
This is an important distinction. It's not simply just drama, okay? It is an important distinction because this verbiage, utilizing terms such as this, are important to, like, whether the person using that statement is aware of it or not doesn't even matter. Passive language of this sort is an attempt to pacify the audience that's listening, okay? If it wasn't so successful, the New York Times would not consistently utilize it.
Completely flattened during this war.
The figure he cites is wrong. It's just wrong. Credible estimates have placed the full scale of the in Gaza at over 65,000 deaths due to traumatic injury alone, with further projections that include indirect deaths in the hundreds of thousands, potentially over 10% of the population of Gaza. Ethan's brief and false citation leaves a lot of other things unmentioned, like how the vast majority of these deaths have been Palestinian civilians, including over 15,000 children. The United Nations described Gaza as a graveyard for children just months into the... And after that, Israel only ramped up its child killing. Ethan does not mention that over 1,200 families have been completely erased from the Gaza civil registry, meaning that every single member of their bloodline has been killed. Nor does he mention that the massacre of these innocent civilians has been intentional. Israel has a long history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians. This dates back to the Nakba, of over 700,000 Palestinians from their land in 1948, which included the massacre of thousands of civilians. And it's also evident in all of Israel's many previous violent incursions into Gaza specifically. During Operation Cast Lead, starting in late 2008 to 2009, Israel about 1,400 Palestinian people. 300 of those were children. During this widespread massacre, Israel ordered people to shelter in schools, so-called humanitarian safe zones, then proceeded to bomb the schools and kill people by the dozens. This practice has continued at an even larger scale in the latest escalation in Gaza.
Firas, my brother Firas, he screams. The
There's
pain
TOS
is
here.
overwhelming as corpses lie by his feet. These are the moments just after an Israeli strike on a school sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinians.
There's a little baby and his face
During
is
the
bloody.
2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful, Israel fired on the peaceful crowds with sniper rifles, injuring thousands and killing hundreds. The UN reports concluded that Israeli snipers were intentionally targeting children, medics, pregnant women, and disabled people. Israeli snipers later publicly, gleefully recounted their experiences of hunting
42 knees in one day. The IDF said, we know exactly where every single bullet landed after this. They tweeted it out. And then when people were like, what the fuck? So you're saying you deliberately kneecapped Palestinian children who were engaging in an active peaceful protest? They deleted the tweet.
Palestinians for sport, bragging about the number of kneecaps they could shatter. This trend has continued in Israel's latest escalation since October 7th to an extreme degree. IDF snipers are intentionally targeting children for execution by shooting them in the skull and in the heart. Healthcare workers have testified to seeing Israeli drones hovering outside of hospitals, picking off children. That's where they're shooting them and injuring them and then circling back to execute them.
What I think I found particularly disturbing was that a bomb would drop maybe on a crowded, tented area, and then the drones would come down and...
Please take your time. We're incredibly grateful.
So the drones would come down and pick off civilians, children. And we had description after description. This is not, an occasional thing. This was day after day after day, operating on children. He would say, I was lying on the ground after a bomb had dropped, and this quadcopter.
No one is coming after America for killing 400,000, 2 million civilians in the Middle East, blah, blah, war crimes, okay. Why start with Israel? Because you got caught. Embarrassing, right? Only a matter of time. Hell yeah, you're fueling the fire. You spend all day keeping this narrow view and punishing people. Do you think I'm in support of the American invasion of Iraq or Afghanistan? Are you fucking stupid? Are you insane?
Helicopter came down and hovered over me and shot me. And that's clearly...
Like, that viewpoint is so fucking stupid, by the way. It literally is just like, so what? So what if Israel does a little bit of genocide? America gets to do it all the time is an insane way to fucking argue your position. You know what I mean? Saying blah, blah, war crimes. Absolutely psychotic.
A deliberate act, and it was a persistent act, persistent targeting of civilians day after day. We had 1 or 2 mass casualty incidents every day. And that meant 10 to 20 dead, 20 to 40 seriously injured.
Just hunting Palestinian children for sport. It's pure terrorism. The Israelis also have a history of murdering Palestinian civilians by running them over with bulldozers and tanks. Recall the story of the killing of Kamal Zair from April of 2002. Israeli tanks shot and killed him and then proceeded to run him over. He was 57 years old, wheelchair-bound, and waving a white flag. Another prominent case of this was Rachel Corrie, a 23-year-old American peace activist who was murdered by an Israeli bulldozer while protesting the destruction of Palestinian homes in Gaza. Israelis, for years after her murder, celebrated the day by making pancakes with Rachel Corrie's face painted into them. In the latest escalation, individual Israeli soldiers have admitted to committing these atrocities by the hundreds. The only reason we have these admissions is because Western outlets have written articles with concerns over how the mass murdering affects these soldiers' mental health.
Literally, it's like that's the only time you get the coverage of like some of the more heinous acts that like IDF bulldozers have engaged in Gaza because of how it hurt their feelings and how one of the Israeli occupying force soldiers actually killed himself because he couldn't deal with it. He couldn't eat meat any longer because it reminded him of the fucking bodies of the Palestinian children that he rode over with his fucking bulldozer.
Element to the case that Israel is committing genocide is its continuous intentional deprivation of the basic necessities for life for Palestinians in Gaza. They've been using starvation as a weapon of war, a war crime, and a crime against humanity. Most recently, Israel's response to the quote-unquote ceasefire in Gaza is to continue this mass starvation while explicitly stating it as a matter of policy. They have blocked humanitarian aid throughout the genocide in violation of international law, the ceasefire orders, and the ICJ's provisional measures against genocide. The pretext they've fabricated for this policy of intentional starvation is that Hamas is looting these aid trucks. They have provided no evidence for this claim. What we do have evidence for is that Israel has protected and supported criminal gangs with ties to ISIS in areas that Israel has full control over. And these groups have been looting aid trucks. Israel is intentionally depriving Palestinians in Gaza of access to clean water. Oxfam reported that Israel has destroyed over 1,000 miles of water and sanitation networks, leaving less than 7% of pre-war water levels in Rafah and North Gaza. Israel has also partially or entirely destroyed over 80% of water and sanitation infrastructure in Gaza, including all 6 of its mainline wastewater treatment plants. Brutal, violent attacks on the healthcare system are another aspect of the genocide. They've damaged or destroyed every single hospital in Gaza and murdered countless medical workers, doctors, nurses, rescue workers, and healthcare staff. They've kidnapped doctors and held them without charge, where they've been tortured. Dr. Adnan al-Bursh, Gaza's leading orthopedic surgeon, was kidnapped by Israeli soldiers, brought to an Israeli prison, and then reportedly raped to death. The latest UN reports have concluded that over 90% of the buildings in Gaza have been severely damaged or completely destroyed. If you watch any of the footage coming out of Gaza, this is made quite clear. Israel's destruction includes every single school, hospital, mosque, cultural center, church, residential areas. Everything has been bombed. It's estimated that it will take a minimum of 15 years to remove the debris and unexploded ordinances from the Gaza Strip. That's just removing it, by the way, not rebuilding. In September, the UN released an estimate that because of Israel's illegal and inhumane blockade around Gaza, which regularly limits the transfer of things like concrete into the Strip, fully rebuilding Gaza will take 350 years. Gaza is about 25 miles long and 5 miles wide. It is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth. It is in this area that Israel has dropped equivalent to that of multiple nuclear weapons. Israel has done this with full knowledge that over half the population of Gaza is children. So no, this isn't just a case where 40,000 people died. A lot more than that happened. One of the most tragic elements of the Gaza genocide is that, as crucial as it may be for the factual record and eventually holding the perpetrators accountable, merely recounting these statistics does not afford Palestinians the dignity of humanity. They're simply reduced to numbers, to tens of thousands of names on a registry, as if they aren't human beings with dreams, hopes, hobbies, interests, and love for the people around them. If you've had this feeling as well, I want to recommend a book. It's called If I Must Die. It's written by renowned Palestinian poet, author, and teacher Dr. Rafat Al-Arir. It's full of stories and poetry and history about life, or rather survival, in Gaza during occupation and genocide. It is beautifully written and humanizing beyond anything you'll ever get from most coverage of Gaza, especially in the West. I have a friend from Gaza. His name's Ahmed Sarsour, and he's a very talented poet. We got in contact on social media, and when I read his work, it moved me in a very similar way to the way Dr. Rafat's words have. Ahmed has a sister, Rania. She is a mother and a gynecologist from Gaza and is seeking help after being displaced in February of last year. She and her children were forced to flee their home, and her life was further devastated when her home and her family members' homes were destroyed. She gave birth to her baby, Rose, in a hospital without proper care and no anesthetic, and now faces a dire situation with limited resources. I've linked her fundraiser in the description. Support if you can. The funds raised will go towards essentials like diapers, baby formula, medicine, basic living items, rent, and travel expenses for relocation. Another friend of mine, Ahmed Matar, is a 27-year-old inventor from from Gaza. He makes these brilliant videos showing the process of constructing creative inventions to use in order to survive in Gaza. After the so-called ceasefire was implemented, Ahmed and his family returned to their home in the north only to find that it had been looted, vandalized, and destroyed by the occupation forces. Support his campaign if you can. I will leave these fundraisers as well as a link to Dr. Al-Arir's book in the description. The book is devastating, though, especially considering the fate of its author. Dr. Rifat was killed by Israel in a targeted assassination in December of 2023. He was killed alongside his brother Salah, with his son Muhammad and his sister Asma and 3 of her children. This came after having over 30 members of his and his wife's family slaughtered by Israel over the course of their lives. What these numbers also fail to communicate is the weight and depth had and will continue to have for generations. To speak only of the children of Gaza, they will forever hold the wounds and trauma caused by Israel's genocide in their minds and hearts. It was reported that when asked, over half of the children in Gaza expressed a desire to die. Many of them already held such wounds, though, of course, but in terms of sheer scale and intensity, what we're seeing now is incomprehensible except to those experiencing it. Throughout these 17 months of genocide, the international community has left the people of Gaza to languish and die. If there's anything we've learned about Israel in the past 100 years, it's that there is no crime they can commit that won't go unpunished, up to and including genocide. In the latest escalation, again, the world has watched this happen and done nothing. And some have, of course, actively made this genocide possible. Most notably, that would be the United States government. The US and the Biden administration is fully complicit in this genocide. They've repeatedly sent billions of dollars in weapons shipments and provided military and diplomatic support. Over 80% of the killing machinery that has been used to slaughter Palestinians in Gaza has been provided by the United States government. They've also provided rhetorical and diplomatic support by whitewashing Israel's crimes against humanity, laundering Israeli atrocity propaganda, and denying and dismissing genocide allegations. That last one should come as no surprise, given that a genocide ruling against Israel does also implicate the United States in the crime of aiding and abetting genocide, since they sent the bombs that made it possible. The ICC is already being urged to investigate Joe Biden and Antony Blinken for their role in perpetrating this very crime. These actions have shown the U.S. to be acting in violation of both domestic and international laws by sending weapons to a regime that is actively and intentionally blocking access to humanitarian aid against a civilian population that they are occupying, and ignoring the arrest warrants issued by the International Criminal Court against Netanyahu and Gallant. This is just another plot on the long chart of the U.S. and Israel's position as rogue states in the international community. There's a comment I saw on Ethan Klein's video. It read, "I feel like a lot of people can't separate Israelis and the Israeli government, and the same with the other side. Like you are allowed to hate on the people who actually kill people and not hate the innocent adults and children that are being killed from both sides." This is a popular framing among liberals and liberal outlets, that we should separate the Israeli people from the actions of their government. While there are some examples from the past where this may be true, such as the case of the American public's attitudes towards the end of the Vietnam War, which diverged from their government, the same cannot be said in the case of Israel. The vast majority of the Israeli public supports this genocide. Months into the genocide, polling showed that over 95% of Jews...
Which, by the way, I have actively shown that there are, albeit a very small number, but still a number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So to say that about someone like myself is especially ridiculous. That's another reason why this is fucking insane. I've also, of course, talked about this quite a bit as well, in terms of the active championing of the ongoing genocide in Gaza by the Israeli voting public. Having said that, there are still a small number of, I guess, very unique to Israeli society, but still a small number of Israelis who are themselves anti-Zionist. So coming after me with that assertion is even more idiotic.
Jewish Israelis supported the IDF's actions, with a majority of those indicating that the IDF was not using enough force in Gaza. The force in question there being, genocide. They wanted more. It wasn't enough, apparently. 17 months later, and nothing has really changed. Just weeks ago, polling indicated that the Trump administration's plan to facilitate the ethnic cleansing of Gazans was supported by over 80% of Israelis. This headline refers to Israelis as a whole, but that 80% support statistic is actually only the perspective of Jewish Israelis. A majority of Palestinians with Israeli citizenship, or Arab Israelis, as the Israeli government tries to call them, considers this ethnic cleansing plan to be immoral. When it comes to Jewish Israelis, however, that number drops to just 3%. This should come as no surprise, given Israel's history. A country that exists on the logic of ethnic supremacy and colonization requires a certain level of dehumanization to keep its inhabitants from collapsing under the weight of the reality of their rotten society. Another way to get a handle on the seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם. צר.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי.
Most of the kids there that are getting killed, I never support little children dying, you know?
But
I never want it. But most of them will grow up not only supporting Hamas, which is a crime by itself, but joining them, which is the worst of the worst.
בפשע נהרגו בעזה.
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין לי מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
There is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy.
Saying that with what I assume is the most Long Island accent obviously adds an additional layer to the irony that Palestinians could flee to other Arab nations. Meanwhile, the nation that you are currently inside of the borders of was invented through settler colonialism 76 fucking years ago. And it's very obvious to me that you certainly have somewhere else to go to. They don't.
The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child. Palestinian women do not have that.
These people know that they're on camera and that these remarks will be posted on the internet or shared on the mainstream news. This is normal to them. This is normal in their society, which is a testament to the fact that their society is not normal. It's typically bad form to cite street interviews as being some meaningful indicator of widespread attitudes. But again, with Israel, it's just different. Not just because these attitudes align perfectly with the wider Israeli polling data, but also because it's almost impossible to find anyone in Israel saying anything else. The amount of truly anti-Zionist Israelis living in Israel numbers in the hundreds. This figure is according to anti-Zionist Israelis themselves. They are alone.
Everyone around us are completely genocidal maniacs.
I know they're in the hundreds because all 100 of them are in this fucking community.
Everyone around you. And I don't mean it metaphorically. It's not metaphorically. It's literally everybody. It will be your family. It will be your teachers. It will be your colleagues. Everyone around you. So you're alone. Even if we will gather all of those anti-Zionists together from Jerusalem or Tel Aviv or Haifa or whatever, it will not be more than, I don't know, 500.
There's no tangible internal opposition within the country. The Israeli left is a myth. This is reflected once more in the openly genocidal sentiment we see on social media from IDF terrorists who have been willingly, gleefully, posting their own war crimes on the internet for everyone to see for...
So much so that the Israeli fucking occupying force had to give out a directive to stop posting your war crimes because it's gonna, you know, it's going to cause you to get repercussions from foreign nations when you're visiting.
A year and a half.
They go into the homes of Palestinians, and they're often clearly staying there, and they just smash them up. And they film themselves smashing them up. They also delight in going through women's underwear drawers, and this is a sort of recurring obsession. You have to see Israeli soldier videos in the context of the broader output of Israeli society.
If you gave me a button to just erase Gaza, every single living being in Gaza would no longer be living tomorrow, I would press it in a second. I would press it right now. Give me that button and press it right now.
There you go.
And I think most Israelis would.
There's an Israeli song called This Was My Home. And what they would do is dress up as caricatures of obviously what they perceive Palestinians to be, being sung mockingly to people who no longer have homes. We're not looking at...
There's also Arab face. Aside from blackface, which they also do, they do Arab face too.
Some sort of obscure subculture within Israeli society. This is mainstream Israeli society.
People have been keeping tabs on this. There are a number of archives documenting the names and crimes of these Israeli terrorists. One of the most thorough of these databases was created by a historian, Lee Mordecai. It's called Bearing Witness to the Israel-Gaza War. It is presently over 120 pages long with extremely detailed footnotes. There's that one tweet that's like, you know, hitting translate from Hebrew on Twitter is like discovering a lost page from Mein Kampf. This holds up pretty well. Here, let's try it on this tweet. The survivors of the 2025 Holocaust are proof that every trace of the murderous mutations in Gaza must be erased, from delivery rooms to the last elderly person in Gaza. 100% dead in Gaza. That there is Barashi Kinneret, the host of a mainstream Israeli news channel. One more example that I found particularly striking was the Right to Rape protests. A group of Israeli prison guards were placed under investigation after security camera footage leaked showing them gang raping a Palestinian prisoner. The Israeli public reacted in uproar, not because of what they were alleged to have done, but because they were potentially going to be punished for it. Protests were held outside.
Yeah, they did a pro-rape January 6th.
Of the prison, attended by top Israeli officials. Mainstream Israeli news channels brought on one of the alleged rapist soldiers for interviews, supporting him and his right to kill and rape Palestinian hostages. Again, this wasn't some extremist fluke. It was reflected in broader polling of the Israeli.
Why are we watching this trash? Is that what you just said? Are you okay? Does it hurt your fucking feelings? Dude doesn't know history. This all happened before the murder. Brandon caused the bird flu. I feel like I recognize his name. What is the trash here? Like covering the atrocities that Israel has done. Why are you fucking calling it trash? What's the purpose?
Public. According to a poll taken around that time, 65% of Israeli Jews oppose criminal prosecution for soldiers suspected of raping Palestinian detainees. And 47% of Jewish Israelis answered that Israel does not need to abide by international law and maintain moral values in the war. Simply put, it's a genocidal society, top to bottom. Perhaps the most complicit party to enabling this genocide, aside from the material support of Western governments, is the Western media. As previously mentioned, this support largely takes two forms: the more overt kinds, like spreading misinformation and explicit Israeli state and IDF propaganda, and the other more subtle, yet significantly more frequent and effective, is that of manufacturing consent. Reporting on Palestinians has some clear differences in coverage, language, and framing when compared with other groups. In the first 100 days after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, 262 children were killed. In the first 100 days of Israel's assault on Gaza, more than 10,000 children were killed. The true number is likely much higher, but mentions of child deaths and related terms were 33.4% higher for Ukraine than for Gaza. During this time frame, CNN mentioned child victims of the war 2,446 times for Ukraine versus 2,110 times for Gaza, and MSNBC mentioned child victims of the Ukraine war 1,775 times versus 1,522 times for Gaza. This means that for each child death from Ukraine, children receive the equivalent of 0.36 mentions. MSNBC did not run a single segment in the first 100 days that focused specifically and exclusively on the plight of children in Gaza. MSNBC ran over a dozen segments focusing specifically on the plight of Ukrainian children during the first 100 days of that conflict. Emotive language was barely ever used to describe the killing of Palestinians. This comes despite the vastly higher death toll over the same period. On CNN and MSNBC, the words war crime and genocide were mentioned more in the context of Ukraine than in the context of Gaza. Ukrainian victims were labeled as subject to war crimes or genocide 1,790 times compared to just 104 mentions for Palestinians. And we still see this now, obviously. During the hostage exchanges as a result of the latest so-called ceasefire, for example, you may notice that Palestinians detained without charges in Israeli jails, of which there are thousands, they are referred to as prisoners, whereas the IDF soldiers, that is, actual militants that were captured by Hamas on October 7th, are referred to as hostages. One of the greatest tweets of all time that I've ever seen described the capture of an IDF terrorist during October 7th as him being kidnapped from a tank. Kidnapped from a tank.
Kidnapped from a tank, dude. Kidnapped from a fucking tank. This is incredible work. New things are happening in linguistics, in the field of language. This poor boy, this poor young boy was kidnapped from a tank. And yes, the person that we banned previously for saying, why are we watching this trash, says that they're Palestinian. It's okay. Stop arguing with that person, okay? I didn't mean to disregard the vid. I just have seen these clips so many times. I guess I shouldn't assume others have. Love how you all think I'm diminishing the suffering of others. Just curious what brought in this particular video, but that's okay. My bad. I'm Palestinian. I would never diminish this at all. Yes, the reason why we're watching this is because it's a new video that came out. Genocide denial and advocacy for genocide takes on many different forms, okay? The obvious forms in mainstream media is something that I've covered quite frequently. Noah Samsen, friend of the show's video, actually features a different side of independent media that also engages in a defense of these sorts of heinous actions. Of course, most of the video, however, given how much the internet and the marketplace is flooded with lies by omission, saying both sides have a lot to both sides have suffered tremendous repercussions and whatnot, because that is what is flooding the marketplace, that the video spends a good deal of time actively, accurately, in great detail explaining a multitude of different war crimes that the Israeli occupying forces engaged in the process of dishing out this genocide on top of the Palestinian civilian population that it holds captive as a belligerent occupier in direct violation of all international rules. Okay? That is the reason why it heavily focuses on the things that Israel is doing, so that people that come into this video thinking, oh, it's another drama video, will actually leave the video with more knowledge. This is incredibly important to do, because I suspect that the second half of this video is going to feature how people are failing to mention any number of different things that he just mentioned in an either deliberate attempt to obfuscate or because they're fucking stupid. Is one or the other. Either you are lying by omission because you're a bad person and you're a genocide supporter, or you're just a dumbass.
Kidnapped from a tank. Coverage has been focused almost exclusively on the condition of these IDF quote-unquote hostages, rarely making mention of Israel's contribution to their condition, like how they starve out the population of Gaza, which obviously affects all of the people in Gaza, including the Israeli hostages in Gaza, or the fact that they rain airstrikes on them all day, every day for 16 months straight. Is that good for your health? Is that healthy? The same cannot be said of coverage of the Palestinian hostages. Despite emerging from these Israeli jails with clear evidence of extreme physical abuse, images of the Palestinian hostages are rarely, if ever, shown. The assumption is just granted. It's relied on that they're terrorists, criminals, and whatever else. So whatever happens to them, that's just what happens in jail. The Western media lies in other subtle ways, like burying the lead in stories and deceptively framing headlines. This is especially apparent in coverage of things like ceasefire negotiations. These outlets have consistently framed the lack of agreement to terms as being Hamas's fault, that they won't agree to Israel's terms, but they interestingly decide to use only one definition of the ceasefire definition, that being one which is only temporary, with no guarantees that the genocide will end after these temporary pauses. They're not really ceasefires, but in order to frame Hamas as disagreeing with them, that's what they have to call them. The ceasefire that ended up being agreed upon in January was the exact same ceasefire that Hamas had agreed to over 6 months prior. Israel continually sabotaged these negotiations, but if you read any of these mainstream outlets, you wouldn't know that, not until the very end of these articles, at least. The latest reporting on these negotiations continued this trend of misleading coverage, such as this story from early February. The majority of the article, headline included, frames Hamas as the instigator to a potential ceasefire failure. However, both independent observers and Israeli officials themselves acknowledged that it was actually Israel who had already broken the terms of the ceasefire agreement immediately after it was implemented. To anyone with a brain and eyes, this would be apparent given the evidence we have of these violations, but because these outlets didn't show their readers that and also prioritize the input of party committing genocide, this citation here is crucial for its readers. They need to see this to understand what's happening. But the New York Times waited to mention it until 9 paragraphs in, like basically the end of the article. This is a textbook example of bearing the lead, but it also goes beyond that into just a lie, right? The entire article is framed in precisely the opposite way of what this confirmed fact revealed. If the Times weren't running cover for a genocide, the headline of this article would read, "Israel violates ceasefire, confirmed by Israeli officials." Probably the most insane example of this sort of thing is the following headline, once again from the New York Times. Lebanon's ceasefire appears to hold despite Israeli strike. If Israel struck, they violated the ceasefire. The ceasefire did not hold. Israel violated it. It's just absurd. The genocide is referred to almost exclusively as the Israel-Hamas war. Like the Nazi Holocaust, Israel's genocide in Gaza has been conducted under the pretext of war, but the genocide aspect, of which there is, again, broad consensus has taken place, is omitted from this framing. Every single article that mentions this so-called war should be immediately citing the expert consensus that it really is not just a war, that it's a genocide. That doesn't happen, though. Trump recently made a number of statements explicitly supporting U.S. assistance to the ethnic cleansing of Gaza, including land development by U.S. companies. One tool I found helpful to compare these differences in this sort of coverage is Ground News, who are also the sponsor of today's video. The coverage from right-wing outlets, such as Red State, frames the comments as explicitly positive. Trump and Netanyahu unveiling a bold plan for Gaza and peace. On Ground News, this outlet has a low factuality tag, which means that they often omit key details. Some liberal to left-leaning outlets like New York Magazine, an outlet with a high factuality label indicating they typically rely on well-researched reporting, did explicitly call Trump's proposed plan a case of ethnic cleansing. Other left-leaning outlets centered the extreme nature of his language in the headlines, such as The Intercept, with an article titled, "Trump, the U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip," or the proposed plan's effect on Palestinians, like Middle East Eye, with their article headlined, "We'll own it. Trump wants to make Gaza a holiday hub without Palestinians." Ground News is an app and website that lets you compare media coverage across political biases while calculating each source's reliability so you can see how framing shapes public perception from sources around the world. Without understanding the different biases behind the news you read, you might not realize how skewed the narrative is. Unlike other platforms, Ground News is independent and nonpartisan, so they have no stake in promoting any agenda, just the facts and how those facts are presented. It's not always about how a story is spun, but equally important, as we've seen, is the information that other platforms choose to leave out. Liberal outrage over this story has been almost entirely focused on Trump's comments, but ignores the bigger picture, the fact that it was the Biden administration who made this ethnic cleansing plan possible by facilitating the total annihilation of Gaza, and that it was the Biden administration that proposed this ethnic cleansing plan in the first place. And yet, there's only one source that leads with this crucial piece of context. Ground News made it easy to find this story and have it compared with all the rest. Ground News specifically created their blind spot feed to highlight the stories only picked up by certain politically slanted trusted outlets so you can see the world as it is, not through the partisan narratives these outlets want you to. These are just a few of the ways that Ground News helps me research stories, stay informed, and understand the way information is being presented is just as important as the information itself. I highly recommend checking it out. For a limited time, you can get the same all-access Vantage plan I use for 40% off. It's just $5 a month for a platform that actually encourages you to think for yourself. Go to ground.news/Noah or scan this QR code to sign up today. Thanks again to Ground News for supporting the channel. Now let's get back to the video. When Israelis and top Israeli officials participated in the right to rape protests we talked about earlier, protesting the Israeli right to rape and murder Palestinian hostages, these events were summarized by the New York Times as unrest. They were framed around the protests' effect on the party that
just unrest
that was doing the protest, that is again the right to rape protest, and not on the fact that Israeli guards raped a Palestinian hostage. It was captured on video, and that the case was clear-cut enough that they actually called for an investigation for once, unlike 99% of previous cases of the IDF abusing, raping, torturing, and murdering Palestinians. In this article, the guards' actions against the Palestinian hostage are described vaguely and passively as just abuse, and it is not revealed until the very end of the article that the abuse took the form of the guards raping the man with an object. The follow-up story on the prosecution of these soldiers uses this same disgusting.
I need you to understand something, by the way. That's called burying the lead. An outlet like the New York Times knows exactly what it's doing when it actually covers the truth, like the kernel of truth at the heart of this argument, all the way in the last fucking paragraph. Just so you understand, that right there is a deliberate attempt to also misinform the public. There's no other type of story. Like, if it's a bit of a annoying cliche to say this, but like, if there was a pro-rape riot in Russia, do you think the New York Times would cover it with those terms? Where Russians in annexed territory were actively raping their Ukrainian prisoners, and then the Russian government was like, oh, in the interest of avoiding war crimes investigations by an international authority, we must use the principle of complementarity as a deflecting mechanism, as a shield, right? Because that was the underlying reason as to why Israel wanted to even prosecute these rapist concentration guards, because they knew that there was a war crime tribunal that was being put together, and in that process, they just wanted to say like, oh, well, we actually prosecuted ourselves, so you can't prosecute us on this, because the ICC only has jurisdiction if the country that they are potentially putting in the legal crosshairs is actively not investigating these issues. That is complementarity. The ICC does not have jurisdiction if the country can maintain its democratic maintaining its aesthetic democratic process, okay? Because then they could just simply say, no, we actually did prosecute ourselves. You're wrong. You don't need to prosecute us. But Israeli society did not allow that to happen either.
Framing. Rape with an object is whitewashed in the headline and most of the article as simply just being abuse. This is yet another case of the framing of false neutrality, as this quote-unquote divide between the Israeli right and the Israeli left in this article doesn't actually exist. In reality, all that divide means is that the Israeli right are pro-rape and murder of Palestinian detainees, and the Israeli left thinks it makes their country look bad. There's no real debate going on here. A personal favorite of mine for its sheer absurdity was an article from the New York Times called "It Can Be Lonely to Have Middle-of-the-Road Opinions on the Middle East," which focused on college students that were seeking space for nuanced perspectives on the Israel-Hamas war. The perspective presented in this article is one-sided. They talk about extremism in student movements, but the only example they give for this point is that of the extremist Palestinian activists. The New York Times calls it a war with no reference to the numerous credible allegations of genocide. It's harder to justify having a conversation about nuanced opinions of genocide, so they just call it a war. There's no nuance in genocide. There's nothing progressive about genocide. This tendency to falsely frame a genocide with neutrality will often slip into outright endorsement. Recall Israel's pager terrorist attack in Lebanon when they detonated over 1,000 pagers rigged with explosive. This was a widespread mass terrorist attack that indiscriminately targeted civilians and left hundreds disfigured, including a number of children.
أول شيء أنا كنت إنه قاعد عم بلعب على التليفون وهي إنه فجرت الساعة 3 إنه قبل ما أنا أحملها عم بلعب على التليفون هيك صارت ترن غريبة أنا إنه قمت حملتها حطيت لي ايرور وسهم إنه عشان أكبس أوكي والضوء صار يغبش على الآخر يعني عشان نقربها على عيوننا أنا قربت عشان نشوف شو فيه بس فقعت ما عرفت شيء.
Among those murdered was Fatima Abdullah, a 9-year-old girl. At her funeral, as well as other funerals with large crowds of people, Israel detonated more of these explosives.
Yep. That's terrorism, by the way. There is no, like, I mean, that's the former, there were like former CIA heads that actively came out and were like, this is terrorism. This is going to have devastating consequences for everybody. The fact that we're not doing anything about this is completely and utterly insane. That's what it is. That's the most moral army. And people celebrated this shit. At the time, I couldn't believe it. All these supposed fucking liberal Zionists unironically were celebrating this, saying it's a brilliant tactic. Saying, oh, well, you don't want us to bomb indiscriminately. But when we do terrorism, also, again, which is basically a more complex version of bombing indiscriminately, because you have no notion of who you are bombing when you do this, as evidenced by the children, the child victims, and the many healthcare professionals that were killed in this process. If you know someone like Boner Box or whatever who made jokes about this and tried to defend it, understand that their position on this is not of one of pro-Palestinian emancipation. They're just actively trying to defend Israel to the best of their fucking ability and probably not doing a very good job at it because it's virtually impossible to defend Israel if you have access to all of the information. Do you understand? Bro, are you trying to make up for October 7th? What? Make up for October 7th? Dude, I don't know how to fucking have conversations with people who think that I did October 7 at this point. It's like, dude, you are such a fucking horrifyingly racist monster. You're just like, yo, Hassan, are you trying to make up for October 7? Like, I was there, dude. Like, I did it. Fuck you, dude.
Despite this being a child-killing and maiming indiscriminate terrorist attack in violation of international law, in Western liberal media it was presented as a cool James Bond-style operation. It was described using words like ambitious, sophisticated, and daring.
The Israeli spy agency Mossad launched one of the most daring and sophisticated deceptions in the history of counterintelligence.
An extraordinary act of espionage, an example of Israel's technological prowess. According to the New York Times, the attack restored the aura of Israel's intelligence agencies. Before covering the attack, these outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished. And of course, as we've touched on a couple times, lying by omission. That's another thing. With every previous example, you see it. The Israeli hostages receive wall-to-wall coverage with no mention of the fact that the majority of the deaths of these hostages were a product of the Israeli military through airstrikes or firing on hostages while they were waving white flags, or that on October 7th, Israel issued the Hannibal Directive, killing likely many hundreds of its own civilians as a matter of official policy. One of the really effective propaganda strategies that results from these lies by omissions comes in the case of genocide allegations. Western outlets rarely, if ever, actually mention the numerous allegations of genocide levied against Israel. The few times that they do, they're often brief, unspecific, and accompanied with equivocation or lengthy citations of Israel's defense against the allegations. When the New York Times covered the Amnesty International genocide report, the subheading immediately backtracks into running cover for Israel. Israel rejected the charge, the first of its kind by a major human rights organization, saying it was based on lies. The Times went on to spend more of the article sharing the IDF's defense against the allegations than any of the findings from the actual report. Amnesty International gave us 300 pages of facts about genocide. Israel says that they're just lies. I guess we'll never know what happened here. That's not journalism, that's propaganda. When Human Rights Watch released their report accusing Israel of committing crimes against humanity and genocide through its deliberate deprivation of access to clean drinking water, readers of the New York Times wouldn't have heard about that because the New York Times just didn't report it. That's one of the top human rights organizations in the world, accusing the #1 ally of the most powerful country in the world of the crime of all crimes. And they just forgot? No, they didn't forget. The editorial staff at the New York Times knows that they've helped this. They know that they are complicit in this. So any chance they get to just sort of forget to mention something as consequential as a genocide allegation from the leading human rights group in the world, they'll do it. Of course they will. This tracks with the BBC's repeated genocide denial, evident in repeated instances of reporters condemning or correcting guests for using the word genocide to describe Israel's actions in Gaza.
Israel would deny that a genocide is taking place, saying that it is defending its right to exist. Its very existence, indeed, they would say, is under threat. So there are obviously two sides to this.
This whole issue of right of self-determination.
Yeah, you know who else would say that? Nazi Germany. And they did. That's precisely what Nazi Germany also did, you know, while they were doing the Holocaust. That's what they were saying, was that they were restoring the glory or creating a homeland for the folkish Germans. It was complete and utter bullshit then, and it's complete and utter bullshit now when Israel says it while they're doing a genocide.
Self-defense has allowed Israel to inflict the mass murder and mass destruction, what the ICJ now described as plausible genocide. This is not an act of
you know what I'm going to have to say? I'm going to say Israel denies that. They say that they were in pursuit of Hamas terrorists who hid behind their own people.
Like, what a fucking silly, cowardly way to get out of this conversation. I'm going to have to say it. I'm sorry. Oh, got it. Okay. Sick.
This is a genocide happening in front of our eyes.
We have, that word is, as you know, incredibly emotive, and the Israelis, as you know, will be saying that they are targeting Hamas only, that they don't target civilians.
Well, that's simply not the truth, unfortunately.
Planned, military incursions.
Yes, but it's not the truth,
yes, civilians are dying.
Civilians are dying, and the way that the bombs are getting dropped, I don't believe are in a targeted way. Nothing from what I'm hearing on the ground suggests that the bombs have been dropped in a targeted way. Our social media manager, all 5 houses around him got blown up. They estimate 100 people were killed in them. Yesterday, his house was the last one remaining in the neighborhood. They leveled an entire neighborhood.
Thank you very much. And I do need to make that qualification, of course, that that it is always denied by the Israelis that genocide is taking place. They say these are strategic planned strikes in Gaza and that they are targeting the militant group Hamas.
But I'm here to let the world know that that's not the case.
Kareem, you've been able to have your say. This is what the Israelis will always say in response to that.
This effort to whitewash and run cover for the genocide has been intentional, of course, and we have the proof. It's been confirmed with direct evidence and testimony, with internal newsroom memos from not only the BBC, but the New York Times as well. And the last thing to talk about is just atrocity propaganda. One of the primary justifications for the genocide in Gaza is that members of Hamas are not just militants, but that they are monsters, pure evil motivated by nothing more than the sadistic hatred of Jews. This narrative has been fueled by...
This, by the way, is a classic colonial propaganda tool, okay? Wherever a colonial power has interest in domination, they will say their enemies are barbaric monsters who do not value human life. While they engage in atrocities that are infinitely more barbaric than anything they claim their enemies are doing. That is precisely what Israel did with the rape, with the war porn and the atrocity narratives that they greatly highlighted. There were atrocities that took place on October 7, make no mistake, but the claim, without any evidence whatsoever, that the Hamas were rapist savages that were simply interested in kidnapping people exclusively because of anti-Semitic purpose or to do rapes to them. No evidence whatsoever has come out. That was deliberate. That right there was 100%. That right there, atrocity propaganda, specifically the 40 beheaded babies. The fact that Joe Biden came out and said that he saw personally a beheaded child, that he months later continued along with the lies and said that he knew that babies were lit on fire with kerosene. Bullshit. The only evidence for sexual assault came from one victim, And that was not on October 7. It was a hostage. That's it. And it's completely unacceptable. It is completely unacceptable that that happened. Okay? Make no mistake. Having said that, this does not justify genocide. A statement that I mentioned time and time again. If you think that rape, even if rapes occurred like by the dozens, by the thousands, if you think that it's appropriate to genocide an entire population for that, you are a fucking monster. This is not how you deal with acts of violence against victims. Okay? This is precisely the reason why I don't advocate to nuke Israel, despite the fact that they have been raping Palestinians to death in concentration camps. That would be fucking insane if I advocated for that. So ask people where they're getting this information from when they say mass rapes took place, mass rapes in the hands of Hamas took place. Where is this information coming from? Because the reality of the matter is Israel refused to cooperate with international auditors and international investigators after October 7. They refused. They refused to offer justice to the victims of October 7. Just so you understand, that's what's so fucking annoying about this. There was never any evidence whatsoever that there was purposefully directed mass rapes that were directed by Hamas. Not even a fraction. There were no 40 beheaded babies. There were no babies placed in ovens. None of that. But they kept going with it over and over and over again. And the reason for why they did that is the exact same reason why during the segregation era in the Jim Crow South, white people would routinely lie about black people also running around and doing rape. There is a million examples of this. What was so gross about Ethan's disgusting Hasbara video was also him clipping something. Well, he didn't do it himself. He got it from fucking Destiny. Let's be real. It's the same fucking 1P video that we've seen a million times over that even Richie Torres posted about. It was a conversation. It was a debate that I was having with someone saying, Hassan, why don't you deny the rapes? At the time, I was telling him that the reason why I don't deny the likelihood of rapes happening is because sexual in conflict like this, and also on top of that, the fact that once the Gaza wall came down, there were criminal elements that also infiltrated Israel proper. So I'm not going to offhandedly and immediately discount rapes potentially occurring in that situation. It is likely that it happened. Having said that, however, there was no evidence and there has yet to be any singular hard evidence of rapes taking place on October 7. Here's the sexual assaults are a routine part of. Here is the video that they cynically use too. Atrocities. Or no, this isn't the video. There's another one. There's another one that they use. And what's so disgusting about it is that I then follow up by saying that even if there were rapes that took place, it does not change the dynamic for me one bit, because I don't think genocide is appropriate as a retaliation. That is psychotic. If your argument is that genocide is appropriate because hypothetical rapes occurred, or even if hard evidence exists and rapes occurred on this day by the thousands, if you think that genocide is appropriate as a retaliation to that, you are a fucking psychopath. That's it. You are a Nazi. It's an insane Nazi argument. A lot of people cannot comprehend that a captive civilian population is not a monolithic force. Okay? This is the exact same principle behind criminals. Undocumented migrants are doing crimes. And then people turning around and saying, that's why we have to do mass deportation. You think that 20 million people, your number is not mine, 20 million people coming from all different parts of the world are all actually a parasitic force here to do violent rapes? Are you out of your fucking mind? It's just pure virile hatred. It's racism. That's it. What's obviously crazy is that in the past, Ethan actually understood my position There's videos of him before making the content puke where he actually agrees with my position. He understands what I'm saying, exactly what I'm saying. But that didn't stop him from using it cynically in his video. Now, the question in that process is, was he being bad faith or is he a fucking moron? Why not both? During war, it can happen, and it has happened time and time again, which is why there is a likelihood that it could have happened on October 7th. This is a position that I've maintained since October 7th. There were plenty of atrocities that occurred on October 7th, okay, that are akin to acts of terror, because on October 7th, it wasn't just... There is no evidence of rapes happening. Is that maybe it happened, but there's still no evidence? Like, what is related for that disclaimer still? No, I am saying that there is, at this stage, no evidence. No evidence whatsoever. And the only evidence was secondhand, third-hand fucking accounts that, guess what, were immediately undermined by the hard data. The clip that they always use out of context is this one, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from... He now says that saying Hosber is an anti-Semitism dog whistle because it's propaganda in Hebrew. Yeah, I mean, he's a fucking moron, dude. I just stop telling me what Ethan is saying. Yes, it's no different than telling me what Asmongold's opinion is, okay? Yeah, he's a fucking stupid person. I don't know what to tell you. He's desperate to, like, hold on to anything. Michael fucking Rappaport ass. Okay, that's it. There's no redeemable quality at that point. Newsflash, fork found in the kitchen.
Stories of horrors that supposedly took place on October 7th. Hamas burned babies in ovens.
They burnt babies alive.
They put children and burned them to death.
They cut the breasts off of women.
400 women shot in the genitals, their breasts cut off as terrorists played with their bloody breasts like a football. They cut...
Yeah, and there's videos of me, like, laughing at that shit or other versions of this. And people will cynically use that as a way to be like, Hassan laughs at sexual assault. No, I'm laughing at the fucking insane propaganda that this monster is fantasizing about that very clearly did not fucking happen. Okay? That's it. Because what he's doing, what Rabbi Shmuley is doing there in the background of an ongoing genocide is imagining psychotic things, okay, hallucinating things that didn't happen, and then using that hallucination, getting mad about his own hallucination, getting mad at his own imagination to justify fucking insane.
Cut off the breasts of women and throw them around.
They beheaded 40 babies.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
They behead children.
They cut the fetus out of the womb of a pregnant woman. They committed a campaign of systematized mass rape.
There is no justification for collective rape.
What happened on October 7th was mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
All of these claims are false, complete fabrications, full stop. No credible evidence has been provided for any of them. Many were shown to be deliberately fabricated, and despite this, they were spread far and wide and ultimately used as rhetorical justification to continue the genocidal onslaught in Gaza. The first major place this narrative broke was Screams Without Words, a front-page New York Times story in late December of 2023. This story came as Israel's actions in Gaza were starting to receive widespread condemnation from the international community. The story was thoroughly debunked. The person who wrote it discredited as being a genocidal Zionist with no history of reporting and self-admitting that the New York Times pushed for this story to come to the public despite the lack of credible evidence. The New York Times podcast, The Daily, shelved the episode due to a lack of credible evidence. But the New York Times never retracted the story, which is because they had no real pressure to do so. The false narrative had already prevailed, and that narrative was consistent with the status quo of the American empire, for whom they are running cover. In July of last year, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu repeated some of these lies in front of Congress. He received a standing ovation. 3 weeks later, the White House approved a $20 billion military aid package to Israel. They explicitly cited Netanyahu's visit as one of their motivations for doing so. Atrocity propaganda has consequences. So with that context out of the way about the Gaza genocide and its support from the West and within Israel, the broader media system that allowed it to happen, let's now return to Ethan's video. In the content nuke, you can find just about every type of what we just looked at in terms of manufacturing consent. Ethan spreads atrocity propaganda. He shares the Hamas mass rape hoax, the same hoax that was used by the Western.
Yeah, not only does he do that, but then he also he's calling you a terrorist on live again. Yeah, dude. None of that is going to make people look at him like a fucking normal human being, okay? Everyone can see what the fuck is going on. People in his immediate circle can see what the fuck is going on. His fan base can ask themselves over and over again, why is it that we have the most unlikely allies? Why is it that, like, it's people like Keemstar or Joey Salads or the Quartering that's defending Ethan? Why is no one else defending Ethan? Why are no liberal progressives defending Ethan? On that position, at that point, if you are a member of his audience, okay, you have two options: to reconsider what Ethan is saying thus far and potentially realize that maybe, just fucking maybe, he's been lying to you, okay, and everyone else can see it, and even if they don't say anything about it, that's because they're worried about the fucking fan base coming after them, okay, in vicious ways. Or maybe you're just right-wing now, and you're going to be right-wing, okay? Yeah. Ethan Klein is promoting Joey Salads wore a Nazi armband to a Trump rally, claiming it was a prank, and Quartering defends Hitler. Ethan Klein wants to deplatform pro-Palestinians who are not anti-Semitic on the basis of being anti-Semitic, falsely claiming that they're anti-Semitic, while simultaneously fucking hyping up actual anti-Semites. And at no point does anybody go in his fan base go, hold up. Why is it that it's like Asmongold, Destiny, Dan Saltman, Destiny's second in command, Elon Musk, all of these people that are seemingly bring Keemstar? Why is it that it is people like this that are defending Ethan Klein? Perhaps we might be on the wrong side of this. There's never been a fucking moment where I've defended the likes of the obvious Holocaust denier, anti-Semite, what's his face from Fresh and Fit, the federal agent one, okay? I'm not running around cozying up to fucking dipshits like this because I think it's heinous. I think it's heinous to fucking be an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier. I think it's disgusting. You have an agenda. Your agenda is to undermine Jewish people, make Jewish people feel less safe. And you're using a genocide as a fucking backdrop to this. It is psychotic. Ethan Klein allies are Elon Musk, Keemstar, Asmongold, Destiny, The Quartering, The ADL, Tim Pool, Ian Miles Chong, Brianna Wu, Libs of TikTok, Sneeko, XUC, Richie Torres, Nelk Boys, Dan Saltman, Drew Pavlov, Lolly VTubers, Lonerbox, Steiny, Joey Salas, Daniel Silva, Yoav Gallant, Sloptubers, Mudahar, Willie Mac Show, Nicholas DeOrio. At some point, you got to be like, wait a minute, what the fuck's going on here? What the fuck is happening? And this is not for Ethan. He obviously is not going to recognize it. But for members of his audience, like, I know at a certain point, you got to be asking yourself, like, why the fuck is it that all of the worst villains are the only people that are speaking out in defense of Ethan's, like, insane defense of Israel and his constant fucking smears against pro-Palestinian content creators? Why is it?
Media, the U.S. government, and the Israeli government to justify a genocide. He cites the same sources that these parties cite when they go on stage to legitimize more military killing machinery shipments to Israel.
And October 7, last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
In his video, Ethan spreads overt misinformation, just straight up lies about Hezbollah and Ansar Allah or the...
Yeah, he said that every single person that died in the fucking civil war in Syria was through bombing campaigns that Hezbollah had, implying that Hezbollah actually had fucking, like, fighter jets that were dropping bombs on Syria. Like, they killed everybody in Syria. That was all Hezbollah. What a psychotic, like, what? You didn't even scratch the surface. Like, you didn't even dignify your fucking audience with, like, basic information. That's insane. Like, how do you put that out there after months and months of, like, putting together a fucking video? He did it today, too, and AB fact-checked them. AB disputed Ethan Klein's claim that Hezbollah has killed far more Muslims than the IDF. Ethan won't believe it. He claims he's done extensive research and Hezbollah killed 500,000 Syrians.
I'm not trying to have a back and forth, but I think it's fair to say the IDF has definitely killed more
than Hezbollah.
I mean, if you want to
hold on. You think the IDF killed more Muslims than Hezbollah?
Are you talking about who you think is responsible, or just killed in general?
As a group.
I thought you said.
I said Hezbollah has killed a shit more load of Arabs than the IDF has. You're saying that's not true?
Yes, it's not true. It is false. It is objectively a falsehood. What the fuck are you saying? Why is nobody in his fucking audience going, yeah, man, I don't think that's correct, actually? Like, is no one Googling anything at this point? What the fuck is happening?
Because Hezbollah is credited with about 500,000 deaths.
Time without an OVO. All the lies of mass sexual abuse have the effect of undermining real testimonies like the one Amit Susana gave last year, let alone thousands of Palestinian testimonies from the horrific Israeli prison system. It's the colonial hierarchy of information. The first storytellers are always the colonizing military. Then defectors from the power are heard, i.e. BTS local call. At the very bottom of the list are native inhabitants who by design are already under the rubble. Speaking of the one of the 12 anti-Zionist Israeli Jews in the chat, Time without an OVO is back. We were just talking about the number of anti-Zionist Jews in Israel. Anyway, yeah. Anti-Zionist Jewish Israelis living in Israel. Not OVO. Time without an OWO.
In Syria.
Let's ask our friend ChatGPT.
I've looked into this pretty extensively. Hezbollah is significantly.
Yeah. No, totally.
Are you reading something contradictory, AB?
Yeah, I mean, ChatGPT says, overall, due to the scale of frequency of IDF operations over decades, they have likely caused more Muslim casualties than...
Like, what are we talking about? It's not even a likelihood. What do they mean? You can't attribute the entirety of the death toll of the Syrian civil war to fucking Hezbollah. What the hell? What are you talking about? They had Russian air forces bombing fucking cities, dude. What are you talking about? Do you think Hezbollah has fucking airplanes? If Hezbollah had airplanes, I doubt they would be fucking using it in Syria. They would be using it in Tel Aviv, okay? Tel Aviv. The fuck?
Hezbollah.
No shot. Hold on. What was the question you asked it?
Hezbollah versus IDF, who has killed more Muslims?
Ask if it's including the Syrian civil war. I mean, that makes no sense. I've literally fact-checked this 1,000,000 times.
No, he hasn't. There is 0% chance he's fact-checked this. As a matter of fact, people have fact-checked his statement. People have fact-checked his statement, like Bad Empanada fact-checked his statement. There is 0% chance that he has not encountered a single fucking person, even on accident. I have fact-checked his statements. I fact-checked his statements while he was covering me live, as a matter of fact. So there is no world in which he is completely oblivious to this reality, okay? There is no way. He has to be fucking omitting this detail deliberately.
I feel like. How many?
They both suck. They're both fucking terrible.
No, what do you mean? They both suck is like such a fucking cop-out. Ethan made a erroneous claim. He made a ridiculous claim. He said Hezbollah has killed more Muslims than the IDF. This claim is untrue. It is categorically untrue. Okay? You can't turn around and be like, oh, both sides are pretty shitty, I think. That's ridiculous. What the fuck?
That's...
Yep.
That's that, you know?
Killing is horrible.
It doesn't really matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Of course it fucking matters. You can't say it doesn't matter. But yeah, once you realize that you're wrong, you're like, oh, okay. He used this table as evidence in his video, and literally at the top, it says all the following totals include civilians, rebels, and government forces at the top. Ridiculous. How is anybody not reading this if they're progressive? How is anybody not seeing the real problem is black on black violence that nobody talks about? Because that's what he's doing here. He's literally going, nobody talks about black on black violence, by the way. Like, that's it. That's what he's doing. But instead, he's like, but it's Muslim on Muslim violence. There's a real fucking problem here. Oh, my God.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean...
I mean, if we trust ChatGPT on this one, I don't know. It says that since 1984 IDF, the number ranges from approximately 91,000.
It's funny they use ChatGPT as a true source. If they just type, is Hassan Piker anti-Semitic? ChatGPT says, I'm not aware of any credible evidence or consensus among reputable sources indicating that Hassan Piker is anti-Semitic. In Piker's case, he has consistently repudiated anti-Semitism and hate speech in general. Yeah. Hezbollah involvement in the civil war has been substantial since the beginning of the armed insurgency phase. God, the fucking Syrian civil war is so insane in terms of like the belligerents. Jesus Christ. It's wild because like with the exception of a couple militancies, almost all of it is either directly or indirectly funded by the United States of America, either by way of Turkey and NATO training and NATO forces, or directly funded by America, by the CIA. He checked it a million times. He knows Hassan is anti-Semitic. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Let me finish this fucking video. How does this end?
To over 115.
Well, listen, yeah, and Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much.
What? Oh, did he fucking button? No.
Well, listen, yeah, and
Approximately 91,000 to over 115.
Hezbollah in Syria killed double the amount of 91,000, as in 180,000, 182,000 minimum. He's saying that Hezbollah killed 182,000 people in Syria, minimum. Holy fuck. Oh. What Ethan means by research and fact checking is that he saw the false talking point on Destiny subreddit, then took a screenshot of the wiki page on the Syrian civil war. This invested in a subject he knows nothing about. You'd think if you're going to spend this much time talking about something, then you would at least do some basic research. Ethan has been fact-checked many times on this false understanding of the Syrian civil war casualties, but he still very confidently repeats this nonsense. It's so important. It is also important to note that for many who don't know, there were many factions fighting in Syria, and many were part of Al-Qaeda, ISIS, or adjacent groups. Some of the groups Hezbollah fought are currently carrying out mass killings of minorities with nobody to defend them. Ugh. Jesus Christ, dude. Also, even if the argument is true, by the way, which it obviously isn't, but even if it was true, it still doesn't justify Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. That's what's so fucking insane about the false argument that he's presenting. The only way that these arguments actually work is if your fucking brain is broken by war on terrorism and the remnants of war on terrorism, Islamophobic propaganda. That's it. You look at a situation and you're like, well, they're all the same, right? Like, I know, because he literally goes, well, they're bad guys. They're terrorists. They're bad guys. Everyone's a bad guy. Hassan likes bad guys. It's Keemstar level political commentary. It's so fucking stupid.
In order to delegitimize their struggle against Israel's genocide. He cites baseless claims from Saudi state propaganda outlets to attack the Houthis. He also cites a documentary about Ansar Allah, which he uses as proof of the claim that they brought back slavery, when the documentary wasn't even about the Houthis. It was about the Yemeni government before the Houthi takeover. He spreads long debunked Nakba denialist talking points that have been used for decades to legitimize Israeli colonization of Palestine.
Yeah, that was what fucking pissed me off. Like, that was one of the most annoying and very obvious falsehoods that he just slammed in the middle of that. 1 million Jews were forcibly and systematically expelled from surrounding Arab regions. So technically more Jews were harmed during the Nakba is a fucking insane thing to say. None of those countries are Palestinian. Those aren't Palestinians. Okay? It wasn't Palestinians that did that to them. Okay? And even then, you're also wrong on the facts of that situation as well. They weren't systematically expelled in the same way that Plan Dalet was executed by the initial Zionist brigades. Oof.
Ethan cites sources that contradict his own claims directly, such as the UN report he claims proves the Hamas mass rapes allegation.
There's a UN report that concludes it happened,
which the report itself denies. He spends 20 minutes in the video smearing a 19-year-old survivor of the US-backed Saudi genocide in Yemen as a terrorist with zero credible evidence. He makes a number of transparently false anti-Semitism accusations, like his claim that Israel's ban on new account signups from Israel was anti-Semitic.
Around the end of the year, when people started talking about anti-Semitism on Twitch, Dan Saltman discovered this.
Yeah, also, how was he not embarrassed to fucking post about Dan Saltman and his goddamn content nuke? Like, that's the other side of this. This is Destiny's fucking co-host. Like, he literally took he most likely deleted a lot of Destiny mentions from his content nuke. I suspect that's why fucking another week after it came out that Destiny was filming people, sometimes with consent and sometimes without consent, when he was engaging in sexual acts with them, and then unconsensually distributing that pornographic material to other people that he was trying to fuck, which is a gross thing that he was doing. Okay? This is his co-host, who has also been actively doxing former members of their community that have been calling out Destiny, and you fucking posted him on your content nuke. Like, you gave him props. It's crazy. Well, I guess you had to give props to the guys a little bit, considering you fucking plagiarized their whole operation, their smear operation.
The Israel ban, when he was sent the code proving the block happened.
In reality,
it literally says right here, disabling signups by email from Palestine and Israel IP addresses. Like, it says Palestine and Israel right here in his own fucking
the
video.
ban also affected millions of non-Jews living in Israel and Palestinians in...
And yes, it's not that Israelis were... Or specifically, because he says this is anti-Semitic because Jews were being stopped from signing up. No, they forgot to fucking turn on email signups from Palestine and Israel. They use the same ISPs. Okay? Just for the record, just so people understand. People can still sign up on their fucking phones. And Dan Saltman literally lied. Bloomberg reported on Dan Saltman lying about this. He sent tens of thousands of botted emails to every single advertiser, leaving him legally liable, if Twitch wanted to do so, legally liable for slander, for operating a mass brigading, a fairly sophisticated mass brigading and slanderous operation where they basically lied to every single news outlet that would entertain what they had to say, which no one did, obviously. And the only one that actually entertained it was Bloomberg to cover it and be like, this is fucking ridiculous. But they lied. They said falsely, which they recognize after the fact. There's video evidence of this as well, where Twitch had purposefully blocked Israelis or suspended Israeli accounts, blocked them from joining the platform.
Palestine, as shown in the evidence he himself cites. The IP ban went into effect in both, like all these Western liberal outlets.
Like, there's a video of him. Where is it? Someone send me the fucking clip. There's a video of Dan Saltman and Destiny talking side by side about how, like, the Bloomberg reporting. Also, the fact that he has me playing Marvel Rivals in the background is so funny. It's just so obsessed. It's so fucking obsessed. It's so wrong. I just don't. I don't know. It's just it's frustrating. Oh, here. Yeah, this is the one. Here.
So I sent this to the editor, and I said this was incorrect, and that I've never said this.
Okay. You're sure that your emails don't have the...
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
The emails accused Twitch of suspending all Israeli accounts for a year, a claim the company debunked on a recent post on X. Dan claims he never said that. Then they went back and realized that tens of thousands of emails to advertisers, to the dumbasses like fucking Richie Torres and everybody else, that Twitch had suspended all Israeli accounts for a year. This was a lie. Here is Dan Saltman and Destiny figuring out that it was a lie. Let's take a look.
You can go to the site and click the button. It's been the same. Why would I ever say that they suspended Israeli users? I know that's not true. No one would ever say that. So what they're saying right here, I feel like it's just slander, right? Well, no, libel. Libel is written. I've never said this, and they're saying that I have said this. You're furiously tapping over there.
Oh, I'm just checking the email. Double checking.
I did. Listen, I sent an email to the editor, and I said I demanded a retraction or a correction on it. If they don't, fuck it. I will sue them.
Oh, no, wait, hold on.
What's that? Chicken Big Mac.
Forget it. Delete this part of the bud.
Okay. Why?
Because it's... Your fucking dumb email does say that.
No way.
Even more troubling, Twitch previously suspended all Israeli accounts for a year without public acknowledgement or explanation.
Suspended creation. All right, well, never mind then.
The level of research that these guys put into their slander operations are obviously minimal, right? They're not particularly intelligent people. They have created a sophisticated network of mass slander, mass botting, things of that nature. But what is really interesting about it is that you don't have to have a particularly sophisticated or a real interest in like actually manipulating the truth in a way that suits your purpose. You can just fucking straight up lie like this, okay? And media outlets will go long and hard to try and verify those claims, find out that they're not correct at all. And even after that, other fucking morons like Ethan will still defend people like Dan Saltman in their fucking content nuke and use idiotic things that they posted in the fucking content nuke. The worst part is people think this is research and get 1-2 punch when Asman and other people spread it as if it's true. Exactly. Is he defending him or using a point he made? He's literally handing it to him right here. He's saying the initial investigation made by Dan Saltman. If your primary researcher that you're using as a primary source is actively and openly fucking lying about this issue, then they're not a credible source. Surely Asmongold will watch this video? Yeah, okay. I will gift 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat if he sits through this entire video. He doesn't need the money, obviously, but that's how much I know he will never fucking in a million years watch this. I'm betting 500 gifted subs in Asmongold's chat that he will never watch the YouTubers who backed the genocide. It goes against his previous fucking claims. He hinted he's going to sue Noah for this. Yeah, good luck. Or litigation. That's the other sad state of affairs here. He his claim to fame was, you know, having a landmark decision that set the precedent for fucking fair use and protection for content creators. And now he is actively trying to undermine all that goodwill that he had cultivated years prior by trying to sue anyone and everyone for being like, dude, what you're saying is wrong. It's so weird. It's such a fucking weird thing to do.
In both, like all these Western liberal outlets, Ethan just takes the State Department line of thinking when it comes to terrorism, which his video is ostensibly a crusade against. By his own definition of terrorism, both the US and Israel are the largest terrorist organizations in the world, given their history of killing millions of innocent civilians across the globe. His focus is not on them, though, rather the groups that they consider to be terrorists, aka, you know, the bad guys. He actually uses those exact words. He says they're the bad guys.
They are a designated terrorist group by the US, by the EU. These guys are clearly the bad guys.
The entire video is kind of a lie by omission, simply because of everything we just went over. How none of it is a factor, how none of the people viewing the video that are unfamiliar with what's happening would ever come away with his video knowing the full picture, knowing some of the
his lawyer telling him about Article 230 and him throwing a fit like a child was quite edifying. Has Ethan always been like this, or has he gotten more radical throughout the war and backlash he's received for his hot takes? I think I don't know. I'm not super familiar with Ethan's work beyond like the couple things before Leftovers. And during Leftovers, I know that he like hated Ryan Kavanaugh or whatever. And I'm sure, and I think like a lot of the people that he shit on were not very good people. And perhaps that is the reason why, even if he went above and beyond and certainly was like engaging in some kind of fucking harassment campaign, like I didn't even think about it because, you know, he's going after like a fucking billionaire like Ryan Kavanaugh or, you know, people like Keemstar and shit like that. And then obviously when he turned his crosshairs over to people that were pro-Palestinian, I started realizing that he was just using such underhanded tactics. I can't speak on whether or not he was using underhanded tactics against those other people, and I'm not going to say that. But goddamn, dude, it is very obvious that he's just like actively disinterested in the truth. He avoids it like the fucking plague. Two things he avoids like the plague are obviously accountability, like any sort of open-mindedness to like maybe what I'm saying is the reason why people were correctly pegging me as a Zionist, and also avoiding the truth.
very valid reasons why someone like Hassan might be critical of Israeli atrocity propaganda, or might support groups like the Houthis for their heroic actions in the Red Sea against a genocidal regime. The biggest issue, I think, is that Ethan manages to do all of this while still calling himself a stalwart ally to the Palestinians.
Yeah, that part is fucking also gross.
And I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinian cause for many years.
This is what makes liberal Zionism so insidious. He is using humanistic appeals to things like peace and safety, but doing so in a way that distracts from the actual source of the problem. The problem is Zionism and the genocidal Israeli state. That is what's causing these problems. And people that might otherwise be able to understand if presented with the facts of the situation are simply led astray by people like Ethan, where a more right-wing Zionist...
Yeah, he's a stalwart supporter of Palestinians. That's why almost all of his commentary on the issue, okay, revolves around doing the shittiest forms of liberal Zionist propaganda at the behest of Israel, talking about how it's a multicultural society,